Hey guys, welcome to a new video. Like, comment and subscribe if you enjoy. Without any further interruptions, enjoy the What If. Chapter 61. A Life with No Regrets. The former Root Anbu captain of Konoha casually observed the vast sky beside him. Flying on top of his signature crow summon, Naruto peacefully enjoyed the bright moon shining in the sky. The object literally illuminated the entire sky with its light. It was up so high in the sky, secluded from the world, and yet always guided the life on Earth during the darkest hours of night. His situation seemed similar. By accepting his inner self, he was seeing the world with different eyes and a wider perspective. It had made him realize that humanity was heading towards self-destruction at an accelerated rate, and at this speed it won't be long before the world wars fought between different nations would destroy the planet and all life on it. People had become arrogant since they possessed power, and needed to be taught a lesson. A harsh teaching that would send shivers down the souls of humans even 1,000 years from now. If people were comfortable in doing evil things to their fellow humans at such a large scale, then he would show them the full power of evil. The power of kings would make you lonely. He idly remembered his own words which he had said to Gaara, and looking at himself standing all alone proved the point. His power was a curse and a boon simultaneously. Naruto knew very well just what path he had chosen for himself. The Anbu captain knew he was powerful, but to face the wrath of entire humanity would be a challenge which no man had ever faced before. The hatred, malice, curses that would rain down on him would be unimaginable. Sasuke was right, there would be nowhere left to go back to once this plan started. But this had to be done. His parents and deceased friends yearned for the past, the people of the world yearned for the present, while he yearned for a future free of war, hatred, deceit, treachery that plagued his world every day. A future where young children are not taught to kill, a world where children can laugh, play instead of being taught to hate each other. He was not naive, he very well knew his plan would only bring peace for a millennium or two. As humans were never peaceful, and would find new reasons in order to wage wars. But even in that time, new Narutos and Sasukes will rise up. People who would bear the hatred and save humanity from itself, to make people understand how devastating war was. He actually missed the friendly fox which he had silenced with his visual powers. Kurama was a good friend, and even he accepted that the fox was only thinking about his well-being in a twisted way. But because Kurama was a friend, and a person close to his heart, was the reason he had to be silenced forever in the least painful way. The path he had chosen for himself was for him alone. The sin, the evil was his to bear. Kurama would hate him for doing what he did, and that would ultimately lessen the Biju's pain, as he would know that he was forced to follow Naruto's will. That the boy who was his friend had turned evil, and was an enemy of the world. And this would be his final gift of mercy to his friend. Everything was now for Valkyrie. However, it was not going to be an easy task. Facing even one hidden village was a huge challenge. Destroying 5 of them along with the remaining smaller ones and their entire systems was a monumental task. He needed allies, powerful ones at that. Since he had subdued Kurama, the entire chakra of the Biju was now his to use. He was a chakra bomb, combine that with his variant skills. Then he was a one-man army itself, and if he even unleashed half of his clone powers, then it would be enough to level the battlefield for a few minutes. But why do so much hard work and stain your hands, when an even more easier way was available? Albeit a lot of shady work had to be done and months of preparation for that plan to be implemented successfully. Fortunately, he had a foundation ready to start his work. Grabbing his former Konoha headband, he looked at it one last time before throwing it down into the forest below him. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes. Memories of the past, whether they be good or bad, came back in his heart. His time with Kakashi, his former Konoha 11 group of friends, the happy times with Hiruzen, Konohamaru, Amiko, the training of Root with Shin, Sai, and many other friends and comrades. And most of all, the memories with Kurenai. With one final breath of resignation, he opened his eyes, which now regained their stoic, cold, uncaring gaze. Orphanage. Haku impatiently sat on the perimeter of the orphanage, her sharp eyes searching for the silhouette of a person who had vanished since morning. It was almost more than 24 hours and still there was no sign of Naruto. She was quite annoyed with him. If Kurenai was here in the islands, then why did he go away on some new mission? Or had things gone south between them? The look on Kurenai's face and her dark eyes, at least showed she had cried a lot. Even if she did not like it, this new development raised a little hope in her heart. Living here while looking after the young orphans was all good, but it didn't change the fact that she was a ninja. After Zabuza's death, she had no purpose left. Naruto had given her a temporary goal of caring for the orphans, but it could only go so far. Haku knew what kind of man Zabuza was, and yet she had served him faithfully. Just like him, Naruto was also a criminal, but what he had done for her was far more than anyone had ever done for her during her entire life. She had been thinking about this for weeks, and now only had she arrived at a final decision. Her thought process was abruptly halted when a large crow landed on the ground near her. Before she could even blink, Naruto jumped of it and the summon vanished instantly. He only gave her a quick glance before moving towards his personal chambers in the orphanage. "Nar, not now." His swift, stern reply surprised her. Judging from his composed yet firm footsteps and stiff attitude, something serious bad must have happened. It actually reminded her of the shinobi like Naruto which she saw in Wave, and not the kind-hearted boy who looked after the orphans. She saw him performing a familiar hand seal, and 30 shadow clones popped up beside him. The young boy simply gave a few hand signs as the clones divided themselves into 5 teams, each composed of 6 clones. "You all know what to do. Get to work," commanded Naruto. Haku was left speechless by this display of power. Despite being weakened, he could make 30 shadow clones. And watching those clones giving firm salutes, before disappearing in Shunshuns made her jaw drop. She really had underestimated his strength. Before she could get out of her stupor, he had already vanished within the closed quarters of his personal chambers. Damn, he worked fast. With Naruto, as soon as he stepped into the room, he sensed the presence of another entity. Analyzing the strange smell, and meek chakra radiating through this person left little doubt in his mind as to who he was. "Get out here, Hakun," said Naruto sternly. The said surprised dog came out from the underneath of his bed. The creature just gave him a lazy stare. Guess even Kakashi's personal summon was like him. "This is from you-know-who," instructed the tracker dog, gaining a nod from the blonde Anbu. "Is that all?" asked Naruto seriously. "Yup. Then our business here is finished. Have a safe journey," replied Naruto curtly, as Pakun merely smirked. As soon as the ninja dog vanished with a puff of smoke, the remaining energy vanished from Naruto's body as he crashed on an armchair. A small trickle of blood escaped from his lips, reminding him of the disease that was still active within him, just another thing that he needed to solve before moving forward. And yet, all he could do or did want to do was stare at the ceiling of his room. He had done quite well in concealing his emotions in front of Sasuke. His mind was still not able to accept that Rei was dead. It was as if his entire world that was hanging by a weak thread was shattered within seconds. The pieces were so broken that there was nothing left to pick up. Nothing left to go back to. The ninja world was an evil system that encouraged constant warfare, created a world of lies, turned young children into killing machines, and spread more hatred in humanity than any previous system. All these factors had made him arrive at one final conclusion, an ideology which Sasuke shared. It was time to exterminate shinobi in their corrupt world. Even then, one question still plagued his heart. He had cut of his ties with everyone. He had even cast aside his best friend Kurama. Now the only thing left was Kurenai. He knew very well where her loyalties lay. Despite knowing the truth, her heart still beat for Konoha. She would try her very best to make him forgive the village and go back, and he might even do it for her sake. But Shin, Sai, Rei, his root comrades, he could not let their deaths be for nothing. If he ever had a child of his own which would never become a reality now, he would never wish for that innocent life to come into such an evil world. For years, he had protected this orphanage from Danzo's clutches. One could even say, he was far more loyal to the children here than Konoha itself. And to see those very same children whom he had protected for so long, being forcefully turned into ninjas or get involved into the unstoppable violence of their world was a dream which he never wanted to become a reality. Valkyrie was supposed to make a world where no more Narutos or Sasukes were born. It was all for the children who were the future of humanity, and he would protect them no matter what. Naruto. He was suddenly snapped out of his thoughts when he saw Haku standing at his doorsteps. He wanted to say her to leave him alone. But somehow, he simply didn't utter a single word, which only made her step inside and arrive beside him. She simply came forward and sat on the right arm of his chair. Both of them still didn't say anything, preferring the silence over any talk until, "What am I to you, Haku?" asked Naruto sharply, surprising her completely. Haku was just about to give a vague answer, when she noticed his eyes on her. Unlike before, this time he looked deadly serious. There was something in that gaze that was compelling her to say the truth and nothing else. "I like you." He simply stared at her curiously while her cheeks blushed red. As far as he was concerned, there was nothing in him that could make him desirable for any woman, girl. Moron, thought the Kyuubi bemusedly. Sure, Naruto had severed their connection, but it didn't stop him from feeling the emotions in the boy's heart. The Biju was pissed beyond words. He was the only one in the world who had a rough guess as to what the boy was planning to do. Who in their right mind would think it was best to unleash the worst apocalypse on the world? And for what? Saving worthless humanity from destroying itself. But then again, all Uchihas were screwed up in the head, with his current container also falling in the same category, and yet Kurama could only sympathize with the path the boy had chosen. If Naruto had made up his mind, then there was nothing the Biju could do. He cared slim to little about humanity, but if he could have one wish, then it would be getting his friend back. Maybe, one day Naruto could forgive him, or at the very least talk to him one last time. And why is that? As far as I can remember, I have a reputation of being a traitor, criminal, butcher, beast. Now, why in the seven hells would you even have a single feeling for such a man? I was the one who killed Zabuza, didn't I? Asked Naruto curiously, and was intrigued when she rolled her eyes in exasperation. You only see your mistakes, don't you? You're such a pessimist, chided Haku playfully. I prefer the term realist, replied Naruto coolly. Somehow this little banter was helping him feel a little relaxed. Will you really make me explain this? You know, a girl should not explain such stuff. It should be the other way around, suggested Haku hopefully, making him smirk. My parents weren't around to teach me that. Besides, there is nothing more helpful than the truth. It might hurt you, or make you happy, but you would at least be at peace. I'm not blind, Haku. Your behavior towards me in the past few weeks was not as subtle as you think, explained Naruto cheekily, making her blush even further. Was I that obvious? Yup. She seemed a little hesitant, but when he gave her an encouraging nod while flashing one of his bright smiles, it simply broke all the barriers in her heart. Sigh. I served Zabuza-sama for years as his tool. He was my family, but I was not blind. I knew what kind of man he was, but he was there for me when everyone abandoned me. The world may remember him as a missing ninja, a criminal, but for me he would always be the man who saved me, gave me a second chance at life, made me strong, and turned me into what I am today. And for what it's worth, I have no regrets. When I'm with you, I have the same feeling. It's very hard to explain, and I may appear as a fool, but I have fallen in love with you. Naruto, I very well know what you did in the past, but I have also seen what kind of person you are beneath all the lies which you've formed around yourself. The further you try to project yourself as evil, the more I get to see the real you. I know who you are, Naruto, explained Haku patiently. For a few minutes he merely stared at her with a stoic look on his face, until a faint smile crept up on his lips. Her words were perhaps one of the best compliments he had received during his entire life. He would be lying if he didn't find her attractive. She was kind, caring, sharp. Hell, she could even give Kurenai a run for her money in terms of beauty and grace. Haku was like a perfect rival to Kurenai. But I also know you love her, said Haku sadly, not mentioning the unsaid name as a grim look came on Naruto's face. You're right. She was left heartbroken on hearing his acceptance. Taking it as a cue for her exit, she decided to get up. But as if he had read her thoughts, his firm hand was placed on her arm, which instantly prevented her from getting away. But it also doesn't change the fact that we are not together anymore, said Naruto truthfully. If Haku was being honest with her feelings, then the very least he could do was reveal the truth to her. She seemed shocked on hearing those words as her eyes widened. Haku looked in his eyes and found no trace of lies, although he was certainly not happy with the turn of events. Why? Asked Haku sympathetically. She cannot follow the path which I have taken, even if she could. I don't want that for her. Kurenai won't be Kurenai, if I twisted her will for my sake. I loved her for what she is, and what she stood for, no matter how counterproductive it is to my plans. She was my first crush, first love, and in another life she might have been the woman with whom I would have spent my entire life. Hell, even now I so badly wish that it can be possible. But, I have a far larger dream which needs to be fulfilled, no matter the cost. I have always loved her, Haku, and always will till the day I stop breathing. Yet, I can't be together with her anymore, explained Naruto honestly, making the girl beside him sad and happy at the same time. Sad that he still and would forever love Kurenai, and happy that he was really an honest guy who didn't cheat on a girl, or try to manipulate their feelings for his benefit. This is my truth which I will take to my grave, if only for her happiness. Now, can you really have feelings for a guy who could probably never love you the way he loved his first love? Asked Naruto confidently. He was certain that he would have easily destroyed any feelings which she had for him. As a matter of fact, your admittance only made me love you even more, said Haku happily, a faint tear trickling down from her eye. Naruto was left speechless by her words. It was something which his young heart was simply not able to believe. How could someone love a person like him? He certainly didn't deserve such kindness, after all his failures and mistakes. What are you saying, Haku? Asked Naruto in shock. I know and understand that you will never love me or even see me with the same eyes like you did with Kurenai. She's something to you which I can never be in this life. Even then, I want to live a life with no regrets. That's why I want to walk by your side. You're precious to me, and I want to protect you no matter what. You may not love me yet, but I still want to fight for you. I want to make your dream come true. With you I truly feel alive and needed in this dark world. Will you please let me be by your side? Asked Haku politely, with a warm smile arriving on her lips. She was surprised when a faint tear slipped from his eye as he stared at her in disbelief. How can you even promise such a thing after everything I've done? Asked Naruto hesitantly. This girl was. Because I love you. For the first time in his miserable life, Naruto felt something which he never thought he would experience after his actions. Here was someone, a sweet girl who actually loved someone like him. Right there, his respect and feelings for her increased by a great extent. He simply didn't deserve someone like her. Yet, he could see how much he was important to her. He was her reason for living, her will to survive in this cruel world, someone who had brought light and happiness in her life, given her a chance to redeem herself. The worst villains in history were heroes at one point of time. You're no different. I can never accept the path you have chosen, Naruto. But it would be a lie if I said that I didn't care about you, even after everything you've done and will do in the near future. Damn it, your reason for changing this world justifies your actions to some extent. Naruto, what is your true goal? What will you achieve with all of this? Is Valkyrie the promised land for which you've fought your entire life? Thought Kurama worriedly. Looking at the boy right now reminded Kurama of the man who began this storm 15 years ago. The fox had been long around to know a few things about that boy, the one who too rebelled against the system of shinobi. One who fell prey to the dark side just like Naruto. The only difference was that Naruto still retained a part of his humanity. The question was, for how long? Perhaps it was a sign of good luck from Kami that there was someone like Haku who was willing to follow him, and be his light inside the darkness which he had chosen for himself. The Biju was quite unnerved when he heard Sasuke's desire to do whatever it takes to win. That boy was certainly a hardliner, and knowing Naruto's soft spot for that Uchiha, he would have unanimously bowed to Sasuke's demands. But with Haku, Naruto could still be himself even if a little. He may perhaps not have any friends left, but with this girl he would not suffer the pain of loneliness again. Her newly rising role in Naruto's life also gave Kurama hope, that perhaps one day Naruto could feel the need of his fox friend again. Until then he would wait in the shadows, watching over the boy. Hoping his desire to change the world does not come at a high price. Kurama was relieved when a serene smile came on Naruto's face as he flashed one of his brightest smiles to the sweet girl before him, who was now one of his close friends and one who had a not so obvious crush love on him. Haku, thank you. Few hours later, a mad chuckle escaped from Naruto's lips as he read the letter which Kakashi had sent for him. So Princess Karen had finally started having doubts that her master, Danzo, was missing or perhaps dead. She was also in on the rebellion and seizure of power in Konoha, and since she didn't receive any word from a single root operative over these weeks, she would have assumed they had failed and were eliminated. Only one person had the power to stop the rebellion so quickly, and it was him. And Karen knew this, so he was not only a witness who knew a lot about her dark secrets but was also a shield that was protecting Hiruzen Sarutobi. This offer of pardoning all his crimes in return for selling out Hiruzen seemed quite good, but just like her he too had a personal grudge to settle. The nightmare of his 30 soldiers being killed in Operation Thunderstorm still plagued him till this day, the way Azane and her squad died trying to overthrow Danzo. They were his subordinates, his soldiers who were his responsibility. An eye for an eye. Karen was directly responsible for the death of his subordinates, for her selfish ambitions of killing her own brother and gaining a reason to invade Land of Woods. 30 young children had to die. And if there was something which he hated, was the senseless killing of young children. So, she had finally decided to sink her claws into the affairs of the village. It only further strengthened his resolve to destroy this corrupt world and create a far better system in its place. Since Karen so badly wanted to dominate everything, even his fate, it was time to give her a taste of her own medicine. Her dream was to create an empire, with Fire Country ruling over the entire world. What better way of revenge could be than stealing that dream, while making the bitch pay for her crimes? He would make Danzo's brutal death seem merciful in comparison to what sickly ways he was going to use to torment her before silencing her forever. Activating his Mangekyo, an evil grin crept up on his face. Karen, you truly like playing the devil. Then, it's time to show you what a true devil is. Chapter 62, Declaration of War. Tsunade was just performing her regular routine of developing the cure, while on the other side of the room Nono seemed to be working on the last stages of the new set of eyes which were meant to be transplanted into Naruto. She had to admit, at first glance the sweet nun didn't seem like a ninja to her. The Senju heir was in for quite a shock, when she discovered that not only was the woman the best medic of Root, but had also worked under Orochimaru for a few years when he was still loyal to the village. To think her ex-teammate was also a part of Root in the past. That explained her mastery in modifications like cloning, genetic mutation, cell growth, organ production, and so much more. That sly Naruto. Not only had he provided a safe haven for the orphan children, but also secured a prodigy like Nono as his backup. While she may not be as good as a healer like Tsunade, her abilities as a scientist were quite formidable. It only proved to her that Naruto always had a backup plan, no matter what. A trait of a good ninja, and one which any Anbu captain worth his salt should have. Is it a good time? She was quite surprised when the person of her thoughts stepped inside the small lab. Her gaze shifted to her blonde relative who was dressed in a strange outfit. Instead of wearing his usual Anbu outfit or mission gear, he was wearing a dark black shirt that fully covered his arms. The symbol of the Uchiha clan could be seen embedded on its back. Below he could be seen wearing plain blue-colored pants, and instead of his regular combat boots, there were a pair of sandals. But that was not the surprising part. What intrigued Tsunade was the cloak that he was wearing. To the naked human eye and even to trained ninjas, it may appear as just a plain dark black-colored cloak with high collars. But to a Sanin like her, nothing was invisible. As such, she could see the camouflaged swastika symbol implanted on the chest portion of the cloak. On the back side there was a camouflage design in the form of an eagle which had spread its wings. His large sword was strapped across his waist, ready to be unleashed at a moment's notice. Strangely, he had no pockets for storing any kunai, shuriken, or exploding tags. But he did have a strange seals on his wrists. And now came the real surprise. For the first time since she had seen the boy, never once had he taken off his face mask. Now the mysterious object was missing, and was instead replaced by a red-colored scarf that was hanging around his neck loosely while concealing the lower portion of his face right up till the nose. His long silky blonde hair were now freely falling over his face, effectively covering his left eye while a few loose strands were also falling over the right one. There was no Konoha headband on his forehead or anywhere else. "Naruto?" asked Tsunade in surprise. The said boy merely smirked on seeing the gobsmacked expressions etched across the two ladies' faces. He idly gave himself a short pat on his shoulder for achieving the desired result. He was awesome. "Like the new look?" questioned the smiling Anbu captain. Before Nono could even think of a proper answer, Tsunade beat her to the punch. "Hell yeah, this is way better than those lame Anbu outfits and even more lamer mission gears of yours," exclaimed Tsunade boisterously, which resulted into Naruto face-palming hard on the floor. Nono even heard the boy say, they were not lame, just different, which only made her chuckle. Picking himself of the floor, he turned his gaze towards his teacher and longtime accomplice. Due to years of knowing him, Nono didn't need to ask a single question as to why he was here. "The clone eye is ready, and the same can be said for the original which you borrowed from Danzo. Do you want to start the operation soon? You will have to rest for a week after that, and you won't be able to open the blindfolds I'll place on you. New eyes after operation can tend to be extremely sensitive, and this pair is quite special. It took me months to prepare them and a lot of money. So I'm not letting you screw up anything, am I clear?" asked Nono sternly, her voice sounding like a mother scolding her child. In return, Naruto flashed her one of his bright-eye smiles. He really seemed quite happy these days. Whether it was real or he was faking it, the action certainly eased Nono and Tsunade's concern for him. Meanwhile, Tsunade could only observe the scene with a pang of guilt-regret, how she wished to have the same kind of connection to Naruto which Nono currently enjoyed. But patience was required. Even if it was not one of her strong traits, she was determined to achieve success. Fine, but first, I need to settle a little task," said Naruto nonchalantly. "Yeah, like dealing with a pissed off royal princess and her goons," he added as an afterthought. "You're leaving?" asked Tsunade worriedly, as most of the times he came back quite wounded and it unnerved her considering his situation. The boy was as reckless as his mother, Kushina. "Not for long. Just a little errand I need to run. If it makes you feel any better, I'm taking Haku with me as my backup," admitted Naruto, earning a sharp stare from Nono and Tsunade suggesting the unsaid reply. "Don't worry, Haku's cool. I trust her, besides it will only stop me from doing something reckless." "Yeah, like that would happen," thought Kurama sarcastically. Nono rubbed her temple with the help of her gloved hands, before coming forward and giving her foster son a few light pats on his head. "You'll be the death of me someday, Naruto," said Nono jokingly, but was intrigued when he grabbed her hand and looked at her quite worriedly. "Don't ever say that again." She would have said that it was just a joke, but his voice and the look in his eyes conveyed that he was dead serious. Instead of thinking of it as his paranoid nature, she was happy that he cared about her so much. In return, she simply ruffled his hair, earning a slight groan of displeasure. "Ah, you're so cute. Naru-chan. No need to be so grumpy, you're such a baby." A light cough interrupted their little banter as both of them sheepishly noticed that there was another person standing in the room. One who did not like to be ignored and was famous for erupting into fits of rage and going on a rampage. Seeing Naruto sporting one of his embarrassed smiles, made him look like an exact copy of Minato to the Senju woman. No matter how much he tried to deny it, the boy had definitely inherited a few traits of his father. His handsome looks and charming smiles being one of them. Oops. Nono merely rolled her eyes on seeing Naruto's childish response, while muttering a silent, "Moron. The cure's ready and I can start healing you with it. Although it would take a couple of sessions for the virus to be completely neutralized and removed from your system. Naruto, I am not gonna lie, this operation can also kill you. This cure contains the cells of Hashirama Senju in it. Konoha had once tried to implant these cells into its shinobi in order to manifest my deceased grandfather's Mokuden. But it was a complete failure, and most of the people died or were paralyzed, or simply lost their minds," explained Tsunade seriously, as he merely smirked. "It'll work like a charm," said Naruto confidently. "How can you be so sure?" asked Nono curiously. "Because I did some research of my own, and if the information is correct then I am one of the few people in the world who can survive such a fusion. I am related to both Uchiha and Senju, and if it fails then I'm dead either way." We don't have a choice, said Naruto flatly. But Tsunade was stopped when he placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and gave her an encouraging smile. Damn it, he had to stop doing it. That stuff was so working on her. You're the best medic and finest kunoichi in the world. I have full faith in your abilities, reassured Naruto happily, making her smile as she gracefully accepted the praise showered on her. It did feel nice to be acknowledged for her skills and appreciated for all the hard work she had put in. She was intrigued when he gave a short glance at Nono, and without another word the woman left the room in order to give them some privacy. That woman was quite smart and understood Naruto easily. I know I've not been around much, and we haven't talked much. I need to talk to you about something important. Is it okay with you if we can have such discussion after I return? Asked Naruto politely, which only made Tsunade smile as he was finally taking initiative in building a rapport between them. Sure, I look forward to it, replied Tsunade happily. Tsunade was surprised when he took out a bottle of sake that he had been hiding within his cloak. Judging from the widening of her eyes and the excited grin coming on her face was enough to show that she liked the newly revealed drink of the gods. Well, I'm not too much of a drinker, so I don't know if it's good or not. But the bartender did say that this was the best brand he had. It's not much, but please accept this as a small gift for everything you've done for me, Tsunade-sama, said Naruto gratefully. Never in his entire life had he seen a woman who was so excited to see an alcoholic drink, and Tsunade accepted his gift quite eagerly. She was staring at the bottle for an entire minute, like it was made of pure gold, which only made him chuckle. His laugh only reminded her that he was there too. Oh, where were her manners? But was it good to offer Naruto a drink when he was merely 15? Fuck it, he was a Anbu captain. No worry over getting drunk a little, it'll only relieve some of his stress. Although Naruto had easily read her thoughts from the expressions on her face, and decided to explain something. We'll have a drink when we have successfully completed my surgery. This bottle is only for you. I have a spare for our little celebration later, explained Naruto calmly. You know, you're as charming as your father. Suon cursed herself when she saw the happy expression instantly vanishing from his eyes and was replaced by a stoic gaze. She could literally feel the air in the lab turning cold. The pressure in the room rose, reminding her that she may be a Sannin, but Naruto was also an S-rank ninja. A dangerous one at that. And she had just pressed a sensitive issue. Way to go, Suon, cursed the blonde Sannin. I'll see you later. With his swift, cool answer he quickly exited from the room, leaving behind a frustrated Tsunade, who was quite furious at herself. Outside the room, Haku was currently leaning against the wall, and had heard the entire conversation. She was also wearing the same uniform as Naruto, so gathering these supplies was the reason he had sent his shadow clones yesterday all over the island. While also getting a gift for Tsunade. He was so caring about others that were close to his heart, which only reminded her how much she loved him. She could clearly see in his eyes that things like love and affections were far from his primary goals. He was living for his dream, and she intended to make it a reality. No matter what it was, that was her only goal now. You ready? The ice user was brought out of her thoughts when she saw Naruto standing beside her, a serious expression visible in his eyes. Yeah, let's get this over with, said Haku casually, as he raised one of his eyebrows. You do know we're getting into something dangerous, right? Asked Naruto doubtfully, but she simply rolled her eyes. I've been a missing ninja for a far longer time than you. I know how this works, answered the girl flatly. He merely stared at her for a few seconds before giving an affirmative nod. Without another word he started walking towards the exit of the orphanage while she followed behind him. Naruto, what is the reason behind this new uniform of ours? This thing's draining my chakra, said Haku seriously, as she pointed her finger at the swastika symbol on her cloak. These are custom-made cloaks, and they're not draining your chakra. Rather they are storing it. It's not just a symbol but a hidden seal that stores chakra. One of the biggest drawbacks during long-drawn battles is when a ninja runs out of their chakra. If that happens, this seal will replenish your supplies back to its full capacity. But you have to regularly feed your chakra to keep it full and working, explained Naruto briefly, as she stared at her new uniform in an entirely different manner. But it also raised another question. Where did you get this? The black market is a very resourceful place if you have the right contacts and ample amounts of money. Both of which I possess. These sure didn't come cheap, so look after it carefully. Any more questions? Asked Naruto patiently, as she blushed a little on being treated like a little girl. But didn't say anything, as he was simply answering her questions and advising her to value the new tools given to her. Reaching outside, he stopped in the open field before performing a series of hand seals at a speed which was far faster than Haku's very own. When he was finished, he slammed his hand on the ground, and there was a large puff of smoke, after which a large crow appeared in front of them. Let's roll. 4 hours later, near Kaminejima Pass. As I thought. Haku didn't understand why he said that. Both of them were currently seated atop the summoned crow and were flying at least a few hundred feet high in the air. Naruto had clasped both of his hands together and seemed to be concentrating profusely. Was he a censor as well? Haku, it seems Fire Nation is hell-bent on finishing me off. There are at least 400 to 500 enemy forces down there, more than half of them are ninjas. While the rest seem to have strong energy in them, stated Naruto cryptically. But weren't you supposed to make a deal with some princess which can allow you to go back to Konoha? Asked Haku curiously. He had barely explained a few points of this mission and that was it. She didn't feel the need to know more when he said that it could prove to be too dangerous for her, if she knew more than necessary. The only thing she was concerned with was his safety, that's all. I can't sense Karen's presence anywhere, she's not here. Instead, she seems to have sent a large force of some of her best men to silence me forever, said Naruto bemusedly. It was just as he predicted. Naruto, from what I know, the princess is a warrior who leads her forces in every battle. She will be nearby. These soldiers, ninjas, are merely for her protection. You do have a fearsome reputation as an S-rank ninja, chipped Haku playfully. You do have a point, but Karen knows better than to engage me in combat directly. I'll kick her royal ass before she can even blink, but it should not make us underestimate the large force beneath us, advised Naruto sagely. It was first rule of a mission that scouting out the enemy and their stronghold was a vital point that could prove detrimental to the success of the mission. He may not affiliate himself with Konoha, but the training he received as an Anbu of that village was certainly proving quite helpful in the current situation. What do you want to do? Asked Haku devotedly. The Fire Nation and the royal family have become arrogant with their power. It's time to send a message, said Naruto coldly, voice devoid of any sympathy or emotion at all. Can we even take on such a large force by just ourselves? Asked Haku doubtfully. She was strong, but the enemy was simply far greater in strength. Her breathing suddenly stopped when she saw the sharingan activating in his eyes, the 3-tomo dojutsu sending shivers down her soul. He was an Uchiha. I believe this should quell most of your doubts, said Naruto calmly. You're an Uchiha? Asked Haku with a little fear in her voice. The said clan was quite famous in Kurigakure. Even Zabuza had warned her to be wary of people from this clan who were said to be masters of the strongest dojutsu of the world. It also explained how Naruto was able to take on so many Anbu when he defected from Konoha. His chilling gaze was still fixed on her, and he leaked some pressure in order to get her back to her senses. Dropping out of her shock, she looked at him in a new light. You said you wanted to follow me, this is the chance I'm offering. Or you can back out and I'll handle this, said Naruto seriously. No, I'll do it. I am just, said Haku hesitantly, not finding the proper words to describe her state of mind. Understood, we can talk about this later if you want. Wait for the opening I'll provide, you'll know what to do right there, ordered Naruto. Hi. With one last nod, he surprisingly jumped off the bird. Haku quickly looked down in fear only to see him freely falling towards the ground. Falling from such a height would kill him. What the hell was he thinking? She lowered the crow a little and was further surprised when he simply slid across a tree trunk when he reached the ground, and with one flip he was back in the open field that was Kaminejima Pass. And not a second later, he was surrounded by a large force of 500 enemy soldiers. What the hell are you, Naruto? Thought Haku in fear. With Naruto, the hundreds of soldiers that were currently surrounding him were all glaring at him murderously. Their eyes filled with hatred and venom, so they were quite motivated. They were further infuriated when Naruto merely chuckled a bit. So, "I guess your coward princess wet her panties," commented the Uchiha distastefully. Several of them tightly gripped their weapons on his aggressive remark. Some of them were even about to retort back at him when their eyes landed on his sharingan. Right then, he unleashed a massive amount of killing intent that made many of the enemy soldiers take a step back in fear. Naruto closed his eyes for one last time, resigning to his fate as this was the moment that would change the world forever. For Valkyrie, he saw a bulky commander dressed in samurai armor ordering his men to charge towards him. Several ninjas and royal guards jumped right on top of him but were surprised when he simply vanished in a flock of crows. "Where is he? Check your corners." A low whistle interrupted the baffled soldiers and they saw Naruto appearing high in the sky. How he managed to reach that position was another question that plagued their mind. But it was already too late by the time they looked up. The reason was the several senbon which Naruto had fired towards them at a rapid pace, while also performing a series of hand seals. Senbon Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Senbon Shadow Clone Technique. The several senbon heading towards the enemy forces now multiplied into hundreds of replicas. Those who were fast enough were able to block a few projectiles but the sheer number of senbon was simply too much for any normal ninja or soldiers to block at such a rapid pace. Alas! The remaining force that was anxiously waiting on the sidelines saw their entire vanguard unit comprising of 70 soldiers get hit in various chakra points. And like flies the men started dropping on the ground. The enemy commander grit his teeth in anger, and made a signal. Archers. 2 entire squads of the Royal Army's archers stepped forward and marked their weapons at Naruto who was now falling back towards the ground. Fire. Naruto's sharingan spotted quite a lot of deadly arrows flying straight towards him. The amount of speed and precision of this attack was quite formidable. Just when the projectiles were about to hit his body, he performed another hand seal. Kawarimi no Jutsu, Substitution Technique. Quickly replacing his body with a large chunk of wood, he evaded the projectiles. In mid-flight he saw a few sensors pointing the enemy force his location, and saw a rather large platoon heading towards him. Unsealing a series of smoke bombs from his hidden pocket within his cloak, he quickly threw them in his defense. The huge explosion of smoke did well in stopping the enemy's charge towards his position. Using the momentary advantage he rapidly shunshined into the thick wooden forest area. Taking refuge on top of a large tree branch, he carefully observed their movements. It wouldn't be long before the enemy sensors pinpointed his location, and he would rather prefer not to use his Mangekyo and other large destructive powers. He had an ulterior motive which had to be fulfilled from this battle. Even the 70-something enemy whom he had hit, were not dead but simply knocked out cold. When facing overwhelming enemy force, diversion tactics and stalling are the best options, thought Naruto tactfully. With a plan forming in his mind, he crossed his fingers and created 7 shadow clones. All of whom shared the same look as him, and knowing the plan which he had formed in order to deal with the enemy force. It was vital that he prevented the ninjas from using any kind of ninjutsu or more dangerous taijutsu. His skills in physical combat had surely improved but against a fully trained taijutsu specialist, he could be facing quite a problem. If not for his sharingan advantage, he would probably never pass the root trials due to his low skill in that art. But he did make up for this deficiency with his ninjutsu, genjutsu and kenjutsu skills. He saw his clones getting into their respective positions, sharing one last confirmation not all of them, including the original Naruto, performed the same set of hand seals. Sweden no Jutsu, Water Release, Water Bullet Technique. The Royal Army suddenly found themselves targeted by hundreds of sharp water bullets that were heading towards them. Reacting quickly to the incoming attack, the ninjas in the force instantly stepped forward and slammed their hands on the ground. Doden Doryuheki, Earth Release, Mud Wall Jutsu. A large wall was formed in their defense which easily blocked the water bullets. A smirk came on the enemy commander's face when he saw 7 replicas of Naruto flying towards the earthen wall. Tetsuda Formation, barked the enemy commander. His soldiers quickly jumped on top of the earth wall, and with great precision launched a volley of spears, arrows, kunai, shuriken straight towards the clone squad. The enemy was quite surprised when a smirk appeared on the faces of the clones. Bunshin Daibakua, Clone Great Explosion. Unanimously the clones blew themselves up, creating a large explosion, generating a powerful shock wave which not only sent the weapons heading towards them in different directions, but also made the enemy soldiers who had fired them and were standing on top of the earth wall crashing towards the ground. The sound of chirping birds echoed across the entire area, and from midst the smoke screen created by the explosion emerged the real Naruto, hands glowing with a strange electricity as he smashed his lethal attack straight through the earthen wall, shattering a large portion of it to pieces. The shocked enemy forces, who had yet to recover from the impact of the explosion and its successive shock wave, found themselves facing the real Naruto. A few soldiers tried to move in order to stop the blonde devil, but he had already waved his electrified right hand in the air. Chidori Senbon. With the help of his precise sharingan, Naruto fired hundreds of electrified Senbon-type attacks over the entire front line of the enemy force. Due to being in close range, many of the ninjas were directly hit by the attacks in their chakra points, making them collapse on the ground. The few who did manage to use their weapons as shields against his new version of Chidori were in for quite a shock when his attack tore apart those weapons before hitting vital chakra points. Not giving them a chance to launch a counterattack, he quickly made a handstand with the entire weight of his body lying on his right hand, while the left hand freely flowed in the air. I bet you haven't faced shock combat in your lives. Too bad for you, thought Naruto deviously. Chidori Nagashi, Chidori current. In a radius of 700 meters in every direction, sharp electric current lit up the already wet soil, acting as its conductor. The enemy commander now understood why he had fired those water bullets at them. He and a few sharp warriors saw what Naruto was about to do and jumped high in the air. They were proven right when the rest of their comrades were jolted with electric bolts that lit up the designated area. The people caught in the attack first went completely stiff while yelling in pain. Sustaining the attack for a duration of 10 seconds, Naruto then stopped channeling his chakra, and instantly the shocked enemy troops were now dropping like flies, unconscious on the ground. Kakashi was in for quite a surprise when the next time he saw his signature move being advanced in such ways. As he shifted back into his stance of standing straight on the ground, while the unconscious forms of nearly 250 soldiers were littered across the entire area. The remaining forces of Karen's royal army now had a little fear in their eyes, as they saw the lone man who had single-handedly taken out half of their force in a matter of minutes. They had learnt a hard lesson today, that sheer numbers would never work against someone like him. Instead of engaging them head-on in direct combat, the blonde shinobi had engaged in diversion and shock combat. The enemy commander was a tall man, having a large mustache. His dark brown hair were tied in a long ponytail. His large form combined with his samurai armor was enough to intimidate many warriors, but even he felt himself losing a little confidence when facing someone like this boy. He has effectively stopped us from using any ninjutsu against him. The entire area is now filled with the unconscious forms of my soldiers. If we attack with large, destructive attacks, my unconscious men will get caught in the crossfire. I barely have any genjutsu users left. We can only engage him in close-quarter combat. Let's hope our overwhelming numbers would allow us a momentary advantage, thought the enemy commander tactfully. His soldiers stiffened when they saw Naruto performing a set of hand seals. They prepared to defend themselves but were surprised when he simply smirked. Sweden. Mizoripa, water style. Violent water wave. Converting the already moisturized air of the area, Naruto created giant tidal wave of water. But instead of firing it at the enemy forces, he shifted his aim and fired it high in the air like a rising fountain. The attack simply rose higher and higher in the air, and just as he predicted, the enemy had seized this slight advantage by considering he misfired the jutsu, and were now charging towards him. Only if they knew that it was over. With Haku. The former Kiri ninja could only stare in disbelief as she saw Naruto fighting against his opponents. A new fear also rose in her heart when she saw what Naruto was truly made up of. She knew he was strong, but his sheer intelligence was equal in terms of an Anbu captain or even higher. Instead of relying in brute force, he fought smartly with quite brilliant tactics. Now she understood how Zabuza got defeated. She doubted he had even used more than 5% of his power, and this was his abilities while being weakened. So, he really could back up his status as an S-rank ninja, after all. You'll know what to do when the time is right. Haku remembered his words, and seeing the rising fountain in the sky was her cue to step in and finish the fight. Performing a rapid series of hand seals, she started using the newly formed water which Naruto had unleashed in the sky. Sensatsu Suisha, 1,000 flying water needles of death. The accumulated wave of water was converted into hundreds of ice needles, as Haku directed her hands downwards. Instantly the ice needles rained down on the unaware enemy soldiers. At first they started blocking them with their weapons, but Naruto had provided her ample amount of water to create at least 700 ice needles. And with the speed of their attacks simply didn't leave any chance for the enemy. Before they could even reach within 20 feet of Naruto, the remaining members of the royal army were taken down. She had not wounded them lethally, but enough to make them bleed. They were completely incapacitated, signifying the end of the fight. Even the enemy commander was hit by several senbon and was bleeding on the ground, as Naruto walked towards him. She lowered the crow towards the ground, which was now entirely covered with the unconscious and wounded forms of the enemy soldiers. With Naruto, the victorious Anbu captain currently towered over his defeated foe, his stoic gaze fixed on the enemy commander who was glaring daggers at him. If looks could kill, then Naruto would have been reduced to ashes. Alas, the man had no strength left in his injured body to back up his lust for vengeance. Naruto. You will pay for your crimes, against our great nation, said the enemy commander bitterly. And who shall render this divine judgment on me? Asked Naruto sarcastically. If only the fool beneath him knew how much he had served that nation, only to be betrayed at every turn. Her Highness will lay you to waste, promised the bleeding man, as Naruto smiled. I don't see her anywhere. She left you to die. I bet she has watched this battle from afar, sitting in her comfortable chambers. All of you were just pawns who were used to gauge my abilities. The real attack of Karen will come very soon, said Naruto deviously, but the man simply smiled victoriously. Then our sacrifice won't be in vain. Enough. Now kill us. I'll see you in hell, retorted the defeated man, only to find the shape of Naruto's sharingan changing. Then let me give you a present. The royal commander came face to face with the Mangekyo sharingan, and in that moment he understood what Naruto's true goal was from the very beginning. Blast it, you never intended to kill us from the very beginning. But rather, Yami number Sakai no Jutsu, World of Darkness. Haku, who had watched the entire conversation from afar, was amazed when all resistance vanished from the man's eyes. You are to serve me till the end of your life, commanded Naruto, and remained impassive when the entranced man bowed his head at Naruto's feet. Command me as you wish, Naruto-sama, replied the enemy commander devotedly. A soldier who once was a loyal warrior of Fire Nation was now the ultimate supporter of the blonde devil standing above him. Haku could only stare as he moved on the next soldier, then the next, and again and again. He was doing the same thing to every defeated soldier, effectively converting them into his pawns. Sure, they had tried to kill him, but seeing him do this also showed her that he had a dark side too. One that had far greater ambitions than she had imagined. At first she had thought that he simply wanted revenge against Konoha, but his actions tonight had shown her that Naruto had a more greater dream than simply destroying a village which had wronged him. And this was just the beginning of his crusade. Chapter 63, Heart. Next day, 18 hours after Battle of Kaminejima. The morning rays of the sun enlightened Haku's beautiful face, while the cool breeze made her long hair flow freely in the air. Currently seated atop a crow summon, her eyes were fixed on Naruto, who was sitting in front of her. His eyes were peacefully observing the beauty of nature around them. It had taken them a few hours, but Naruto had been thorough with his plan. He had taken control over the entire army of 500 soldiers that were sent to kill him. She still found it hard to believe that his eyes held such power in them. But she had also witnessed the soldiers who hated him switching their loyalties and bowing to him, swearing their lives for his safety and ambitions. She knew it was wrong, but at the same time it was for Naruto's dream. You have to find your own answer, Haku, said Naruto knowingly, breaking her chain of thoughts. She looked at him for a few seconds, before a tired sigh escaped from her lips. All of this was simply too much for her to accept in such a short amount of time. Was this the reason you brought me with you? To make me see what your true plan is? Asked Haku flatly, getting a nod from him. It was my intention, but simply enslaving soldiers is not my plan. It's something that will change this world forever. As a matter of fact, it will change the fate of humanity. You wanted to fight for me, that's why I showed you what path I am going to follow, and whether you will be able to do the same, explained Naruto patiently. And if I refuse, will you do the same thing to me as you did with those men? Asked Haku directly, her eyes looking straight in his own. For his part, Naruto never lost his cool or even felt cornered on her blatant question. No, there are a few people in this world whose will I won't bend for my ambition. You are one of them, but I will wipe out the little information you have about my plan. I'll simply let you live your own life, said Naruto frankly. Is it the right thing to do? Questioned Haku doubtfully. There is no right or wrong in this world, what's correct for me may be incorrect for me. The only thing that is true in this world is wish, said Naruto calmly. Wish, my heart yearns for a future free of war, or at the very least create a world where children are not made into killing machines. Where people are not taught to hate each other from the very beginning of their lives, and if for that dream to become a reality I have to do these things, then so be it. I don't care what people think about me. But Haku, my path is not for the weak. I can't promise you a light at the end of the road, as even I don't know what fate awaits me, explained Naruto deeply. A faint smile came on the girl's face as she saw his soft side, one that wished for the happiness of others at the cost of its own. This is the first time I've met someone like you, commented Haku pleasantly. I get that a lot, my only regret will be that I can't be together with Kurenai. I'm not afraid of dying, but not having her in my life is the worst punishment for my sins. But Valkyrie will help in creating a better world for her and my few friends back home, so I have no choice but to go on. He stopped speaking and averted his eyes from her. She noticed his hands trembling a little. And it didn't take a genius to figure out that Kurenai was Naruto's Achilles heel, his greatest weakness. Do you really not desire to let her be a part of this plan? She loves you a lot, maybe she'll, suggested Haku, but he shook his head quickly. When you love someone with everything in your heart, you can't put them through something like this. I don't want her to live a life of being hated by the entire world, not even for my sake. But knowing her, she would not stop coming after me again and again. I simply don't have any answers when it comes to her, said Naruto helplessly. I understand what you feel for her, but as your friend I would suggest meeting with her. If what you said about the first phase of your plan is true, then there is a lot of time left before we make our move. Doing something like this takes a lot of courage, and once we start it there is no going back. Sort out your feelings, Naruto, you are the leader of our revolution. Everything depends on you, said Haku seriously. What good will meeting her do? Won't it pain her when I do that? Asked Naruto worriedly. Perhaps, but in your quest for the future you can't just ignore the present. I have seen people like you who rebelled against the system, even Zabuza-sama yearned for happiness in his own way. And so do you, living a little for yourself even for a short time is no sin. As far as your actions hurting Kurenai, I can't say that it may happen or not. But the time you spend with each other will forever be remembered in your hearts. Our path is full of pain and suffering, Naruto. So, at the very least we deserve to be happy even for a short time period, suggested Haku sagely. Naruto seemed hesitant, but her words sounded so good. He would be lying if he didn't want to go and meet Kurenai right now. There was only so much pain a person could take. The only reason he was able to go so far in Operation Ghost was due to the memories of his happier times with Kurenai, and the rest of his friends' family in Konoha. Haku was right, he had a lot of loose ends to cover. Maybe this was the right thing to do. With Kurenai. Few hours later. The Genjutsu mistress was currently busy in packing the little clothes she had brought during her weekly visit to Seisukuma Islands. The main reason behind her visit was never fulfilled, and instead she had to suffer one of the worst setbacks of her life. The man she had loved with all her heart didn't want anything with her anymore. She had tried to meet him continuously since the past 2 days after their disastrous meeting, only to find out that he was out on missions. First by himself, and then with Haku. Just the name of that teenage girl was enough to make Kurenai angry to the core. It was a fact that Naruto and her relationship was on rocky terms. And the girl had simply taken advantage of that weakness, or maybe she had been too hard on Naruto. Any normal person would have called her crazy for being so madly in love with a ninja who was supposedly a traitor to her village, and one who had made her feel grave pain in the past. But only if they could understand that Naruto had been by her side during her rough times. She was a mess after what happened with Yakumo. Many people had judged her for the cruel action she had to take. But not him. He was one of the very few people who supported her decision, and helped her get over the depression. Before they even fell in love, he had been a good friend when she needed one the most. So, what if his life got messed up due to this stupid operation? Was she just supposed to abandon him? Cast him aside like a useless piece of trash? She may not be too expressive in displaying her emotions to the people she cared, but that didn't mean that she was a cold-hearted bitch. However, both her and Naruto had two great drawbacks to themselves. One was a liar and was hell-bent on protecting his lover, that he was willing to cast her aside and make himself look as evil. While she lacked the insight to see the real truth hidden beneath a pile of lies, by the time she discovers the truth things get much worse. Result her current situation. She blinked in surprise when the door of her room was unlocked without permission. Reacting on her instincts, she grabbed a kunai from her pouch. Not 2 seconds later, the same weapon fell down on the floor with a resonating thud. As there standing on her door was Naruto himself. His new attire as well as appearance was certainly a surprise. An awkward silence prevailed between them, as she stood her ground not saying a word. While on the other hand, he tried to search for a point from where he could start a conversation. Damn, this was really awkward. Hi. And just like that, she face-palmed hard on the floor on hearing his silly greeting. A small tick mark was visible on her forehead as he nervously gave a forced smile. What are you doing here? Asked Kurenai vaguely, while walking towards the couch. Haku said you visited and had something to say, so, suggested Naruto hesitantly, as she glared at him. Oh, so you finally have time for little old me. Or does Haku always keep you on a leash? Asked Kurenai sarcastically, as he quickly waved his hands. It's not like that. She simply stared at him while he seemed to be gathering courage, debating with himself whether this was the right decision or not. His rational mind was screaming at him not to do this, to continue the lie which he had told her. But his heart was an entire different story. If he could not be honest with her, then he was simply suppressing her will like others. He could not make all decisions for her. I lied to you about Haku, about everything that day, said Naruto honestly, as her glare intensified. Tell me something which I don't know, Naruto, scolded Kurenai harshly. She was further irritated when he didn't say anything, and just stood there like a child who was being scolded by a parent. She sighed tiredly while gently massaging her forehead that was giving her quite a headache. Sit. He obeyed immediately and went to sit on the bed further away from her, which only made her growl in frustration. Not there, you idiot. He had the good grace to look a little embarrassed as he changed direction and instead went to sit on her couch. Even then, he still maintained a little distance, hoping she wouldn't tear his head off. Why? It all felt like a déjà vu for him as he found himself on the receiving end of that question again, after he had hoped to avoid such a situation again. But just like his inner self had said, his naive selfless nature only caused more trouble for him. I was getting close to Orochimaru. The day after I met you I had to go to meet him. I'm strong, but he was a Sannin. The stakes were too high and I was not sure whether he would believe my cover story. There was a high possibility of me dying that day, said Naruto truthfully, and was relieved when the anger vanished from her eyes. The fury in her eyes was replaced by great concern as she edged closer to him, and grasped his hand. Orochimaru was one of the most dangerous ninja of their world, and after what he had told her it didn't take her long to connect the dots. Have you done a mastery in stupidity? Asked Kurenai in disbelief, and couldn't help from laughing out loud when he pouted. I was just looking out for you, protested Naruto childishly, but deep down he found her laugh to be quite reliving. How long had it been since he had seen her this overjoyed? And right there his heart threw his rational mind straight out of the window. He wanted this, the weight of the entire world which he seemed to be carrying on his shoulders, all his pain, sufferings just didn't bother him when he was near her. If acting a little stupid could make her smile this much, then he was ready to do this for the rest of his life. Haku was right, every second of this time would be memorable to him. After a few moments of laughter, she saw him simply staring at her with a satisfied look in his eyes. She could clearly see regret in those eyes, but there was no doubt that he cared about her happiness so much, that he was willing to make himself suffer. You know, you didn't have to lie about being with Haku. That was a low blow, said Kurenai bitterly. It still hurt her when she remembered the pain she felt in that moment of lie. Placing a hand on his cheek, she gently gave the soft skin a few gentle strokes with her fingers. How long will you punish yourself for my sake? Punishment is the code of my life, whether I want it or not. We're like polar opposites, light and dark. After everything that has happened in my life, I figured it would be better if you move on if I were to die by Orochimaru's hands. If you were safe and sound from all this mess, then it was good enough for me, confessed Naruto sadly. Then what changed your mind? Questioned Kurenai seriously. After that dangerous meeting with Orochimaru, I realized the promise that I made to you in Wave. I promised to let you make your own decisions, and not bend your will through my lies. I can never keep any promise to you, can I? Said Naruto disappointedly, guilt clearly visible in his eyes. You're really tired, aren't you? Asked Kurenai sympathetically. She could barely imagine the pressure under which he was working, while facing the hatred of the entire world and bearing it all on his young shoulders. He had always been like this, and for her it was one of his strengths. There is just no end to all of this, one thing keeps on happening after another. Sometimes it makes me wonder if there is any point to all of my struggles. Maybe it would have been right if I died after eliminating Root. At least it would have prevented me from doing more and more sins, said Naruto tiredly. He felt her squeezing his shoulder quite roughly, while rewarding him with a harsh glare. How can you talk like that? Asked Kurenai angrily. I'm not as strong as you are, Kurenai, replied Naruto silently, but it only bolstered her resolve furthermore. So, you can't live if you're not strong. Wrong. By living and continuing to fight we prove that we are strong. There is always light after an era of darkness, no matter how bleak the circumstances may look. We should never lose hope, argued Kurenai vehemently, but he simply didn't look in her eyes and continued to stare at the couch beneath them. You're too optimistic. His depressed answer poured hot oil over the newly rising anger in her heart. Grabbing him by the collar of his cloak, she lifted him up, instantly making contact with his eyes. Her ruby-colored ones glared into them. Kurenai. What the two didn't realize that the couch had simply not been able to adjust to the newly shifted weight, and rolled over, making both of them collapse with it. His hand instantly reached behind her head to protect it from banging against the floor, while her arm snaked around his back to stop him from rolling over violently and crashing against the nearby table. Both of them ended up in quite an awkward position, with Naruto falling completely on top of Kurenai. Each and every inch of their bodies was pressed against their partner, as a strange new feeling evolved in their gut. Kurenai could actually feel the warmth radiating from his body, while the blonde Anbu captain was quite aroused by being this close to her. The only saving grace was Kurenai's beautiful hair falling over her face and covering the blush that had arrived on her cheeks. For not only being the cause of them ending up in this position, but for also enjoying this new sensation. But it didn't stop her ruby eyes from staring in his dark black eyes. Before things could get awkward any further, Naruto gave her a reassuring smile which did well in easing her anxiety. Kurenai, there is something which I need to say to you, said Naruto cautiously. His rational mind was yelling at him to stop him from doing this. But for once in his painful life, he decided to take a risk. Decided to be a little selfish. And it seemed Kurenai had the same thoughts. I also have something to say to you, said Kurenai nervously, completely unsure of how well he would take the tragic news she had brought for him. He seemed to have stopped, trying to think of a way to make all of this work. Neither of them were in any kind of emotional state for whatever they wanted to say to each other, and this feeling which he was experiencing right now, he wanted it to last longer, much, much longer. Would you like to spend a day with me? Just you and me, no missions or anything. Simply the two of us spending a day together as normal people, suggested Kurenai knowingly, and was overjoyed when the smile on his face grew wider. You're always so right, complimented Naruto happily, while removing a small strand of her hair that was falling over her eyes. I just want us to be together, that's my only wish, said Kurenai weakly, her voice losing the previous confidence it had. Kurenai. A small stream of tears slipped from her eyes, as she placed one of her hands on his cheeks. I thought I'd never see you again, Naruto, said Kurenai sadly, a soft sob escaping from her mouth. Placing both of his thumbs gently on her cheeks, he gently wiped away the streams of tears. At first he seemed hesitant as his eyes were fixed on her lips. He could still hear her sobbing despite him stopping her tears momentarily, and for the first time he showed a little courage. Moving forward, he smashed his lips against her. He was neither slow or fast. Rather, he had simply claimed her lips as if he owned them, ravishing the welcoming sensation as he relished this feeling. Right from the soft touch of her cheeks, to the strange scent of Ladies' perfume that was radiating from her, to the strawberry-like taste in her mouth. Kurenai's breath got hitched for a second when she felt this arousing sensation, sending jolts of electricity across her entire body. A soft moan elicited from her when he caressed her tongue with his own. Letting go of all restraints she had maintained over these months, she kissed him back vigorously. He seemed to like the gesture and fought back quite passionately as her tongue tried to wrestle control on her side. All barriers were teared apart, as the feelings of the past rekindled again in their hearts. Which brought a smile on a fox's face. Chapter 64. Little Heaven. A pair of sharingan eyes were currently fixed on the silhouette of a nearby apartment. Just like the past 7 days. A frown could easily be seen on the face of this shinobi, as he arrived at a disappointing conclusion. Something bad was going on, an obstacle to his plan, and it had to be dealt with as swiftly as possible. Performing a set of hand seals, the ninja quickly disappeared from the vicinity, leaving no trace of him ever being present. A curt knock was heard on the door of his apartment, which was enough to disturb his sleep and get him out of bed. Although the woman beside him was certainly not happy when her source of heat went out of her arms. He stifled a yawn as he slowly opened the door of his apartment, wondering who the hell could be up so early. He certainly feared it was not a man dressed in a green-colored jumpsuit. Kakashi was visibly surprised when instead of Guy, he saw a very familiar but least expected person standing on his doorstep. Sasuke? Asked Kakashi in surprise, getting a nod from the young Uchiha. Kakashi figured it was the boy's way of saying, "Good morning." By now everyone knew Sasuke was not a person who liked to talk much. He rather talked through his actions. "You need something?" asked Kakashi lazily, while blocking a pillow thrown at him and Sasuke by a sleepy, disgruntled Anko. Sasuke simply arched a bemused eyebrow, but that expression vanished when he saw Kakashi narrowing his gaze. Geez, the guy was overprotective of his woman. Besides, it would be a cold day in hell before he ever felt anything remotely romantic for a sadistic bitch like Anko. He rather preferred someone more elegant. And Uchiha had certain standards to maintain, after all. Hello. Seeing Kakashi wave his hand in front of him was enough to disrupt his thought process, and he decided to get back to work. "I'll make this simple so you can go back to her rather quickly. Where's Kurenai?" asked Sasuke directly, never mincing any words. For a minor second he saw surprise just about to appear in the copy ninja's eyes before he schooled his features. But Sasuke's eyes had seen enough to determine that Kakashi knew where she was. "Why are you asking?" questioned Kakashi nonchalantly, asking as if it was the most simple question on earth. "What do you need from her? At this hour in the morning?" retorted the copy ninja suspiciously, as Sasuke shrugged his shoulders. "I need her help with my genjutsu. Since she's the captain of our force and part of my old team, I want her help. I wouldn't have bothered you guys if I knew where she was, but Kurenai's not at her home since the past few days. Is she on a mission? Because if she is, I'll just ask the Hokage and not bother you further," explained Sasuke coolly, never losing his composure despite Kakashi's firm gaze fixed on him. After all, he had just sent the ball back into Kakashi's court. He had already verified that Kurenai was out of Konoha, and neither was she on a mission. It only left a selected few outcomes, none of which were too acceptable to him, knowing she was someone's Achilles heel. Knowing lying would only raise further questions, Kakashi decided to play the impassive card. "Maybe she went somewhere. You know the force is on standby after our victory in Wave. Maybe she took some time off." "Don't worry, she'll be here soon enough," said Kakashi vaguely. The 7-day window which he had arranged for Kurenai was ending today, and it won't be long before people started noticing. She was the captain of a fucking force, and a newly minted hero in the eyes of the public. Questions were soon going to fly. I see, I'll take my leave then. Sorry for disturbing you, said Sasuke calmly. I'll see you later, Sasuke, replied Kakashi with an eye smile, as he slowly shut the door. Kurenai, you better get back soon enough, prayed the copy ninja as an afterthought. As soon as the door was shut, Sasuke vanished into a puff of smoke, revealing himself to be a shadow clone. Uchiha compound. A tired sigh escaped from the real Sasuke's lips as he received the memory of his dispelled shadow clone, who knew that technique could prove to be so useful. He had seen Naruto make several one of them, and had copied the jutsu with his infamous eyes. The only thing he lacked was the chakra reserves, which he got when his Mangekyo activated, and put in weeks of training he could now make at least 2 shadow clones. More with the help of energy pills. But right now his attention was only fixed on one thing. Kurenai Yuhi. He at least acknowledged that woman as someone who could be considered as a friend, but it would be a mistake to think he would spare her if she came in the way of Valkyrie. As a matter of fact, anyone who came in the way of Valkyrie would be dealt with mercilessly. For their plan to succeed, he needed Naruto. He needed his friend's powers. Naruto was the stronger one among them in terms of powers, but he was extremely vulnerable. He could be easily compromised if something was connected to Kurenai. He had thought about this for days, ever since both of them made a pledge to create a new world. And after a thorough analysis, he had arrived at a final conclusion. Kurenai Yuhi had to be put in the ground. She was an anomaly, an unpredictable weapon who was the biggest threat to Valkyrie. He didn't trust a word that came out of Kakashi's mouth. Something bad was going on. He could feel it in the air. Dressed in his clan's uniform, he put a dark hooded trench coat while placing a lethal crossbow on his back. He had a wild guess as to where she was right now. Sazekuma Island. Standing in the balcony of a hotel, a blond boy could be seen smoking a cigarette while being dressed in his boxers. A happy smile plastered on his lips as the cool morning breeze hit his bare chest. The smile didn't last long when his precious smoke was thrown away by a flick of an offending finger. But before a frown could arrive on his face he felt a pair of soft hands encircle around his chest from behind. You're not gonna let it be, are you? Asked Naruto tiredly. Nope, replied Kurenai in a sing-song voice, eliciting a groan from him which only made her laugh more. Besides, smoking is harmful to you, scolded Kurenai, as he just stared at her. I'm a grown man, I can handle it. Anyway, the fox in my gut has it covered, said Naruto nonchalantly, and smirked. I'm not your fucking servant, growled Kurama, but stopped when he realized that he technically was a slave right now. And it seemed Naruto knew it, resulting a smirk arriving on his lips. Damn you, and your hip cool attitude, cursed the Kyuubi. Kurenai simply shook her head in exasperation. This was one of his habits she didn't like, but tolerated it to some extent, and since he was not lighting up another one she let it slide. So, what you wanna do today? Asked Naruto curiously, trying to divert her attention with a cheeky smile on his face. Maybe a romantic movie. There's a good one in the theaters this week, said Kurenai excitedly, showing her childish side for the first time. Naruto resisted the urge to slam his head on the railing. The mere idea of something like that was repulsive to him. Chicks, muttered Naruto knowingly. Did you say something? Asked Kurenai curiously, as he quickly gave a false smile. Sure, why not? Let's go for a romantic movie, said Naruto forcefully, but acted quite well to hide his reluctance. He was not a liar for nothing. She looked at him for a few seconds, before planting a chastised kiss on his lips. That's the spirit, I'll get ready. You should too, suggested Kurenai cheerfully, as he gave a weak nod. Yeah, just give me a minute. As soon as she was gone inside the bathroom, he banged his head against the railing. He wanted to see the new Ika Ika. Tekahar Chronicles. Why was such a small wish so hard to fulfill? It actually made him miss the times when he went to see those movies with Kakashi, and was even sometimes joined by a disguised Hiruzen. Good times. Fuck me, cursed Naruto. Right there a small pool of poop landed on his nose, as the cackling of a crow could be heard in the sky. Aho, idiot. Aho, idiot. Naruto was left dumbfounded, his mouth agape in shock before the pent-up frustration took its toll on him. You've got to be fucking kidding me. screeched Naruto. And it was enough to bring a victorious smile back on Kurama's lips. The reaction of his container was too priceless. Few hours later, coming out of a theater after watching the said movie, one could easily see a satisfied smile on Kurenai's face. She had loved the damn thing, while snuggling up to him the whole time. While Naruto had to do everything in his power, just not to get up from his seat and kill the writer who wrote the stupid shit called a story. And to his misfortune Kurenai noticed it, and pinched him lightly. You didn't like it, it was so good, boasted Kurenai, as he just nodded. No, it was good, lied Naruto, as she rolled her eyes. Come on, out with it, said Kurenai knowingly. She loved playing bossy and Naruto had practically given her free rein today. Oh, she was definitely going to enjoy this. After watching 3 hours of that frustrated movie, Naruto jumped on the chance to raise his displeasure. You call that a romance story? The girl with whom the hero ended up with barely had any development, hell they hardly had any screen time during the entire movie. Sure, she loved him but where was the fucking romance in the entire movie? All the time, the hero seemed interested in another girl, and he flipped shit in the end. Asked Naruto distastefully. Oh, calm down, it's all about true love, said Kurenai dreamily. So, the girl's feelings are the only thing that matters. What about the hero? He seemed genuinely interested in the other one. I don't understand the logic, said Naruto with a frown. It seems you hate the heroine, replied Kurenai flatly. I didn't like her, but I don't hate her. I would have liked some build-up to their relationship, instead of a flash epilogue where they are together out of nowhere. Seems like lazy writing to me, answered Naruto honestly. Ah, we have a writer here, joked Kurenai, which even made him smile a little. I'm just glad you loved it, that's at least my consolation prize, said Naruto happily, which made her very happy. I know you are not fond of this stuff, but I'm glad you came regardless and were so observant. It shows that you at least cared, and it means a lot to me, thanked Kurenai gratefully. I just wanna do the right thing, said Naruto peacefully, which rewarded him a kiss on his cheek. He would definitely not mind more of those. I understand your point, and by logic you are correct to an extent. But you can never be sure when it comes to love, it's not a calculated result. It just happens and you have no control over it, and sometimes two people are simply not fated to be together or have bad luck, explained Kurenai calmly. She was surprised when he suddenly stopped walking, a conflicted expression visible in his eyes as he stared at the ground. Averting his eyes from her, her casual words had unknowingly struck a deep blow to him, and reminded him of the thing he had to say to her. Grasping his face with her delicate hands, she made him look her in the eye. After knowing each other for years, she didn't need any explanation as to what had suddenly troubled him. That's not gonna happen with us, said Kurenai confidently, as he stared at her hesitantly. How can you be so sure? After everything that? Because we love each other. Her confident reply was the right thing which he needed, the little kick that had kept his hopes alive all this time. Besides, I'm a sucker for happy endings, I'll damn well make sure I have one. I promise you, said Kurenai challengingly, as he gave a happy nod in return. You sure? Asked Naruto teasingly, as she lightly punched his arm. Damn right I am, even if I have to drag your ass back from hell itself. Never doubt a woman's conviction, and certainly not of one who was in love, said Kurenai sagely, as he raised his hands in surrender. No argument there, Kurenai-sama, retorted the blonde boy, making her chuckle. I could definitely get used to that title, joked Kurenai. Ah-ha. Both of them continued walking together, having their fun every now and then until Kurenai noticed a poster on a nearby wall. A wicked idea coming in her mind. She merely nudged Naruto, and his eyes practically popped out of his sockets when he saw that poster. Wanna go? Offered Kurenai with a smirk on her face. If he could bear a romantic movie then she could also do this for him. She was surprised when he instantly grabbed her and planted a passionate kiss on her lips, completely uncaring about the bemused stares of the people near them. You're so awesome, Kurenai-chan. Town Square. Few minutes later. When she had expected him to be excited on coming to a rock concert, she had not expected him to go batshit crazy. It was quite surprising and embarrassing for her to see him jumping like a kid who had arrived in the most awesome candy store. He was cheering, yelling in her opinion, jumping excitedly. Doing everything a young teenager his age was supposed to do instead of bearing the weight of the entire fucking world on his shoulders. It pleased her seeing him enjoy like this, it made her know more about his likes as well. The sound of a wild tone from the lead guitarist echoed through the entire stadium, and the crowd, including little old Naruto, screamed in joy. Woohoo! Kurenai had to place her fingers in her ears in order to prevent her from going deaf. How could someone enjoy this loud music? Duh! Obviously the idiot beside her. Although it did irk her when she saw Naruto eyeing the female guitarist as if she was a goddamn princess. Listen to the music, Kurenai-chan. Have you heard anything so sweet? Asked Naruto a little too happily, as she narrowed her eyes at him. Jealousy evident in her eyes, she wanted him to only look at her like that. Oh, she could always use that. But for now, she would enjoy teasing him. You know, if you two wanna get a room just let me know, Naruto, said Kurenai sarcastically, expecting him to blush madly and start apologizing or explaining. Instead, Naruto looked at the female guitarist more passionately. Two could definitely play the game, and see who drops the ball. Oh, don't listen to her, Akeno-chan, said Naruto teasingly, and turned his complete attention to the rock band. Hey, yelled Kurenai indigently. She nearly lost her balance when Naruto swept her off from her feet and placed her on his shoulders, and it didn't take long for a rather embarrassed blush to come on her cheeks. How long is this concert? Asked Naruto loudly, the music of the band getting louder and louder. 2 motherfucking hours, screeched Kurenai, as her ears nearly went deaf. Highway to hell, highway to hell. The lead singer Akeno and her support started singing loudly, with Naruto following right behind while bouncing up and down. Completely forgetting that Kurenai was seated on his shoulders. So, she did the only thing she could. I'm gonna kill you motherfucker Naruto. 2 hours later, oops, Naruto barely evaded the punch which a disheveled Kurenai sent his way. Her hair were a mess. The charming massacre makeup of hers was completely ruined, and what was most dangerous was her hand that was painfully grabbing her sore ass. Oh, he was so dead. Oops, you call that a fucking oops? Yelled Kurenai madly, while sending a plastic bottle at his head. And he was evading everything she sent his way, which was only serving to increase her fury. Kurama and the tourists on the island were chuckling hilariously as the couple ran through the streets and alleys. Well, Naruto was doing the running part with Kurenai hot in pursuit. Now with a rather large stick in her only free hand. Kurenai-chan, calm down. I'll massage your ass for you, yelled Naruto thoughtlessly. He was definitely shell-shocked when he looked back again, only to see not only Kurenai but a horde of rather pissed of women with similar sticks in their hands running towards him. And they were getting danger close. I'll shove this stick so far up your ass, where even the sun won't shine. Promised Kurenai murderously. Hell yeah, Shanaru, I'm so dead, muttered Naruto worriedly, until an idea came in his mind. Kurenai and her newly established woman brigade were surprised when Naruto stopped running, and turned towards them. Hands raised in the air as a sign of surrender. Hey, are you ladies part of a woman's right agency or something? Asked Naruto dumbly, as Kurama face-palmed inside his cage. Hell yeah, you pervert, screeched the so-called leader, with Kurenai giving him an evil glare promising a lot of pain. Intel, look, there goes Masashi Kishimoto, the publisher of Ika Ika series, said Naruto victoriously, and pointed his finger at the famous personality. Who was strangely signing autographs demanded by men, made him wonder about the man's tastes. Naruto laughed hysterically when the woman brigade instantly turned their predatory gaze upon the infamous publisher of Jiraiya's books. The man had the sense to start running, although Naruto doubted Kishi would be escaping from this one unscathed. Hey, I did give him a head start, although I do wonder if Jiraiya won't kill me, mused Naruto. And right at the same time, outside of a hot springs in Konoha, a Sanin loudly sneezed. Which in turn, gave away his secret position used for peeping on women. Talk about coincidence at best, both publisher and writer running for their lives. Made you wonder about the fate of the next novel. I'm awesome, proclaimed Naruto proudly. He freezed when Kurenai grabbed his ear. Damn it, he forgot about her. I beg to differ, and so do they, said Kurenai very sweetly, as Naruto fearfully looked back. only to find almost every man in the entire island standing behind him, glaring daggers at him with their murderous eyes. Fuck. Save me, thought Naruto comically. The only thing he received was the snoozing sound of the Kyuubi peacefully sleeping inside his cage. Kurenai simply turned towards the mob of men, while pointing a finger towards the cornered Naruto. Sick boys. No. Island entrance. Standing atop the gates, was a tall man wearing a rather large trench coat. A crossbow visible on his back, as he stared at the large island in front of him. His Mangekyo trying to search for his target. It's time to end this. Chapter 65. The Choices We Make. He stared at his own reflection in the shining mirror. The few drops of water were still rolling down his face as he just barely finished washing his skin. It was hard for him to believe that the past 24 hours had perhaps been the best time of his life. After his escape from Konoha, he had never dreamed of experiencing such joy again in his life. Kurenai Yuhi. Words couldn't describe how madly he was in love with her. She was the bright light that had always illuminated his dark destiny. Just by being near her he felt complete. Making her smile gave his life meaning. Her melodious laugh made him forget the horrible memories of his past. Laying beside her in bed prevented any nightmares from haunting his peaceful sleep. He had fought countless battles in his life. Some he had won, some he had lost. However, the battle of the heart was the one in which he was neither winning or losing. Instead, he found himself stuck in between two raging sides which were his heart and mind. All his life he had followed his mind and made the choices which he thought were best for his precious people, but it had also hurt them in many ways. On the other hand, whenever he tried to follow his heart, he risked destroying everything his friends and Ray died for. Valkyrie. He was dead set on going through with it, and there were no second thoughts in his mind about it. The only question that was troubling his heart, whether to make Kurenai a part of it, or to let her go and forever distance himself away from her. Haku had told him to follow his heart and let Kurenai make a choice between him and Konoha. While Sasuke had strictly told him to follow his mind like he always had, and cast Kurenai aside without ever looking back. He actually chuckled when he found himself indulging in such an introverted discussion with himself in a washroom of a fancy restaurant. Granted, he had brought Kurenai here for fun, but had quickly excused himself in order to sort out of his thoughts. But even after 10 minutes of arguing with himself, he was not able to arrive at a decision. I can't keep her waiting anymore, thought Naruto hurriedly, as he straightened his clothes and adjusted his hair a little. In the end, he still needed more time to make the most important decision of his life. Kurenai was patiently sitting in her chair. The atmosphere around her was quite pleasant. The people around her were quite happy and were enjoying themselves. The restaurant staff, despite being heavily overworked, still had smiles on their faces. A sweet music was being played by a local band on whose tune a few couples could be seen dancing. From what whispers she had heard, this was one of the most costliest places on the entire island and even harder to book a table. It made her quite happy that Naruto was paying so much attention to her, and going out of his way to take care of her. She never had a penchant for expensive things or places, but maybe being here with Naruto was making her happy. Things finally seemed normal between them. She was not entirely blinded in this sea of joy. There was something which she had sensed. Something which was troubling Naruto. She remembered he had tried to talk about it with her yesterday but didn't go through with it. Now that she thought about it, something always stopped him from discussing that problem with her. A smile came on her face when he returned from the washroom, an apologetic smile being directed towards her. Her eyes couldn't help but see how similar Naruto was becoming in looks and habits with Minato Namikaze. She had seen a few pictures of the fourth Hokage, and his son had the exact same smile and clumsy nature which a few people like Kakashi spoke of. "Sorry for making you wait," apologized Naruto sincerely, as she shook her head with a smile. "It's no problem. So, what would you like to eat?" asked Kurenai kindly, but he offered her the menu instead. "Remember, this is my treat, and so order whatever you want. I'll go with your choice," replied Naruto simply, and was intrigued when she giggled. "What's so funny?" "Oh, I just thought that you would order ramen like you always do." "It's quite surprising," said Kurenai humorlessly, but he shook his head in negative. "I'm not that naive anymore, Kurenai. Being near Nono and Tsunade has taught me a few lessons regarding how to treat a woman," admitted Naruto, which only made her even more happy. "I'm happy to hear that, but," said Kurenai mysteriously, and pushed her hand into the small bag which she was carrying. He had seen her casting a genjutsu when they sat on the table. Since they were already disguised, he had asked her why did she do that. Her answer was rather vague, "You'll see it when the time is right." His eyes practically popped out of their sockets when he saw her taking out 2 instant miso ramen cups, ones which had the famous stamp of Ichiraku. She couldn't help but feel good when he stared, not at the ramen cups but at her. There was a strange moisture visible in his eyes, and he never uttered a single word even as she ordered some other dishes. He just continued to look at her. "I thought you'd like to eat your favorite dish. Chuki and Ayame miss you a lot," said Kurenai calmly. She got confused when he averted his gaze from her and gently grabbed one of her hands. Worried that he might have gotten upset, she quickly went forward and lifted his chin with her finger, only to see a small tear slipping from his eye. "Thank you." "Huh, what are you crying for?" "I just brought some Ichiraku ramen, that's all," said Kurenai nonchalantly, while gently caressing his cheek. "It's not just the ramen, you always remember and take care of all my wishes. It's hard to explain and may seem trivial to you, but what you do for someone like me who has always experienced alienation from society is invaluable. These little things which you do for me, give meaning to my life and makes me wish for a tomorrow despite everything. To wake up by your side in the morning and watch the sun rise the sky," explained Naruto happily, completely taking her by surprise. Her own cheeks started sporting a dark blush, as she looked in his overjoyed eyes. "I'm simply doing the same things which you did for me when I was completely broken. Alone we are incomplete, but when we are together I feel as if I'm living in an entire different world. A world where I'm happy and at peace. Can we always stay like this, Naruto?" asked Kurenai hopefully, and looked him straight in the eye. He suddenly found himself getting cornered as her question was directly demanding him to let her know the truth. Fortunately he was saved when the waiter disrupted their conversation and placed their ordered dishes with a polite smile. With the moment getting disrupted, he shifted his attention towards the food rather quickly. He pretended to be very hungry, as she smiled and gave a nod which was more than enough for him to dig into the food. His tensed heart was quite relieved when she herself started eating the food, and was quite impressed with the taste which earned him some more praise. "So, how are things back in Konoha?" asked Naruto quickly, after finishing a handful of ramen. Seriously, he had missed this dish. He really needed to find a way to get a constant supply of this godly dish. "Nothing much. Anko has moved in with Kakashi. Sakura became Shizune Kato's apprentice. Kakashi and Asuma are actually working hard for a change and making their teams practice more and more," said Kurenai calmly, as most of her attention was focused on her food. "It was actually quite delicious." "Whoa, Anko moved in with Kakashi. Sakura became someone's apprentice, and Kakashi is actually working. WTF, yelled Naruto in shock. Fortunately the genjutsu which she placed near their table prevented the other customers from getting annoyed by him. "I know it's hard to believe, but everyone's doing their best to move on ever since Choji died." The sound of a spoon colliding with the table reached her ears, and only when she looked at the shell-shocked look in his eyes did she realize the grave mistake she had made. "See Choji. How? When? What?" stammered Naruto. He couldn't even find words to express himself. How could this have happened? Choji was one of his oldest friends, and to think he died. It was impossible, it was a joke. "I'm sorry, I didn't know you were," said Kurenai worriedly, but was stopped when he slammed his hand lightly on the table. "Is it true or not? Answer me, Kurenai," replied Naruto very strictly, desperation clearly evident in his voice. "I'm sorry, Naruto, but Choji was killed in action along with many other Konoha shinobi during the wave invasion," answered Kurenai solemnly. She immediately rushed towards his side as he collapsed in his chair. He even dropped the chopsticks used to eat ramen. Kurenai quickly enwrapped him in a comforting hug, but he remained numb and didn't even try to latch onto her for comfort. It happened again. Kurenai gently broke the hug and noticed the broken look in his eyes as he clenched his fists tightly. "Naruto, I couldn't protect another one of my friends. I took this mission to save their lives. To provide valuable intel and sabotage the enemies so that my friends and loved ones don't die, and yet," said Naruto defeatedly, as she gently caressed his cheek. "Hiruzen didn't tell you about this." No, he never tells me anything about the village unless I ask him. She gritted her teeth in anger. Her dislike for the third Hokage had just went up another notch. How much had he lied to Naruto? How much more information was being kept hidden from him? Choji had been one of Naruto's good friends, and Hiruzen should have at least informed Naruto of his demise. But that would be an obstacle in Naruto's mission. Even then, he had a right to know. Hiruzen, thought Kurenai bitterly. Did he? Asked Naruto sadly, as she gave him a nod. Yeah, it was quick and painless. Choji died an honorable death, said Kurenai sympathetically. However, she was violently shocked when his Mangekyo flared instantly, a sea of anger and hatred visible in his powerful eyes. There is no honor in dying. I've watched countless friends die, and there is nothing honorable in it. The sad part is that a person like Choji died for capturing a scum like Gato. His death would have been honorable and meaningful, if Fire Nation had tried to help Wave Country get back on its feet. That nation is ruined now and people are dying like flies every day as no one is coming to their aid. It makes all my work meaningless, said Naruto bitterly. We're ninja, Naruto. This is the fate which each of us shares. There can be no peace in this war-torn world, expressed Kurenai honestly, but was shocked on seeing the defiance increasing in his eyes. She didn't realize that she was actually staring into his Mangekyo sharingan that was spinning wildly, and suddenly found herself being transported somewhere. Flashback. Few years ago, Kurenai suddenly found herself standing in the middle of a battlefield. Everywhere there were bodies of men, women and children scattered. Rain was also heavily pouring down from the sky and getting mixed with the blood on the surface. Most of the people were dead, and were wearing Iwa Anbu uniforms. Judging from the dense trees, this was a part of Fire Nation's territory. But none of the Konoha shinobi had heard of this incident. Everything seemed so confusing until she saw 3 young boys wearing faceless masks being surrounded by a squad of Iwa Anbu. It didn't take her a moment to recognize the blonde kid that was wielding a tanto, and was worriedly looking towards the eldest one among his group. Shin, what should we do? Asked little Naruto worriedly, and received a bonk from Sai. No names, idiot. Have you forgotten what we were taught in training? Asked Sai in an irritated voice, as Naruto glared at him. We are still in training, moron. What kind of idiot sends trainees to face an Anbu squad? Seethed Naruto, instantly silencing his friend. You two stay back, I'll handle them, said Shin calmly, and shot a glare towards a protesting Naruto. Kurenai was left speechless when Shin, who was barely 1 or 2 years older than his teammates, quickly killed the 5 Iwa Anbu after a fierce Kenjutsu battle. She also counted the 20 other bodies that were lying around. A few of them had faceless masks like Naruto. These are children, thought Kurenai in shock. She saw one of the kids was still alive and coughing up blood. Was this the kind of training Naruto went through en route? Naruto, Shin and Sai quickly came running towards the injured girl who had a stab wound in her chest and was slowly fading into darkness. Squad leader, Shin gently grabbed the hand of the 7-year-old girl, and noticed the desperation evident in her eyes. All of them were trained to some extent in healing arts, but even a novice like him could see that there was nothing he could do for the girl. And it seemed she knew it too. Seiko, said Shin gently, as Sai continued to send medical chakra to her wound in order to make her end peaceful. Was I useful, too? Konoha, asked Seiko tiredly, as Shin caressed her cheek. You did great, and your sacrifice will be remembered. Seiko, your spirit will stay with us and give us strength. I swear to you, one day we will bring peace to this violent world, promised Shin. She's gone. Shin looked towards Sai and then towards the girl who had her eyes closed and a small smile was visible on her lips. Squad leader, we are forbidden from expressing emotions. I'll dispose of her body, said Sai flatly, but Naruto grabbed his shoulder. We will bury her and our comrades, argued Naruto defiantly. The protocol states to burn our bodies and spread the ash in the air. We are Anbu, disposable assets of Konoha. Don't forget your place, one day we shall share the same end, answered Sai bluntly, as Naruto took a few steps back. Kurenai saw the pain and helplessness in Naruto's young eyes as he saw the bodies of many of his comrades, the ones he had trained with for months. His eyes then shifted towards his shaking hands as he collapsed on his knees. The basic training is over. You three will advance towards the advanced course now, announced a new voice. Kurenai turned around and saw Danzo Shimura standing on top of a large tree, his cold eyes observing the three survivors of his organization. Danzo-sama, this was an act of war. Iwa must be made to pay for such a transgression, suggested Shin calmly, as he bowed before the supreme leader of Root. The said man merely shook his head as a small smirk came on his face. These were not Iwa Anbu, cadet. These were simply prisoners whom had escaped from the Konoha Central Prison and whom I captured for this exercise. A real Anbu is something else. It would be futile to waste resources after those assets who are not even able to take out low Chunin level criminals, said Danzo stoically, and pointed towards the deceased Root child soldiers. So, this was a test. A test? Asked an infuriated Naruto. The next second he was knocked unconscious by Sai, who bowed in front of Danzo. He's not in the right state, Danzo-sama. We will recondition him and present ourselves for advanced training on your command, replied Sai obediently, receiving a silent thankful nod from Shin. Danzo observed the three children with a critical gaze, but when Shin and Sai didn't flinch, he gave a nod and disappeared from the battle arena. You saved him, Sai, said Shin thankfully, making the pale-skinned boy sigh. Kurenai couldn't believe what she just saw. There were rumors that Root had performed many bad things to young kids during its tenure in the Third Great Ninja War. Naruto had even told her that he was forced to kill his best friend as a final test. Shin, was that the same boy which she just saw? Her eyes saw the three children now sitting on the edge of a small lake. Shin and Sai were throwing rocks into the water while Naruto was dead silent. Did you mean it? Everyone was surprised when they heard those words from the silent boy. Shin looked towards his friend only to see him staring in his eyes. Yes, I believe one day we will achieve peace not just for Konoha but for the entire world. It may seem impossible now and many people won't agree with us, but if we keep trying then one day we shall succeed, explained Shin patiently, while ruffling Naruto's silky hair earning a glare from the boy. I don't know, Shin. But I have your back, replied Sai flatly. How? We can barely defend ourselves against criminals. How can you even dream of such an absurd thing like peace? Asked Naruto angrily, the pain of losing his comrades evident in his eyes. While power is necessary, you need to have faith in your dream. And I can't achieve my dream without your help, Naruto, said Shin kindly, surprising the little boy. Me? Asked Naruto in surprise, as even Sai was intrigued and watched the conversation with more interest. You're strong. I don't know why, but I have a feeling that one day the power which you possess shall help in guiding this chaotic world towards a better future. Don't lose faith, said Shin encouragingly, diffusing the pent-up anger in the little boy's heart. Why do you want to bring peace for the whole world? Can't we just get it for ourselves? Why is it even important? Asked Naruto curiously, his innocent eyes clearly staring into his hero's eyes. He has a point, Shin, you're stronger than us. Our trainee comrades respect and adore you. Logically you are the bridge that is guiding us towards a better future, suggested Sai calmly, his sense of logic overriding his emotional thoughts. Kurenai noticed the elder boy staring at Naruto for a few seconds. A knowing smile could be seen on his lips. It was as if he knew something the other two kids didn't. I am merely a pillar that supports this dream. My town was destroyed by rogue ninjas. My people and family were killed. I hated the entire world for what happened with me. I wanted nothing more than to destroy every other village when Danzo-sama recruited me. A heart full of hatred, that was the old me. But being here in Root, I learned that pain is same for everyone. Our nation has also committed grave atrocities on our neighbors, and they retaliated in kind. This world is caught in a cycle of vengeance and only the dead have seen the end of this war. That's why I want to change it. It's what I want with all my heart, explained Shin patiently, and saw young Naruto listening to each and every word. They saw Naruto's eyes fixed towards his trembling hands. The fox hates me, it says it will kill everyone I love. That it will take over my body one day, admitted Naruto nervously, as Sai grabbed his hand. The fourth Hokage's seal is perfect, that beast is telling lies. He's not in charge of your body, it's you, reassured Sai seriously. I want to support you, Shin Nisan. But I don't know if I can control this power you speak of. It's scary, said Naruto worriedly, as the older boy smiled and grabbed his other hand. Don't worry, you have us. Me and Sai will help you control this power, for as long as it takes, said Shin confidently, as a relieved smile came on the blonde's face. Promise. Yeah, I promise. A young boy dressed in Anbu uniform was currently laying flowers on a grave. A small cross was stabbed into the ground with the name, Shin, written on it. The falcon-masked boy was idly staring at the ground. Shin, you broke our promise, said Naruto sadly, as his fists clenched tightly. Kurenai didn't know what was going on, but if these were the memories of his life en route, then she had made a grave mistake in understanding him. Looking back now, she could clearly understand why he turned out like this. I can control my power now, but it also took your life. He knelt down and picked up a handful of sand from the grave, and looked at it with determination. Danzo is planning something big, I don't know what it is. But I will keep our promise, I will bring the peace you wanted, there won't be any more sacrifices like you guys, promised Naruto. Flashback end. He backed away on realizing that she had been caught in the spell of his eyes unknowingly, which in turn had made her witness the same memories which were being remembered by him. And in that moment he knew that her entire outlook towards him had changed. But she didn't need to know about that pain any further, so he quickly picked up his chopsticks and gave her a fake smile which Sai used to show sometimes. Ah, the food's getting cold. I'm so hungry, lied Naruto, and tried to pick up his ramen. If only he knew that his lie was not going to work this time, as she forcefully grabbed his hand and made him put the chopsticks back on the table. Kurenai-chan, was all that true? Asked Kurenai silently, with her head bowed towards the floor. He didn't know what was going through her heart, nor could he see her face. So, he did the only thing he could. Yes. Then why didn't you share your pain with me? Why did you make yourself look as the villain? I understand it now. I understand why you did everything, for whom you're still fighting. Why, Naruto, said Kurenai in a devastated voice, as tears freely from her eyes. Perhaps I wanted to protect your smile, your pure heart. I thought that by keeping you out of this mess I was protecting you, but I was wrong. Kurenai, I know that you love Konoha and I didn't want to spoil your precious village's image in your heart. I didn't want you to see that this was the same village for which your father gave his life. I didn't want to shatter any of your beliefs. Not even for my sake or my pain, explained Naruto sincerely. He became nervous when she got up and placed herself in his lap. There was something strange in those ruby eyes as they stared at him. There was a time when Konoha was the most important thing to me, because my father died for it. But now, there is something which I love and want to protect more than Konoha, confessed Kurenai, and noticed him staring at her, which only made her feel more shy. What is it? Asked Naruto cluelessly, just what was more important to her than Konoha? He certainly didn't expect her to come forward and claim his lips in a passionate kiss. At first he didn't understand her gesture, but after a few moments his clueless heart was able to understand the answer which she had given, and he was overjoyed. Just when he decided to return the kiss, his trained eyes spotted an arrow crashing through the restaurant window and it was heading straight for Kurenai. Amaterasu. Kurenai was shocked when a wall of black flames was formed around them. Those fierce black flames quickly protected her from getting impaled in the head by a sharp arrow. The entire place erupted into chaos as the frightened civilians started rushing towards the exit. Another round of arrows came into the restaurant, but all of them were only directed towards her. Her hands quickly went towards her kunai pouch, but the arrows were too close. Again those black flames came to her defense, and she saw they were being controlled by Naruto himself. Everything went fine as those incoming projectiles were destroyed, but the very next second Naruto fell flat on the ground and vomited a handful of blood. His right eye was just as bad, and was crying tears of blood. He was panting harshly, as the pain in his chest was getting stronger than ever. Naruto, Kuso, to think it's getting worse at a time like this, thought Naruto painfully, as he tried to get back on his feet. He was forcefully stopped in his efforts, when she made him take cover behind a table. Her worried eyes saw the condition in which he was in, and quickly made him lose strength by putting a finger on his forehead. His entire body suddenly felt very heavy, and he couldn't move. Stay right here, I'll take care of the attacker, said Kurenai calmly. No. We move as a team, replied Naruto stubbornly, as she smiled a little. You're in no condition to fight, let me handle this situation. I'm a ninja, Naruto. You protected me all your life with everything you had, so please let me protect you too. I love you and I won't let anyone harm you, promised Kurenai fiercely. Silencing him with a quick kiss on his forehead, she dashed out of the broken window and he didn't know why but he felt quite scared. Why was he having this uncomfortable feeling in his heart? I have to move. When Kurenai had exited from the restaurant, she had expected to go on a wild search for the attacker as they must have surely made a run after their failed assassination attempt. She was proven dead wrong, when a man dressed in a trench coat and dark pants was waiting for her on top of a large building. The crossbow idly lying in one of his hands. His face was covered by a scary demon mask, a sword was also visible on his back. Instead of running away, he was simply standing calmly in his position. If you want a fight, then let's have it, thought Kurenai furiously. Making a quick dash she hopped from building to building and soon reached the terrace on which the mysterious man was waiting for her. A cold gust of wind blew across the area, her eyes widened in fear when she saw a pair of Mangekyo eyes. An Uchiha, said Kurenai in shock. Yuhi Kurenai, we finally meet, replied the man calmly, as she grabbed her kunai tightly. Who are you? Asked Kurenai cautiously. Sasuke is still in the village, Naruto is here with me. Could it be Itachi Uchiha? Thought Kurenai nervously, because if the last prediction was true then she was as good as dead. Sure, she was strong and one of the best fighters in Konoha. But none of her skills even came close to defeat Itachi Uchiha, the man who killed the most powerful clan in the world on his own. Who I am doesn't matter, the only thing I want is the accomplishment of my goal. An ambition in which you are proving to be an obstacle, declared the man dangerously, his dark Mangekyo shining brightly in the silent night. What? I won't let you jeopardize my plan, nor the dreams of the future which I am going to build, promised the Uchiha. Kurenai quickly decided to end his speech by firing a hail of kunai at him, but before the weapons could reach the man she performed two hand seals. Genjutsu Kai. Surprise was easily visible in her opponent's eyes, when the kunai transformed into their true form which were giant, demon shuriken. Impressive deception, but, said the Uchiha. She gritted her teeth in frustration when the man also vanished, proving himself to be an illusion. Quickly grabbing another kunai she turned around and parried a blow that would have swiped her head off from the neck. Remembering Guy's advice regarding fights with Uchiha, she never looked into his eyes and instead focused on his feet. So, you know the little secret when fighting with dojutsu users, complimented the Uchiha. His eyes narrowed dangerously when a swirl of flower petals started floating around them, and he suddenly found himself feeling quite sleepy. His momentarily slip earned him a devastating round kick on his chest which cracked one of his ribs. As he sailed with the blow of that impact, she quickly jumped towards him and sent a hook towards his face. He rapidly brought his hands forward and formed an X-shaped defense, a good move as her mighty punch sent him pummeling into the terrace floor. If that blow had connected with his mask, then not only would it be shattered but many of his bones would break easily. Deciding to take the advantage, she followed through with a series of hand seals while gathering a considerable amount of chakra. Sweden. Mizoripa water style. Violent water wave. A large wave of water was fired from her mouth and now it was descending upon her opponent, ready to splash his brains across the floor. But it seemed he had other plans. Kaden. Goenka fire release. Great flame flower. A large wall of flames were launched by the Uchiha in his defense as both fire and water attacks collided with each other, instantly shrouding the nearby area in the newly formed mist. His eyes widened in shock when Kurenai's attack overpowered his flames. Just how much chakra was she using in that attack? Fortunately his fire flames had destroyed most of the power of her attack, and he was able to save himself from being crushed by the water attack. Now the entire terrace was covered in a small puddle of water. She quickly landed on the watery surface, her dangerous ruby eyes sending chills down her opponent's heart. You've made a mistake by attacking me at a very wrong time, said Kurenai furiously, righteous feminine fury burning in her heart. The Uchiha spotted her performing hand seals but didn't know what jutsu she was performing, and moved to copy her but she was already done with her preparations. Kawara Shuriken, Tile Shuriken. She smirked when his eyes widened in shock as one by one each and every tile on the terrace floor started rising. A devious smirk came on her face as she directed her finger towards him. "Face this," declared Kurenai murderously. He quickly took out a couple of exploding tags from the pockets of his trench coat, and jumped high in the air. His sharp eyes easily predicted the trajectory of the tiles that were heading towards him, as he shifted himself in the air. Now in an upside-down stance, he started descending towards the ground, firing his exploding tags wildly in the air. Boom! The resounding blast easily blasted away the tiles which were about to kill him, and the few that did come close were teared apart by his punches. He gracefully landed on the ground but could not understand why she still had that smirk on her face, even when her precious attack failed to kill him. "You're fast," said Kurenai seriously, as she unsealed her sword from a scroll that was hidden inside her clothes. "Your skills are far better than what I expected, Yuhi Kurenai," replied the man honestly. He saw her pointing that sharp sword towards him and making a single-hand seal with her other free hand. Megan. Jubaku Satsu, demonic illusion, tree binding death. The Uchiha suddenly found trees sprouting around the entire terrace and were now binding him to themselves. "Using the water as a medium to interject your chakra in my system, a nice trick, Kurenai," said the Uchiha flatly. Kurenai quickly emerged from the upper portion of the tree ready to stab the man and end his life. She was violently shocked when she coughed up blood instead. The illusion instantly disappeared and she found herself sailing across the terrace courtesy of a powerful kick of her opponent. Her eyes then picked up what the man had done to safeguard himself. To think, he is continuously stabbing a kunai across a part of his hand. This painful sensation prevents him from falling into my genjutsu completely, as such he was never in the genjutsu which I fired. If my illusions are useless, then it's time for plan B, thought Kurenai briefly. Steadying her sail, she landed back on the watery terrace surface, and fetched 2 smoke bombs from her pocket and threw them towards him. The dense smoke spread across the entire terrace, creating a thick smokescreen. Getting alert, the Uchiha grabbed one of his kunai as more and more shuriken were being sent to kill him from different directions every few seconds. "You think you can kill me by concealing your attacks in this smoke? How naive," thought the man disappointedly. After deflecting another round of kunai, he gathered a large amount of chakra before. Chakra burst. A powerful shock wave was fired from his body which easily removed the smoke that was formed on the terrace. His disappointed gaze then landed on the genjutsu mistress who was standing right in front of him. "Is that all?" asked the man in a bored voice. "I believe it is," replied Kurenai coldly. Slash. The tendons in his feet were violently slashed apart by a sharp kunai as 2 replicas of Kurenai emerged from the watery surface beneath his legs. "Water clones," thought the surprised man, as his mangekyo spinned quickly. "Amaterasu." He collapsed on his knees as his legs lost the strength to stand. The water clones were also destroyed due to his black flames, but the damage they had inflicted was formidable. "So, he has the same black flames power which Naruto has. As I thought, it was right to avoid close-quarter combat with him as long as possible," thought Kurenai analytically, her years of experience as a Junin helping her at each and every step. "I'm truly impressed, Kurenai. Using the smoke as a diversion, you hid 2 of your clones and made them hide." "A smart move," replied the man, but frowned when she shook her head. "I formed those clones at the last moment, although you were right about the diversion part," answered Kurenai seriously. She didn't waste any time and quickly charged towards him, ready to pierce her sword clean through his heart. Sensing her intentions, the Uchiha tried to move but found himself completely frozen in his spot. Kekai Kote Fuin, 4-corner immobilization seal. Kurenai's ice-cold voice, along with her killing intent, made him nervous for the first time. His eyes quickly spanned all around and saw black marks floating in the water. Following their trail, he saw those marks were joining together in a single pattern to form 4 chains connected to his legs, and their other end were located in 4 different corners of the terrace where seals were placed. "You used that smoke diversion to run around the terrace and silently place these seals, while firing shuriken towards me at the same time. Then using those clones you injured my legs, disabling my ability to stand and fight, and now that I can't move any of my limbs. My body is frozen," thought the Uchiha in surprise. "Yuhi Kurenai, you are a skilled ninja," complimented the man honestly. Kurenai quickly jumped towards her immobile opponent, her sword now being pointed towards the man's heart. Slash. Naruto could barely see anything from his right eye, using Amaterasu so suddenly without any kind of planning took a major toll on his already deteriorating eyes. His body was simply too relaxed and had been extremely stressed when he suddenly forced a large amount of chakra to his eyes. Result: his instant collapse. Kurenai had told him to stay down and recover his strength. The woman even used one of his tricks to restrict his movement. However, he refused to simply leave her alone to deal with the enemy. They could be several, or there could be one dangerous shinobi. He could not let her take all the risk, and had disobeyed her request. In the short gap, he had recovered some of his strength and had quickly followed her trail. Slash. His sharp ears picked up a piercing sound, and he quickly jumped over the terrace where he felt Kurenai and someone else's chakra signature. His heart stopped when he saw a sword piercing Kurenai's chest. Blood quickly erupted from her chest and from her mouth as shock was clearly visible on her face. Cough. Ran. The simulations. Again. Again. What? You? Asked Kurenai painfully. You should have stayed down, Yuhi Kurenai, said the man darkly, as he pulled back the sword from her chest. Her legs lost strength, and her hands trembled as they were now covered in the blood which was seeping out from the hole in her heart. Her vision darkened as she collapsed face down on the watery surface, and the last thing she saw was Naruto's entire body getting covered in Kyuubi chakra. The man turned towards his right and saw Naruto's murderous gaze being fixed on him. It's time we have a talk, Uchiha Naruto. Kasama. Chapter 66. A choice. Unbearable rage erupted inside his heart. He was severely weak and this anger had made his vision even more hazy. He could barely make out his surroundings. Pain, anger, sadness overloaded his heart. He could not even think straight. All he could see was Kurenai dying on the ground, and a man holding a blood-stained sword. He could hear faint cries of the Kyuubi calling out to him, but they were nothing more than silent echoes. He was going mad. Really mad. Violent earthquakes shook the entire island. The building on which they were standing started cracking violently as three tails of Kyuubi chakra erupted behind him. His Mangekyo Sharingan was sporting a blood-crazy look. I'm gonna kill you, promised Naruto, as his fingernails grew wider and longer turning into claws. The demon-masked Uchiha narrowed his eyes dangerously when the fourth tail emerged behind Naruto, and as it lashed with its brethren 3 full buildings got destroyed in a flash. He truly is a powerhouse, thought the Uchiha quickly. He swiftly raised his hands and twisted his fingers making a snapping noise. Immediately Naruto was surrounded by several shinobi dressed in shady uniforms. Time seemed to slow down, his body felt extremely heavy. It was as if his hands and legs were suddenly wrapped in lead, even the Kyuubi chakra was not helping in increasing his power. In front of him, he saw the Uchiha standing there but the distance seemed like a mile. Let's have a dance, said the Uchiha calmly. He signaled his henchmen and they wordlessly leapt towards Naruto who had his bow down. Just when the enemies zeroed in on him a soul-terrifying roar was blasted from his mouth that sent everyone tumbling hundreds of feet away. The Uchiha in front of him merely raised an eyebrow while sticking to the roof with the help of his chakra. Alas, his men were not so lucky and were sent crashing in different parts of the island. He flicked his hands and another 50 men dressed in the same shady uniform rose from beneath the roof, as an angry snarl escaped from Naruto's mouth. Naruto madly launched himself at the new enemies, ripping them apart with his bare hands sending flesh and gore spiraling everywhere. Within minutes, the zombie-like soldiers were murdered and he glared at the Uchiha in front of him. That would be enough for now, Captain Naruto Uchiha, said the man calmly. Just shut up and die, said Naruto angrily, and ran towards the man. To his surprise the same strange effect happened. He was charging towards the man at monstrous speed and yet he kept getting further away from his target. The Uchiha was merely standing in his spot, and yet, a cold gust of wind flew past him, unleashing a torrent of blood as a sword had slashed clean across his chest. Turning around he saw the man was now standing behind his back, holding the blood-stained sword that now had his blood. He never even saw the guy move. Before the Kyuubi chakra could start healing the grave wound, the man gave a crushing kick breaking Naruto's ankle making him collapse flat on the floor. With blinding speed, He slapped a seal on Naruto's forehead and within seconds the Kyuubi chakra receded back inside the boy's body, leaving him completely exhausted. "There's no need for unnecessary violence. I'm more interested in talking with you," said the man calmly, as Naruto spit at his demon mask. "You hurt, Kurenai-chan," groaned Naruto murderously. His glare would have terrified a grown-up elephant, but the man in front of him simply smiled. It was as if he was dealing with a child. "Did I?" He flicked his finger again, and Naruto saw Kurenai's dead body disappearing in front of him. Instead he found her unconscious form resting idly in a corner of the roof. Her body spotted minor injuries, but she was still breathing. Shocked, he looked towards the mysterious person who merely gave him a knowing look. "Now can we talk? Your girlfriend's safe for now, so you can relax," comforted the man. "Who are you?" asked Naruto hesitantly. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't have mattered. But since it's you, I'll make an exception. Call me Toby. "Toby, what's an Uchiha doing here?" "Itachi killed everyone except Sasuke," said Naruto confusedly, as Toby glanced at the sky. "Oh, I wonder about that. We live in a world of lies and deception. I thought you would understand this after everything you went through en route," said Toby suggestively, as Naruto's eyes widened. There were not more than a handful of people who knew about his true identity, and most of them were dead. "Who are you?" "I'm a rogue ninja, not some fake-ass captain," pretended Naruto, as the man laughed. It was not mocking in nature, instead it was more like his answer amused Toby. He merely shook his head as he helped Naruto get back on his feet. "I know everything about you, Naruto. I've watched you for years," confessed Toby, as Naruto narrowed his eyes in suspicion. "Is that so?" asked Naruto sharply. "You don't believe me? Well, let me prove a few things. You're from the 11th Division of Anbu Forces, joined Root at 8, made captain by 10. Danzo made you kill a guy called Shin as a part of your final test. Shin was your best friend and hero. You slaughtered Root forces along with Sai. Unfortunately your last friend was killed in action. Should I go further? This much classified stuff is enough to prove my claim," asked Toby seriously, and saw Naruto's fists clenching. He raised a finger towards the boy as a warning sign. "You're in no shape to fight against me, Naruto. Unless you heal the virus inside your body first, the chances of your winning against me are quite few. Consider my advice, at least for her sake," said Toby patiently, and pointed his finger towards the sleeping Kurenai. Naruto flinched when he understood the situation. Even now he could feel the power radiating from Toby. It was almost equal or even greater than his own. Protecting Kurenai and dealing with Toby would be a losing battle, not to forget how many other minions he could have hiding near them. Strangely, he could not feel any ninja signatures, but that did not make him feel safe. "What do you want from me? Why did you attack us?" asked Naruto seriously. "You think this was an attack? Sai, this was merely an assessment, and both of you fared quite well. If this was a real battle, then things would have turned out quite differently. Believe it or not, I'm an ally not an enemy," said Toby frankly, as Naruto scoffed. "You expect me to believe that?" asked Naruto sarcastically. "Absolutely not, but by now you would have realized I could have killed her if I wanted. Alas, my intention is not to harm her, although she is a threat to my plans," said Toby bluntly. "I don't understand," said Naruto flatly. "I share the same goal as you, although I don't pronounce it by the name of Valkyrie," said Toby calmly, and smiled when Naruto went stiff. The Anbu captain simply gazed at the man in front of him, Naruto's dark eyes boring into the mysterious person's very soul. "There are secrets which you don't know about, Naruto. Just like you, I was once a soldier of Konoha and a former Root operative," confessed Toby, as Naruto's eyes went wide in shock. "I killed everyone. There's no way he could be," thought Naruto in denial, and Toby saw the disbelief evident in the boy's eyes. "You have it all figured out, don't you? Itachi thinks he killed my entire clan, you think you killed everyone en route. But, both of you are wrong. The fact that I am here is a proof of it," said Toby seriously. "There's no such thing as root," lied Naruto, his years of training as a captain kicking him. "You're a true Anbu. Denial is the best form of deception. We could spend days arguing our points and we would be at a stalemate. The thing I'm interested in is the revolution you and Sasuke Uchiha are about to start. I want to be a part of it, suggested Tobi. And why the hell should I even trust anything you say? Asked Naruto sarcastically. Frankly, you need my help. You cannot fight against the entire world on your own, you'll need a massive army even to challenge Konoha, explained Tobi. Naruto simply chose to remain silent, and observed the man in front of him. I know you don't truly intend to destroy the village, the reason I wish to join you is because you fight for a cause and not just for vengeance. Your true goal would relieve this corrupt ninja world from all its problems, there could truly be peace, said Tobi hopefully. And why would you want that? Asked Naruto curiously. My clan was slaughtered for a temporary peace, and the sad part is I supported the village in the eradication of the Uchiha clan. The problem lied not with the clan or the village, it was directly connected to this chaotic world. I was too young to understand that, but now I do, stated Tobi remorsefully. Wait, you supported the decision to exterminate your own clan? Asked Naruto in shock, and saw Tobi's fists clenching tightly. A mistake that will haunt me forever, at least the children didn't deserve to die. You hate what Root did to children, and now that I look back in the name of protecting Konoha several innocent Uchiha children were murdered in cold blood, despite not having anything to do with the civil war, said Tobi sadly. I was supposed to die years ago, and yet I survived. Perhaps this is my curse for the sins I committed, but I want to make things right before I die. Valkyrie can bring true peace, but I need you for it, said Tobi frankly. Me? Asked Naruto curiously, he had heard Sasuke saying the same thing. Only a person having both Uchiha and Senju blood can accomplish Valkyrie, I'm incomplete and so is Sasuke. You're the only one who can bring change, but for that you'll have to make sacrifices. Hard choices, advised Tobi sagely, his voice displaying years of maturity. Naruto hesitantly glanced towards Kurenai, as the hidden meaning behind Tobi's words only highlighted the concern that plagued his heart. The reason I attacked you was to show the kind of life you would drag Kurenai in when you start Valkyrie. The entire world will turn against you, they will curse you, hunt you down until they kill you or you defeat them. Regardless of how powerful you are, Kurenai would always be in danger. And deep down you know this too, explained Tobi patiently, as Naruto's fists clenched tightly. Tobi glanced at the boy sympathetically, the pain was clearly visible in his dark eyes as he glanced at the most precious person in his life. A person who can't sacrifice something can't hope for bringing any change, either for himself or the world. You can take the easy way out, go back to the village. Forget everything that happened and live happily with Kurenai. But it would make the death of your comrades meaningless, the cycle of chaos and hatred will continue to plague this world. Or do the right thing. Accept the role which destiny has chosen for you, and use your powers to guide the world towards true peace. A path of pain, suffering, isolation. Perhaps Kurenai will side with you if you request her, but would that be the correct choice? She loves you more than anything and will side with you, but at the same time she would have to betray her village, her friends, her ideals, turn her back on everything she stood for all her life. Everything depends on your choices, explained Tobi seriously. Looking into Naruto's eyes showed him that he knew this, and was struggling desperately between his mind and heart. He patted the motionless boy on his back, before turning around and started to walk away. Tobi stepped towards the edge of the roof and casted one last glance towards the boy. Kurenai won't remember anything about this little encounter, I've made sure of that. It would be nice if you refrain from mentioning any of this to her, warned Tobi. Was Naruto's only reply. We'll meet again someday. Before Naruto could blink, the strange man vanished in the wind. Naruto's lonely eyes looked at the bright moon in the sky, the cool breeze slowly floating his silky hair in the air. The past few weeks had been quite harsh for a giant nine-tailed fox. Losing his best friend had hit him hard, every moment reminded him of the grave mistake he committed. Watching Naruto walk alone pained him, he could see everything yet could do nothing to help the boy. Naruto's control over him prevented Kurama from beginning a conversation, but he knew the boy was still listening. At least he hoped so. He was definitely surprised when he saw the same boy standing in front of his cage. Last time, his eyes had anger and hurt due to the betrayal. But now, Kyuubi, hope you're doing well, asked Naruto calmly, although Kurama didn't miss the subtle jab. "How rare. You're worried about me," retorted the fox sarcastically, as Naruto got a faint smile on his lips. "Well, you're my power battery. Gotta make sure you're up to the task," replied Naruto coolly, as Kurama's eyebrows twitched. "Sneaky brat." Naruto merely shook his head as he started walking around the sewer, as Kurama's eyes continued to follow his every movement. "You're really going forward with it, aren't you?" asked Kurama calmly. "Yes, and Kurenai?" questioned Kurama seriously, as Naruto stopped walking. "I haven't made a decision regarding her," confessed Naruto, even he didn't know why he was saying all of this to someone who had already betrayed him once. "Do you hate me, Naruto?" Naruto's dark black eyes continued staring into the giant fox's eyes, as he took a few steps forward towards the cage. "I won't forgive that betrayal, perhaps forever," declared Naruto without any hesitation. Kurama's heart shattered to a million more pieces on hearing those painful words, but he still looked in the eyes of his former best friend. "Yet, I need to find the answers to my own life," answered Naruto frankly, as Kurama lowered his gaze towards the ground. "My existence in your life has always brought misery. If only I was not sealed into you, then none of this would have happened," said Kurama sadly, but was surprised when Naruto shook his head. "My life was never normal due to you, and yet it was due to your powers that I was able to do the things I wanted to do. You just helped me take the first steps, after that everything I did lies on my own shoulders," said Naruto honestly, as Kurama looked at him in shock. The fox looked at him and found Naruto giving him a faint smile. The moment didn't last long as Naruto turned around and disappeared from the sewer. "Take care, Kyuubi." Kurama remained frozen in his spot, his mind was getting overloaded with so many thoughts and emotions. What did Naruto mean? What was that smile? What did his last words signify for their broken friendship? He didn't have the answers to any of those questions, and yet one fact was proved to him tonight. Naruto Uchiha was truly a nice person. Kurenai slowly opened her eyes and the first thing she noticed was being tucked in a bed, with warm covers protecting her entire body. She sneaked underneath and saw herself wearing a soft silky red nightie. The material was thin and the whole thing looked a little bit small on her, but that only served to show more of her body as her two nipples were clearly visible underneath the fabric. Her cheeks flushed. She tried to remember the past few hours and was overjoyed on remembering her dinner date with Naruto. Everything had went so well until she drank a little too much. Talk about embarrassing. She couldn't even imagine how disappointed Naruto would be with her for ruining their perfect day. Her eyes shifted around and saw it was still dark, and only the faint moonlight illuminated the room. Outside in the balcony, Naruto was standing calmly. He was wearing nothing but his boxers, exposing his well-toned body to the cold breeze. Her blush became even brighter on seeing that, as her mind raced through what could have happened. He wouldn't try to take advantage like that, not that I mind, thought Kurenai mischievously. Her smile faltered a little when he turned around, and then she saw the depressed look in his eyes. There was definitely something which was troubling him, she had noticed it several times. But he never talked about it, even when she insisted on explaining the problem to her. It was as if he was fighting a battle with himself, where his mind and heart were telling him different things. She wanted to help him, so badly. It was strange even for her, to get so attached to a man. After her father, there were hardly any males she ever got close to or developed such a connection. Which was what made this relationship too special for her. He was everything to her, and there was hardly anything that she wouldn't do for him. At the same time, she always felt a hidden wall that existed between them. A barrier which she was not able to cross, and it made her anxious every day. For years, it had made her feel incomplete. Naruto always seemed distant, even when they were too close to each other there were several things which he couldn't share with her. It made her extremely sad as she was able to share all her pains with him, and he always helped her overcome them. And yet she couldn't do the same for him. The villagers always felt that Naruto was an insignificant pest that was a curse on their lives, but she knew there was something special about him. Just looking at him made her believe he would one day do something which would change the entire world. She was not blind either, there was a lot of anger and resentment in his heart. And if the memories of his past which she had accidentally seen were true, then he had a good reason for hating Konoha and the ninja world. He was also getting quite aggressive, more radical. She had seen it with her eyes. Kurenai quickly slept back when he started walking back towards the bed. Her eyes were closed, yet she felt him getting inside the bed. She subtly inched closer and placed her head on top of his warm chest, and her legs entwined themselves with his legs. She heard him smile faintly, as he put his arm around her waist and snuggled her closer to him, happily offering the warmth radiating from his body. After a few moments, she heard his breath slowing down and slowly opened her eyes. His eyes were closed and his handsome face glowed brightly in the moonlight. A loose strand of his golden hair was falling over his eyes, which she gently tucked behind with her delicate finger. A new burning sensation erupted across her entire body, setting it on fire. Her breathing became a little heavier, and for once she followed her heart without hesitation. Naruto slowly started to wake up. He could feel the warmth pressed up against his lips and a soft, gentle feeling on his lips. As he opened his eyes fully, he saw Kurenai on top of him, eyes closed and kissing him softly. Fully awake from his short nap, Naruto returned the loving gesture and began kissing back. Kurenai continued the kiss for a few more seconds before she stopped and pulled herself a little back, allowing him to see her. Shish. She silenced him by placing her finger over his lips, and for the first time he got a good look in her eyes. Her breathing was heavy, and there was something in her eyes which he rarely saw: lust. Just, said Kurenai hesitantly, not finding the proper words or feeling too embarrassed by her own behavior. Hi. His simple answer and that faint smile flooded her with relief. The nervousness in her heart vanished as she gave him one of her most beautiful smiles. Thank you, Naruto-kun, replied Kurenai happily. She once again laid herself on top of him and kissed him again, this time opening her mouth and slipping her tongue into his mouth. As the kiss grew in intensity, so too did their desire. Hands roaming and tongues gently caressing each other, Naruto and Kurenai simply let their passions take control over them. He brought his hands up to her chest and gently cupped Kurenai's breasts, squeezing and massaging them. Kurenai moaned into his mouth as she felt him touch her. Guiding his hands, she let him slide them under her nightie and onto her hardness down below as he gently rubbed her nipples. Their kiss grew wetter as Kurenai used her mouth more and began to rub her whole body up and down on top of him. Finally wanting more, Kurenai broke off the kiss and stood up, a bit of saliva still on her lips as she licked it off. Reaching down, she grabbed the hem of her nightie and pulled it off her, revealing a small red thong and her pair of remarkable breasts to her lover. Come here, Naruto-kun, said Kurenai lustfully, wagging her finger mischievously towards him. She grabbed her tits and pushed them up as Naruto quickly nodded before pulling off his own shirt and sat up to capture one of her erect nipples in his mouth. Oh Kami, that's it, can't keep going, Kurenai cried softly. Naruto used his mouth to pull and tug at her nipples, sending waves of pleasure down her spine. Kurenai wrapped her arms around him as he went to work on her chest. Naruto was in heaven. He had in his arms the most beautiful woman he had ever known, and just being near her, like this, made him forget every single problem that plagued his miserable life. Kurenai felt him grow a little more down there and decided it was time. Reaching below, she grabbed him through his shorts. I thinks it's time to move on to something a little more fun, Naruto-kun, whispered Kurenai lustfully. Her each and every word made him more and more hard, and he pulled away, running his teeth across her nipples, sending another wave of pleasure through her body. Sitting back, Kurenai moved her hands down to her side and pulled off her thong and threw it behind, leaving her completely naked. Naruto followed suit and took of his boxers. Lay down, Naruto-kun, requested Kurenai politely. She gently pushed him back on the soft bed. Turning around, she turned to face his large cock. She quickly moved one of her legs up, exposing her womanhood to his face, which he quickly touched with his lips, sending tingling sensations across her body. In return, she quickly took his shaft into her mouth. Oh, Kur-chan, that feels good, moaned Naruto. His breathing hitched as he felt her hot mouth take his shaft completely inside. Getting a good suck, she took it out of her mouth and turned towards him with a pleading look in her eyes. Make me feel good too, Naruto-kun, asked Kurenai sweetly, as he gave her a kind smile in return. Despite the atmosphere riddled with their lust, there was a feeling of warmth that made both of them feel comfortable and loved. She ran the tip of her tongue up and down his length, while Naruto looked forward and rested his head on the inside of her thigh, looking directly at her core. Wanting to give her the same pleasure, he moved his face right into her and in one quick motion slipped his tongue deep into her embrace. "Fuck!" screamed Kurenai. He smiled mischievously and quickly set about sucking, licking and exploring her every nook and cranny. Her smell intoxicated him as his mind was lost in a sea of lust. He buried his face into her cleanly shaved pussy. Getting overwhelmed with pleasure, Kurenai moved her hand up to grab his cock as she bent in more and took one of his balls into her mouth, gently sucking on it. Moaned Naruto. The vibration released from his mouth sent waves of pleasure into her pussy. Kurenai was close. Having spent the last few months devoid of any physical pleasures had really done a number on her down there, and she wanted some of Naruto's cum fast. Wasting no time, she once again took him into her mouth and led inch after inch into her throat, running her tongue along his length and sucking as she did so. Naruto felt her get more and more aggressive, almost crushing his face into her pussy, desperate for release. The pleasure built and soon it came to both of them. Kurenai felt the first load enter her mouth as she felt herself explode down below, almost crushing Naruto's head between her thighs. "Ah, Naruto!" screamed Kurenai loudly, as load after load hit her face. Naruto would have cried out in pleasure too, but Kurenai had drenched him more than ever before as the liquid burst forward out of her in gush of her delicious nectar. Both of them moved away from each other, breathing hard, their chests moving up and down as they came down from their orgasms. Kurenai's legs seemed to lose all their strength as she tried to sit up. She still managed to do so and moved over and laid herself next to her lover. She took him into her arms and they held each other as the aftermath of their orgasms wore down. "Naruto," said Kurenai gently. He opened his eyes and looked at her, as she stared at his dark eyes with her red ones. Finding no more words, Kurenai simply moved in and kissed him once again. Their kiss was slow and tender as they both shared their pent-up feelings through this one gentle act alone. Kurenai moved him on top of her and delicately spread her legs apart, signaling him as to what she wanted. Naruto smiled and placed his length at her entrance and pushed in, slowly relishing the feel of her hot, warm pussy enveloping his cock. He slowly pushed in until he could feel her soft skin hitting against his own. "Oh yes, Naruto, that feels so good," moaned Kurenai. Her breathing became heavier. "This is amazing, Kurani-chan. You're so fucking tight," said Naruto lustfully. He stayed there a while, enjoying the sensation of being one with his girlfriend. Words couldn't describe how much he had missed this. Between his mission, he had almost forgotten how much he enjoyed being this close to her. Slowly getting into rhythm, he began to slowly pull out and push back into her pussy as it molded to fit him snugly each and every time he moved within her. Kurenai closed her eyes and leaned back into the cool bed sheets as her long, dark hair formed a black silly halo around her head. Naruto looked down at her and then at the juncture where they were connected. Seeing his length enter her again and again, sliding in and out of that wonderful place as her lower lips swallowed him so lovingly, it almost made him go mad with joy. Moaned Kurenai. She brought her legs around his waist, holding him closer to her. Naruto was close, he could simply feel it. He placed his hands on either side of her and began panting hard as he continued pumping into her. "Kurenai-chan, I'm, cried Naruto harshly. Kurenai opened her eyes and looked up at Naruto as she felt herself come closer as well. "Ah, Naruto, please, keep going," begged Kurenai, her cries of pleasure getting louder and louder. Naruto sped up his speed, almost slamming into her as the wet sounds of their union filled their dark little room. Using all his strength, he thrust into her one last time as the last of his control disappeared and he gave into the pleasure that had been building up. "Oh, yes," Kurenai yelled, her legs wrapping around him, trying to bring him as close to her as possible as they both came. Naruto lay there contently in Kurenai's embrace as they came off their high. The only sounds in the room were the quite rhythmic breathing of the two lovers. They simply laid there looking into each other's eyes when suddenly Kurenai got a mischievous look in her eyes. "What is it?" asked Naruto innocently. Kurenai smiled and reached over, grasping his cock in her soft hands. "Let me make you feel good, Naruto-kun," said Kurenai happily, and moved lower on the bed. "Oh," Naruto moaned as Kurenai took him into her mouth. "You like that, don't you?" asked Kurenai purposefully, making lewd slurping noises as he blushed horribly on seeing this side of her. Yes, please keep going, said Naruto gently, as she smirked. He felt himself getting closer to coming once again, as Kurenai continued to run her tongue all over his cock trying to get at the sweet nectar she was craving quite badly. He started breathing hard as she went all out, and started using both her hands along with her mouth over his cock making him come on the spot. Kurenai! Exclaimed Naruto, and came. Kurenai easily took load after load of cum in her mouth, using her tongue to savor it to the fullest. She then suddenly sat up, her butt resting on her feet. Slowly she swallowed his cum, delighting in its taste and texture as it slid softly down her throat. As she finished, she looked down at a stunned Naruto. "Did you like that?" asked Kurenai victoriously, a smirk etched across her lips. "Yes, you're amazing, Kurenai-chan," said Naruto gratefully, making her smile. She placed her hand on his cheek and decided to ask something which was making her feel quite embarrassed. "Can you fulfill a wish of mine?" asked Kurenai hesitantly. "Anything." She smiled and moved to where the pillows were, and looked him in the eye. "All right, I want you to make me feel good here too," said Kurenai gently, making him raise one of his eyebrows in surprise. "You sure?" asked Naruto. "Yes, I am," replied Kurenai confidently. She put two pillows on top of each other and laid down on top of them, making her butt stand up in the air. Reaching behind, she grasped her ass cheeks and showed Naruto her ass. "I want you to fuck me here, Naruto. Use your cock and put it inside her," said Kurenai lustfully. Enko said it would be fun, and I want to try it." "Please," requested Kurenai, and wagged her puppy dog eyes at him. He was stunned, but approached her after a few seconds of recovery. If she wanted this so bad, then he would gladly do it for her. Moving in, his hand inched closer to her ass and he inserted one of his fingers inside as she did the same with her own finger. "Oh, yes, just like that," she cried, the mere touch sending tinkling sensations in her gut. He explored the uncharted territory with his fingers, as she allowed him to fully explore it with his fingers. After a few minutes, he moved his large cock to her ass and looked at her. "Just be gentle," said Kurenai meekly, nervousness evident in her eyes, but he gave her a reassuring nod which calmed her a bit. He surprisingly pushed one of his fingers inside her pussy and collected more of her cum before putting it on her anus as a lubricant, and used his other free hand to massage her tits as she moaned in pleasure. As she relaxed into the bed, he positioned his cock near her anus and pushed in with one swift motion. "Fuck!" cried Kurenai in pleasure and a little pain, her hands tightly grasping the bed sheets. Naruto shuddered as her anal ring closed around him, securing him inside her. Pushing in, Naruto was in awe of the tightness of her ass. It was hotter and tighter than her pussy, and if Kurenai really liked doing this, then he was going to make sure his girlfriend enjoyed it fully. He set his hands on her ass and began to fuck her hard. "Naruto, yes. Fuck me hard," yelled Kurenai, into the bed as he really got into it. Quickly putting a hand to our pussy, she started fingering herself furiously as she took inch after inch of Naruto's hard length into her rear. "Kurenai-chan, you're so tight," he cried, as he continued thrusting into her. The sounds of wet flesh slapping against each other sounded in the room as Naruto and Kurenai continued on and on. As her fingers still furiously worked on her pussy, Kurenai's eyes widened as she felt Naruto explode deep inside her ass. Feeling his hot seed inside her ass, she buckled, her toes curling as she came hard. "Oh, fuck, yes," she screamed, once more as her own orgasm hit and she came, squirting out her cum onto the pillows and bed sheets. "Kurenai," Naruto exclaimed, as he fired strand after strand of his cum into her ass. Finally exhausted after the day's events, Naruto collapsed onto Kurenai's back, his cock still deep inside her ass. They stayed like that for a while, too tired and satisfied to do much else. After a few minutes of relaxation, Kurenai snuggled into her handsome boyfriend's chest as they settled in for the night. When Naruto had finally pulled out of her ass, she leaked some of it out and onto the bed. They had been forced to throw off the sheets from the bed so they didn't sleep on a wet spot. Kurenai simply pressed her cheek against his chest and snuggled under the light bed cover. The pleasurable phantom feeling in her ass still lingered there as she pressed her nude body to her lover. Naruto, she whispered softly, as the rays of the moonlight shone into the small bedroom. Yes, asked Naruto, holding her close to him. I love you, whispered Kurenai lovingly, before drifting off to sleep. Those who can't sacrifice something, can never hope to bring change either for themselves or the world. He stared at her sleeping form even as Toba's words came flooding in his heart. I love you too, Kurenai, said Naruto sadly, as he laid a tender kiss on her forehead. Two people stood on top of a tall mountain cliff, their eyes calmly observing Sasukuma Islands even as their dark cloaks with red clouds on it flowed freely in the air. So, how did it go? Asked one of them in a hoarse voice, his body barely visible in the dark night. I sense something big happening very soon, said his partner calmly, the man's face covered by a demon mask. Oh, this isn't like us. I told you not to call me by that name anymore, snapped the demon mask-wearing man, his bright red Mangekyo glaring daggers at his partner. Fine, fine, you think he will agree to join our cause? Asked his partner seriously. More like we'll be joining his cause. We need him for our plan, after all, replied the older Uchiha calmly. And you're comfortable with it, Toby? Asked the partner curiously, as the man smirked. Yes, it's time for the rise of the Akatsuki. Chapter 67. The day everything changed. Next day. Morning. The bright rays of sunshine slowly crept inside the previously dark room. A pair of red eyes suddenly snapped open in surprise when the light fell directly on them. Kurenai lazily stretched her body, as her eyes tried to adjust to the new source of light. In doing so, she realized that she was alone in the bed. She quickly sat up from her bed, and put on her bra and panties. Where is he? I swear to Kami if he disappeared again, cursed Kurenai irritatedly. Then her other senses waked up and she realized a good smell coming from the kitchen. Upon entering in the small room, she smiled and frowned at the same time, which made her face look quite funny. There was Naruto standing in front of the kitchen floor busy cooking up some eggs and bacon for breakfast. And he was also dressed in his combat gear, ready to leave at a moment's notice. She felt extremely sad that their little vacation was now coming to an end. If it was up to her, then this dream world would continue forever. Just the two of them. But alas, destiny was a cruel bitch. She was intrigued when she spotted the vast change in his attire. In Wave, he was wearing plain clothes, and maybe some Anbu gear. Now he was completely different. He was wearing a dark black shirt with the Uchiha crest visible on the back, and light blue pants. Instead of combat boots, there were sandals covering his feet. What did catch her attention were two specific things. For starters, his face was not covered by the traditional face masks that Kakashi gave him in the past. Instead, there was a red-colored scarf hanging around his neck which stretched up to his nose. And the most important thing was the dark black cloak with high collars. There was a faint swastika symbol camouflaged at the front portion of the chest, and an eagle-shaped design at the back. The proud bird had spread his wings, as if showing his might over the entire world. She didn't know why, but this new outlook made him appear more dark. It emanated an eerie feeling of power. Like someone trying to control others through sheer power. The only saving grace was that it made Naruto look even more handsome and mysterious. She could barely even recognize him. And a small part of her heart didn't like this. She preferred her old, sweet Naruto over this new, radical one. At the same time, she didn't want to ruin their morning after last night's wonderful time. Not when he was working so hard to make breakfast for her. She must have been pretty spaced out, as he had finished setting the breakfast on the table and came forward to give her a light hug. Reacting on her instincts, she hugged him back, although she was certainly unnerved with his new uniform. Naruto, what are these? Asked Kurenai hesitantly. She cursed herself for asking the question. Damn human curiosity. She flinched when he broke the hug, and although he had a faint smile on his face, she didn't miss the ice-cold expression in his eyes. Was it him or the clothes were making him look more intimidating? Oh, they're a gift, answered Naruto carefully. I see, replied Kurenai hesitantly, ending the conversation. She wanted to ask so many more questions, but the cold look in his eyes flat out denied any kind of further conversation on this topic. His behavior did surprise her. Usually he agreed with anything she asked. But there were times when Naruto proved his masculinity ego, this was one of them. And she simply didn't want any quarrel over a stupid clothes. What more could they be? I've prepared breakfast. Let's eat. You must be hungry, said Naruto calmly, although his frosty tone was a clear hint that he didn't appreciate her view regarding his new uniform. He was miffed, but didn't raise any defensive argument. Why was he so protective over his uniform? It was as if they were a symbol as to who he was. Men, thought Kurenai tiredly, and simply sat down on the table. Please eat. His calm yet strong voice snapped her out of her thoughts again, and she quickly diverted her attention to the breakfast. Why was she getting intimidated from his stare? She took the first bite and couldn't help but smile in delight when the taste was perfect, even better than her own cooking. Her curious eyes shifted towards him and it seemed he already knew what she was going to ask. Root never differentiated between boys and girls. Everyone learned cooking skills, homemaking skills for infiltration and seduction missions, answered Naruto without any hesitation. Seduction? Asked Kurenai irritatedly, but he shrugged nonchalantly. Part of the job, nothing else. Fooling noble women is a lot easier than you think, said Naruto calmly, and saw her eyebrows twitching. And how many seduction missions have you been on? Spat Kurenai. Even the thought of Naruto touching any other women boiled her blood. She was a ninja, but fortunately she had not been assigned any such missions till date. She could try to make herself accept that part of his life, but it would always trouble her. She had nearly blasted out at Haku when Naruto had lied that they were in a relationship. Classified, replied Naruto flatly. What kind of answer is that? Root's over, you can tell me about your past. I barely even know what you went through in Root, argued Kurenai defensively, her grip on the spoon tightening with every passing second. Regular ninja like you won't understand, and neither should you try to. Anbu life is none of your business, said Naruto coldly, as she slammed the spoon on the table. It is my business, I need to know. No, Naruto. This discussion is over, you already know more than enough. Like I said, regular ninja have no right to know classified information, said Naruto icily, and saw her fists clenching tightly. Regular ninja, I'm your girlfriend, goddammit, said Kurenai murderously, her eyes burning with anger and hurt. The past is the past, neither you or I can change that. It's best to let old ghosts rest, now eat your breakfast, instructed Naruto patiently. I don't want to eat a fucking breakfast, yelled Kurenai irritatedly. Why did he always hide his past from her? Fine, then don't eat, snapped Naruto, and got up from the table signifying their first big fight in a long time. She glared at him, but he returned her action with double intensity. The staring contest continued for a full minute before Kurenai huffed in an unladylike way and walked out of the room. Clearly pissed at him, he sighed tiredly while running one of his hands through his silky blonde hair. That was harder than I thought it would be, thought Naruto nervously. He really felt sad on behaving this way. But it was necessary, he had to know both sides of the coin before making one final decision. Tobi and Sasuke were right, she really had a lot of impact on his thoughts and in a way could be the one who could stop him from creating a revolution. No, Valkyrie must happen. Too many lives have been sacrificed for this day, I can't let them go to waste for my selfishness. I need to know the consequences of my choices before I make the decision which will change my life permanently, thought Naruto seriously. His eyes glanced at the uneaten breakfast, and he moved forward to pick up the plates. The sound of the shower reached his ears, suggesting Kurenai had went to get a bath obviously to cool her head, or maybe not. He could not directly ask her to join his crusade, not after what Tobi told him. At the same time, he also remembered Haku advising him about letting Kurenai choose her own path, just like he had done for himself. All of this argument was for this purpose, and for asking the decisive question to Kurenai he still needed to conduct one more test before arriving at a conclusion. He glanced at the watch in the hall, and knew he was already late. Grabbing a paper and pen, he quickly wrote a note and strapped it on the dining table. With a quick glance towards the bathroom, he shunshined out of the hotel room. Haku was casually throwing stones in the lake near the orphanage. Life had been quite stagnant during the past week for her. Naruto was busy with his girlfriend, Tsunade was busy in the final stages of the cure's development as well, the new set of eyes which were going to replace Naruto's current ones. Nono was busy with the orphanage children. She idly wondered would Kurenai accept the dark side of Naruto which Haku had seen a few days back. There were two sides of Naruto, the good and the bad. She had seen both of them and it made extremely hard for her to categorize Naruto into either one. At the best, Naruto was a person who lied between these two sides, a person who had no desires of his own and who lived only for the sake of changing their fucked up world. Miss me. She was startled when the person of her thoughts appeared behind her. The ninja instincts within her wanted to attack him, but as he gave her a warm, friendly embrace from behind, it rid her of all those thoughts. They were no longer strangers or accomplices. After her support during the Battle of Kamonejima, Naruto had decided to trust her. She became the first volunteer soldier for Valkyrie, and became his best friend and console. If only Kurenai was not in his life, then Haku could have. My love alone is enough for the both of us, thought Haku contently, as she happily grasped his hands around her chest. Maybe a little, although I doubt you did the same for me, replied Haku sarcastically, as a sigh escaped from his lips. Haku, we've talked about this, said Naruto patiently, as she nodded. I know, and I'm not pushing you. It's just, answered Haku hesitantly, her voice becoming heavier. Sensing her depressed mood, he came forward and laid a gentle kiss on her cheek. Her cheeks flushed red, as her previously depressed face started stuttering incoherent words as he smiled bemusedly. There, all better now, said Naruto cheerfully. She stuttered for a few more seconds, but his bright smile and those dazzling dark eyes of his managed to bring a smile on her face. Just these little gestures of affection and his companionship was enough to fill the void in her life. And Naruto knew it. In a way, both of them were almost similar to each other. Both of them had been used all their life by other people, and casted aside when they were no longer needed. They knew how dark and cruel the ninja world was and had lived through it. Neither of them judged the other for their past or beliefs. These were few of the things which the people of the world could never understand about her, in the same way Kurenai would probably never understand or accept Naruto the way Haku could. But Naruto still had faith in that woman, and since Haku loved him with all her heart, she had stepped aside. Even going far as suggesting Naruto to make Kurenai a part of Valkyrie, even if it would dash any hope of having a future for herself with Naruto. First a tragic life, and now a tragic love story. Haku, you are important to me. More than you could imagine. I won't lie, there is something between us. But please don't push me. Don't make it any harder than it already is, requested Naruto politely. I understand. Did you talk to Kurenai about your cause? Asked Haku seriously, and saw the tired look in his eyes. There is something I want to test before asking her, kind of a mock examination on someone else. Kurenai has lived in the light of the ninja world all her life, while I've lived in the darkness just like you. Asking her to be a part of Valkyrie would be the toughest thing I would ever do. I'm not too optimistic either. She loves me, but she also has her own beliefs. Explained Naruto briefly, although she didn't miss the worried look in his eyes. He really wanted Kurenai to be by his side, at the same time a part of him didn't, for the path he had chosen was not a noble or righteous one. You want to prepare yourself for her wrath, scorn, disgust if she refuses to join you. You want to prepare for the worst, but who is similar to Kurenai? One who is close to you and can be useful for our cause. Asked Haku kindly. You know whom? Said Naruto cryptically, as her eyes widened in surprise. Naruto, you can't be serious. What if she refuses? In your current state, if she chooses to silence you, then it will be a gruesome battle. I'm good and will defend you to my last breath, but she's a monster, warned Haku urgently, as he nodded gravely. There is no choice, I have to do this. What about the children of the orphanage? Many of them are quite good at medical ninjutsu and genjutsu. They were quite excellent, suggested Haku, and saw his sharp eyes glaring at her. We will leave the orphanage alone. I will not have any child take part in this. They deserve a free life, away from the violence and bloodshed of the ninja world. I won't let the past repeat, and not become like him, spat Naruto disgustedly. Haku was surprised on discovering this side of him. Whoever this unknown person was, Naruto loathed him from the bottom of his heart. The look in his eyes burned with anger and resentment towards this person. I understand, I was just trying to portray a logical scenario, said Haku defensively, as his glare softened. Please, don't try mentioning any children for Valkyrie. More than enough children are already being killed in the ninja world, requested Naruto sadly. Hi, he rummaged through his pockets and brought out a slip of paper, which had quite a lot of things written on it. He then handed it to her. Haku, it's time to start Valkyrie, said Naruto seriously, as her eyes hardened with burning resolve. This was the moment she was waiting for, to prove herself to him. To be the one who supported him no matter the odds. Go to my secret base, observe the training of our army, hone your own skills, we make our first move within 1 month assuming I'm not killed first, said Naruto flatly, as she glared at him. You're sending me away, before you ask her, you can't be serious, said Haku furiously. I have to do this alone, if we are to be ready in time. I need you to make the preparations, gather more recruits for our cause. Get supplies, weapons, money through any means necessary, ordered Naruto, as she raised any eyebrow. Any? Asked Haku curiously. The strong survive, the weak die, that's the motto of the ninja world. I think it's time they are given a bitter taste of their own medicine, said Naruto harshly, getting an affirmative nod from her. Yes, Your Highness, replied Haku devotedly, as his cheeks blushed. Haku, you don't have to call me that. You can call me Naruto, said Naruto shyly, as a smirk came on her lips. And miss my chance at teasing you. I'll pass, replied Haku cheekily, as his eyebrows twitched. Fine, I'm proud to be on your side, Naruto. I just want you to know that, said Haku honestly, and gave him a bright smile. Thanks, the ninja world is burning with hatred. All we have to do is nip the problem at the source. In order to usher in a peaceful future we must first destroy our chaotic past. After that, the world will finally head towards peace, explained Naruto hopefully. And that's, said Haku warmly, receiving a nod from him. Valkyrie, finished Naruto. Through our lives, we understood that people desire a future free of war, hatred and violence, said Haku seriously, as a smirk came on his lips. Nay, Haku, don't you think wishes are the same as my sharingan? Asked Naruto curiously. The things you can't accomplish by yourself, can be fulfilled by asking the assistance of others. Valkyrie isn't just my dream, but it carries the hopes of the uncountable dead and the people who are still struggling in this world. The success of this revolution won't just belong to my or your efforts alone, it would be due to the combined struggle of every single person in this world regardless of which side they belong to, said Naruto proudly, getting a nod from her. Giving her a short kiss on her cheek, which sent butterflies in her stomach, he started walking towards the orphanage in order to face another challenge. Naruto, the risk, said Haku worriedly, as he turned around and a mischievous grin was etched on his lips. Only those willing to be killed, should think about killing others. Tsunade had been in the process of a frustrating activity which was putting up her bra around her monumental breasts. The past few weeks, this little laboratory had become her residence. Naruto was barely around, no orphanage children were allowed to visit this territory of the property. The only ones who ever came here were Nono and Haku, both females. Her room was kind of on the far end of the orphanage. Nono had insisted that she refrained from corrupting young children with her drinking endeavors. Things had gotten quite crazy when Naruto had handed her that marvelous sake bottle. She definitely needed to get the address of the bar store from the boy, hell she would pay millions to get a sip of that sake again. Her breath froze when the door to the room suddenly opened, and a familiar blonde walked in with a cigarette in his mouth. Her eyes widened to the size of dinner plates when she realized that she was only wearing khaki pants, while her chest was completely exposed with a bra lingering over her shoulder. If he was shocked, he didn't show it. Naruto merely raised an eyebrow as if getting a frontal view of G-cup breasts were a regular happening for him. Not bad, said Naruto casually, and went outside the room. She remained frozen in her spot like cold ice, but when a few seconds passed her entire face flushed red with anger and embarrassment. Naruto, yelled Tsunade at the top of her lungs, waking up every person in a 2-mile radius. Tsunade doubled over in sheer shock, when he opened the door again and looked at her with a bored expression in his eyes. What the fuck was this kid? Jiraiya would have died to get a good look at even one of her boobs. Need some help? Asked Naruto calmly, and watched her face color change from red to pink, and many more. It was clear that his reaction to the mishap had clearly sent in her a state of shock, and he was sure the naughty young boys of the orphanage would certainly be doubling in this direction to help the big booby babe. Apparently, Jiraiya was not the only one who had a fetish for old, booby blondes. If only they knew that underneath the pretty face was a 52-year-old hag, although he refrained from stating that fact to anyone. Tsunade was as stiff as a rock, her breasts lying openly in front of his eyes. He simply walked forward, went behind her back and easily clipped the bra. Even adjusting the fabric around the giant mounds, no wonder she had trouble wearing inner clothes. Those things were fucking heavy. Then, just as if nothing had happened, he started walking back towards the exit when a cold hand was placed on his shoulder, the grip almost crushing his bones. Turning around, he came face to face with a mad Tsunade, who apparently had a demon glowing above her head. Her long, open blonde hair flowing wildly in the air. What was that? She said each word as icily and murderously as possible, and was unnerved further when the casual look in his eyes never changed for a second. That was called helping a woman, answered Naruto calmly, as she roared in rage. Flick. She was surprised when he twisted his fingers and all her rage seemed to vanish, either through sheer surprise or something else. He turned around and looked her straight in the eye. First, this is not a changing room but a laboratory. If you were really that conscious about your body, then this was not the right place for changing clothes. Second, I am not at all interested in you in any sexual or romantic way. You're my aunt and I care about you. This accident was unfortunate, yes. So either we can make a big deal about it or forget it completely, just a dark secret that we can take to our grave. Asked Naruto seriously. How can you be so calm after? Said Tsunade in disbelief. She expected the boy to grovel at her feet for mercy like Jiraiya or even run away like her old teammate. Because giving this trivial matter unnecessary importance will only make it more awkward for us. This is not the first time I've seen a woman's beauty, and I never intended to let this event happen. Still, if it's not enough and if I've hurt your sentiments, then I apologize from the bottom of my heart, said Naruto sincerely, and gave her a short bow too. Tsunade was stunned. She wanted to pummel the boy into the ground, but the way he had explained the accident and his actions made it impossible for her to lay any punishment on him. He had not only pointed out her own fault, apologized even if this accident was just an unfortunate event. He really was a crude strategist, a man who knew what he was doing and had plans within plans. A true mastermind. She could now understand why Hiruzen feared Naruto, as if he was a time bomb waiting to go off. Naruto not only possessed power but more than that, he had a brilliant mind, one which was more smarter than his own father Minato. Don't do it again, said Tsunade hesitantly. She had to be the responsible adult since he had already apologized. Damn that sneaky brat. She was thankful to Kami for once that Jiraiya didn't have such tactful mind when it came to women, or else that old pervert would have actually escaped unharmed when he had peeked on her years ago in a hot spring. That thought alone made her shiver. He got up again and flashed her one of the most impressive smiles she had ever seen. Add that to his mysterious uniform, it actually made her blush a little. No wonder young girls like Haku and Kurenai had fallen for him. Thank you for your generosity, said Naruto gratefully, showing his diplomatic skills for the first time. He narrowed his eyes when a frown came on her face, and he saw her glaring at the cigarette in his mouth. Were all women against this thing, he wondered. Why are smoking? Asked Tsunade tersely, barely hiding her annoyance. Thought it would be a good idea before I die, muttered Naruto. What? Nothing. I guess old habits die hard. It helps me relieve the stress, answered Naruto quickly. Thank God she didn't hear his first comment clearly. It's not good for your health, especially in the current condition you are in, advised Tsunade gravely, getting a sheepish nod from him. Gomen, apologized Naruto, and he threw the offending thing away. He was surprised when she enwrapped him in a light, warm hug. At first he seemed confused, but didn't object and wrapped his arms around her back. The more she was comfortable, the more he could explain himself to her. It's good to see you again. Although the circumstances should have been different, said Tsunade calmly, losing her previously accumulated anger. Likewise, I'm sorry for not spending some time with you, despite you doing so much for me. It's not much, but I really appreciate everything you've done for me, replied Naruto sincerely. Naruto, Oba-san, there is something I need to talk to you about, said Naruto carefully, as her breath got caught in her throat. Did he just call me Oba-san? Thought Suan happily. If it was any other person they would be dead for calling her aunt. But that word coming out of his mouth was like a blessing for which she had been craving for weeks. It was a proof that he had finally started accepting her as family, and not just considering her a distant relative. Oh, before that, a letter came for you. I think it's from Hiruzen. Maybe he wants a status update, suggested Tsunade, and noticed how his warm expression suddenly turned ice cold. He turned away and walked a few feet away from her, as if being near her was harmful for his life itself. Oba-san, I'm not going back to Konoha, said Naruto coldly, his eyes glancing across the room. Huh, what do you mean? Stammered Tsunade. She could not believe what she had just heard. She froze when his Mangekyo eyes activated and he looked her straight in the eye, showing his dark, evil side for the first time. I'm going to destroy Konoha. Tsunade's eyes widened, her fists clenched, her blood boiled, her eyes hardened, the power of her chakra rose as the blue-colored energy surrounded her entire body, cracking the wooden floor. Vengeance against the hidden leaf? Asked Tsunade murderously. She may not be as patriotic as Jiraiya or a traitor like Orochimaru. But Konoha was her home, a village founded by her grandfather. A place for which Dan had laid his life, a home for which young Naoki sacrificed himself. And this boy wanted to burn it to the ground just because he had a bad fate. Her chakra was about to flare more as she took a threatening step towards him, until... boom! An even more powerful, evil, malicious wave of chakra erupted from Naruto's body. The wooden floor completely cracked from the sheer pressure. The Ki was so high that even Tsunade, being a Sannin, couldn't help but get sweat on her forehead. His murderous, red Mangekyo promised mass murder. She could hear children screaming in terror, Nono trying to stop them from panicking. The nearby animals were quickly fleeing from the area. Long back, she had known Naruto was strong. She had even accepted that he killed Root on his own, but only now did she realize all those claims were true. Even in his weakened state, Naruto radiated the power similar to a cage, and he had not even started using his Biju's chakra. Lower your chakra, Oba-san. Hear me out first, after that you can try to kill me, said Naruto seriously, as she glared at him. You traitor, you dare defy your own village. That place is not perfect, but it's still home. A place for which my family died, replied Tsunade furiously, and he looked at her disappointedly. How naive, if only you knew the real truth about Konoha. It is no longer the dream village which Hashirama Senju established. Despite our differences, you are my last living family. You always wanted to know me, about my past. Now I offer to tell you everything. What happened from the beginning, why I have turned my back against Konoha, and why I want to destroy it. I deserve a chance to explain myself, explained Naruto patiently. You deserve nothing. Uchiha Naruto, you used me. I can't believe it, said Tsunade sadly, as a few tears came in her eyes. You think that, huh? If I really wanted to use you, then why did I reveal this dark secret before you even cured me or replaced my eyes? You're the only one who can save my life. You can simply refuse to treat my dying body and my life will end in a few weeks. Think about it, said Naruto remorsefully. Did she think of him like that? I don't, said Tsunade in a tearful voice, as he stepped towards her. She raised her chakra-fused fist when he took out a kunai, but was surprised when he grabbed her other hand, placed the kunai in it and pointed it at his own heart. You abandoned me when I needed you most, left me to the villagers who were worse than jackals. You couldn't look past your own pain and left me. A small part of you is indirectly responsible for the way my life turned out. All my life I yearned for a mother's love. I could have gotten that from you. But Suan Senju, you turned your back on me. The only reason you are even here trying to help me is because you can't live with that guilt in your heart. After all this, if you still want to kill me, then go ahead. Love and forgiveness can't be achieved through mere words. said Naruto sadly, a lone tear slipping from his eye. The hand of hers which was holding the kunai suddenly felt 1,000 pounds more heavier, the chakra-powered fist fell limp on her side. Her eyes watered on seeing the sadness in his eyes, and yet he was willing to let her kill him. It's true that I made a huge mistake by abandoning you, and I'm here to make up for it. You're the son of Minato and Kushina, the greatest heroes of Konoha and my family. You're like the son I always wanted to have, but I barely know anything about you. I know you're not the evil boy which the villagers say you are, I really want to believe it. I just don't know anything anymore, whispered Tsunade in a broken voice, the kunai collapsing on the broken wooden floor with a loud clang. He lifted his hand and wiped off the tears falling from her eyes. Tsunade looked into his eyes as he gave her a reassuring nod, as his Mangekyo spinned hypnotizing her. All right, I'll tell you the story of Naruto Uchiha. Kurenai stared at the piece of paper in her hands, her eyes had lost the anger and were now staring at the paper as if it was made of gold. It was a goodbye message from him, now that he had went on his next mission. Dear Kurenai-chan, I'm sorry for leaving without informing you, but the mission was urgent and I didn't want to extend our argument. I'm not mad at you, I just want you to know that. I also understand why you want to know about my past en route. But it's too painful for me, and I've got a lot of tasks I need to accomplish. I can't get emotionally unstable, being an Anbu demands it. That does not mean I don't realize how knowing about me is so important for you, and you're the most precious person in the world for me. Please give me some time, one day I will tell you my entire true story. I will show you everything, and when that day comes you'll have to make a choice. I promise that day will come very soon. That's all I can say for now, so please have faith in me. The past few days have been the best time of my life, and I'm grateful that you came to meet me. I really enjoyed our time together, and would like to do more in the future. I will not be able to get into contact with you for some time, I'm on a dangerous mission. That's all I can say. Please return back to Konoha, the others might be worried about you. And don't mention our encounter to anyone, especially Hiruzen, as that might put us both in a lot of trouble. Well, gotta go. I love you, Naruto. Tears fell from her eyes as she cursed herself for getting so mad at him. How could she forget Operation Ghost and the enormous responsibility he was shouldering for Konoha? Root was a sensitive topic, and she had literally demanded him to spill out his painful past. I'm so stupid, said Kurenai sadly, as she clutched the letter close to her heart. She was also disappointed that she had failed in revealing the truth about Rei's death to him. She had gotten so overjoyed in spending time with him that she failed to reveal the treachery to him. Maybe she had intentionally not told him the truth. Would he start hating the village for this betrayal? Would he abandon her? These questions really troubled her, and were perhaps the reason she was not able to tell him. But now, after he had promised to reveal his entire truth to her, she could not lie anymore. I promise you, the day you reveal your truth to me I will reveal Konoha's treachery to you. Please be safe, prayed Kurenai. And what choice was he talking about? She didn't know. The only thing she knew was that she was madly in love with Naruto Uchiha, even more than before. Tsunade lay frozen in horror as the pair of Mangekyo stopped spinning. Her cheeks were puffy and red, dark circles had formed beneath her eyes due to the enormous tears that had fallen from her eyes. If not for Naruto's firm hand holding her shoulder, she would have collapsed. The amount of information she had learned was making her head explode. Naruto had revealed everything to her. Everything. His childhood when he was constantly abused by the villagers, his loneliness, the little bond he formed with Kakashi, the first encounter with Root and his first kill, meeting Kurenai, meeting Danzo, joining Danzo and Root, his friendship with Shin, Sai and the countless young children in Root, that monstrous training. The final test where Shin died for Naruto's sake, the countless dirty Black Ops missions which Naruto performed for Konoha, how callously his friends were killed for the politics of Fire Nation, the truth of the Uchiha massacre and how Konoha had first isolated the Uchiha and when they ran out of patience, the village turned Itachi against his own clan. The Root coup, him begging Hiruzen to let him save the village from civil war, his old life with his classmates, Enko, and how he fell in love with Kurenai. The Root massacre where he had cried tears of blood and lost his last best friend, Sai, and killed Danzo. And most of all lost Rei, his own clone daughter. After that he had explained everything he had done as a part of Operation Ghost, how Hiruzen, Itachi and Kyuubi had plotted and succeeded in wiping every single memory of Rei, how Princess Colin had tried to silence him despite him being a loyal soldier of Konoha, Orochimaru's offer. And what Valkyrie truly was. She could not even look straight in his eyes. She had always imagined he was a poor child who was simply forced to massacre Root. But now, for the peace of the Hidden Leaf Village, and most of all for my deceased best friends, I accepted dying being known as a criminal and a traitor. I accepted disgrace in the place of honor, and hatred instead of love. And yet the village, Hiruzen spat on the sacrifice of my friends. And that is the tragic story of mine, finished Naruto regretfully. Naruto, I'm so sorry, said Suan tearfully, as he shook his head. Konoha is not what you think it is. The village has failed to become the peaceful home Hashirama wanted it to be. It reeks of corruption, betrayal, hatred, just like the ninja world. Now you know my truth, you know who I truly am beneath all these masks. I'm not fighting for revenge, I just want justice for my friends and create a world where more Narutos are not born. To end the cycle of hatred. That is Valkyrie, explained Naruto, as more tears fell from her eyes. I should have been there for you. If only I had taken you with me, then none of this would have happened, said Suan shamefully, as she buried her tearful face into her hands. He took a deep breath and took a step towards her. If you still believe in Konoha, then you're free to go. I won't stop you, said Naruto in resignation, as she looked at him in shock. What? But your life. I won't betray my only blood family. You're one of the few people whose will I won't bend for my revolution. Just like I made my choices, I offer you the freedom to make your own decision. You have no obligation towards me, Tsunade Senju. I forgive you, said Naruto peacefully. Not a second later, she enveloped him in a fierce, motherly hug. Even laying a few soft, affectionate kisses on his cheeks and forehead, as for the first time he felt a little glimpse of what a mother's love could be. You can go back to Konoha. Nobody will stop you, but I will still go forward with my revolution, said Naruto meekly. You do realize I might just tell your plan to Hiruzen and the village. It would wreak havoc on your revolution. Why aren't you killing me? Asked Tsunade silently. I can't kill you, even if you tell my plan to Konoha, it won't stop my revolution. I will complete Valkyrie even if it kills me. It is the redemption for all my sins and betrayals, answered Naruto honestly. Do you really think you can do it? Can you really change this ninja world? Asked Tsunade worriedly. I can. No, I must. Will there be sacrifices? Yes, and not just of soldiers but innocent people as well. But, it's because of that I won't stop. Even if I have to cheat, kill, betray others. I won't give up. I will end this cycle of hatred, even if I must become Carnage reincarnate, promised Naruto, his dark eyes burning with determination. She just stared at him, looking into his eyes, promised her that he did mean everything he said. Regardless of her decision, he was going forward with Valkyrie, and now that she knew what it was, she couldn't discard the fact that it would end the violence which humanity was suffering from. The wars would end, young children won't turn into weapons, the fighting nations would lose their grudges against each other, the world would unite. Words couldn't describe how proud she was of him. Naruto was not the destroyer she had assumed he was. Instead, Tsunade Haim, I know one day a child would come who will change the course of the ninja world. She still remembered Jiraiya's words, that prophecy he used to mutter every time. The circumstances were different, but could Naruto be the one? She had already abandoned him once, and yet here he was offering to free her from all her burdens. How could someone be so selfless? But then again, this was the man who had sacrificed everything without expecting much in return. Naruto had no desires of his own, he only lived for this dream, which was to save the world and unite humanity. But nobody will force you. Oba-san, you are free to leave. If you want to go back to your life, then now is the time, suggested Naruto calmly, and heard her sigh before giving him a determined smile. I already abandoned you once, and your life turned into hell. I won't repeat the same mistake again, not when you've done so much for me and the things you want to do for this fucked up world which has given you nothing but pain. I truly understand you, Naruto Uchiha. And I will walk with you, By your side till the end, promised Tsunade. He was left speechless when she said those words. He had came here expecting the worst. He knew she would leave him, that he would be left all alone again. I, said Naruto in a choked voice. He was trained to control his emotions, and yet he could not stop his eyes from becoming moist. As she slowly poked her finger at his heart, he saw something in her eyes for which he had yearned all his life. I love you. He closed his eyes as tears slipped from his eyes. His legs felt weak as he started collapsing towards the wooden floor, but instead found himself in a warm embrace as her hands wrapped tightly around his back. You always yearned for a family, I can see it in your years. I can't be as Minato and Kushina, and I don't even know if you can accept me as your mother. I'm an alcoholic, a gambler, have frequent mood swings, like punching men through the walls. I'm a sore loser. I lost purpose in life after Dan and Naoki died, but now I have one. If Valkyrie is your redemption, then you are my redemption. Kakashi accepted you as a brother, Kurenai accepted you as a lover, and I today accept you as my son. I promise to stay by your side no matter what, and I will do my best to shower you with love which you deserve so much. You're not alone anymore, Naruto. You have a family who'll share their happiness and sorrows with you, said Tsunade lovingly. By the time she was finished, he was crying hysterically. His face was buried deep into her chest. He was crying so badly that his tears had soaked her haori. His wails were getting louder, but neither she or Nono, who was now standing near the door with a kind smile on her face, tried to stop him. Tsunade patted his back gently, as even she felt herself getting attached to him. There was just something about this kid that reminded her of Naoki, except Naruto had sacrificed 1,000 times more than Naoki. Although if you try to peek at my boobs again by accident or otherwise, then I'll kill you, promised Tsunade very sweetly, as he laughed in between his sobs. Hi, mother, said Naruto gratefully, bringing a bright smile on the blonde Senju's face. Uchiha and Senju, hey, both your descendants have plenty of love in their hearts, old man. If only your foolish sons understood it, thought Kurama silently, although he couldn't help but smile on seeing how happy Naruto was. Nono, Haku, Sasuke, Gaara, and now Tsunade. One by one, these people were slowly starting to fill the hole in his heart which was created by the horrible ninja world. And in the fox's eyes, if any human deserved happiness more than others, then it was Naruto Uchiha. Only a person who faced isolation all her life could understand what Naruto was feeling right now, and nobody understood it better than Kurama, who had faced the same pain for centuries. Maybe, just maybe, he could also hope to get his best friend and family back one day. The fox saw Nono coming beside Naruto and resting her hand on his shoulder, flashing him one of her gentle smiles. Well, you wanted a mother. You have two now, and we definitely don't want an unhealthy son, said Nono happily, getting a nod from Tsunade. Get ready, brat, because you're undergoing the longest operation and medical treatment of your life, boasted Tsunade proudly. And all Naruto could do in this moment was mutter the one word, which was always on a certain Nara's lips. Troublesome. 3 weeks later, Orochimaru was currently not happy. The subject lying on his experiment table was another failure. His plans to destroy Konoha were currently at a stalemate since the Kyuubi brat had not joined them yet. Should he have tried to steal the forbidden scroll from Naruto during their meeting? No, the boy was too smart and sneaky. Orochimaru just had to be a little more patient. He had nearly perfected the most powerful jutsu in the world, but to make it undefeatable he needed the forbidden scroll. In a far corner of the room, Kabuto was glancing at a report in his hands. Something about logistics. Orochimaru-sama, when are you going to teach me that thing? Asked Kabuto quietly, although the Sannin didn't miss the irritation in his apprentice's eyes. Patience, Kabuto. Science requires time, replied Orochimaru calmly. Boom. They were surprised when a violent blast rocked their entire base. Kabuto quickly ran towards a table and activated several screens showing video footages of every corner of the base. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes dangerously when every single corner of his base was being raided by soldiers. Hundreds of them. It was a bloody invasion force, who were killing every single defender who tried to stop them. No prisoners, no mercy. Just one look at the enemy soldiers was enough to send a cold chill down any normal person's spine. All the enemy soldiers were dressed in crisp black full-sleeved shirts and dark black pants. They were wearing strong combat boots. Every soldier's face was covered by black-colored gas masks with 2 breathing holes on each side of the face. The death masks had 2 large eye spots on it which glowed bright red in color. It was as if the warriors were raised from hell and their demonic red eyes were glaring at their enemies. The most noticeable feature was the proud red armband with a swastika symbol on it. Every soldier was wearing a metallic helmet on which was the symbol of a proud eagle which had spread its wings widely. The soldiers were armed with swords and shields, and they moved with such coordination that not even a single Odo shinobi was able to stop them. Leading this enemy army was a female warrior. She was wearing the same uniform as her soldiers except for the dark black-colored leather jacket on her chest, and the proud hat on her head displaying the same eagle symbol on it. Her face was also hidden behind the same mask which her men were wearing, and she was killing scores of Orochimaru's test subjects with her ice powers. What the hell are they? And a Yuki clan shinobi, thought Orochimaru urgently, and looked towards his second-in-command, Kabuto. The boy didn't need any more instruction, as he grabbed his battle gear and charged out of the room in order to stop this deadly army. If there was anyone who could stop them, then it was that boy. Meanwhile, Orochimaru started destroying important data files. What are these monsters? Asked the Sannin furiously. The First Reich. The temperature of the room turned icy cold, as the snake Sannin turned around to came face to face with a single shinobi who was standing on the doors of the exit. The entire corridor behind him was filled with bodies of Odo shinobi, who had a horrified looks in their eyes as if they had seen a demon. And they were right, for the warrior was dressed in the same uniform as the invading army. He was wearing a dark black jacket with the swastika symbol on it, and dark pants with combat boots on his bottom. A sharp, blood-stained sword was resting in his hands. His face was covered by a gas death mask, and he was wearing the same officer's hat with the eagle symbol on top. However, the most terrifying thing about him was not his intimidating uniform, or the blood-stained sword, but the murderous pair of Mangekyo eyes that were the shape of thunderbolts, as if lightning was permanently embedded in those eyes. Orochimaru could literally feel the monstrous power emanating from those eyes. One glance at them and the scientist in him knew they were no regular Mangekyo eyes. An eternal Mangekyo sharingan. Could it be Itachi? Thought Orochimaru cautiously, as that boy was the only one who got so close to killing him during their past encounter. But the person standing before him made that Uchiha seem weak. Orochimaru could sense the endless chakra in this person's body. He was a fucking time bomb, waiting to explode. And his sheer presence reeked of death, vengeance, and pure darkness. A cruel smile escaped from the person's lips as he fixed his eyes at Orochimaru. Who are you? Chapter 68, True Blood. Who are you? There was no humor in his voice when he asked that question. He was a veteran ninja and he could definitely feel the person standing before him was not an ordinary ninja. Just those dangerous eyes of his was enough to make Orochimaru cautious. He heard the dangerous-looking ninja smile under his mask. Orochimaru could literally feel a smirk arriving on his opponent's lips. I'm the Nadaime, said the officer calmly. Nadaime? Asked Orochimaru in confusion, as he scanned the man in front of him again. Apart from being an Uchiha, what could be so possibly different about this man? And why the hell was he calling himself the second? Was he somehow related to any Kage or Tobirama? Regardless, a creepy smile came on the old Sannin's face when Kabuto emerged from one of the corridors with a horde of his test subjects, his pets standing right in front of the invasion force. Most of the men on Kabuto's side had horrible faces, more akin to zombies. Their skin was extremely pale, their organs in weird shapes, their teeth were more like canines and nails as long as animals. Black-colored marks engrossed their bodies, even if they hissed in pain. As expected, they can't sustain the cursed seals branded on them. Disposable pawns, thought the officer, and shook his head disappointedly. You were quite bold to attack my stronghold, but I'm afraid you don't have the sufficient soldiers to overcome my unbeatable army. These men have craved for blood and gore for weeks, and your soldiers shall be their feast, said Orochimaru wickedly, a mad grin etched across his lips. Then may I talk to my men one last time if you please? Asked the officer calmly, as Orochimaru studied him. After a few moments of pondering, the Sannin shrugged his shoulders, more interested in hearing what this cornered army general would do now. The Odo forces outnumbered the invading army by 3-1. The dangerous military officer stepped towards the screens and pressed a button, as the speakers in the corridors came alive. SS Guard. As soon as his voice boomed through the devices, each and every Reich soldier stood in attention, their hands proudly pressed against their chest, directly offering a firm salute to their leader. Even Orochimaru was a little startled with the discipline of the enemy soldiers. The enemy outnumber us 3-1, good odds for any soldier of our glorious fatherland. Today, we rescue this dying world from evil and tyranny and usher in a future brighter than anything we can imagine. To victory, yelled the officer passionately. Ahu, ahu, ahu. 500 roars echoed at once, a volley of swords and shield raised high in the air as the army pointed their weapons confidently towards the large horde of deformed monsters. A strong defensive line was formed with the lady officer at front. For Caesar, yelled the girl proudly. The SS Guard stood confidently beside each other, every soldier supporting the man in front of him and the brothers on his sides. No fear, no hesitation, their eyes yearning for the blood of the now nervous monsters in front of them, their swords and spears anxious to taste more monster blood. Orochimaru gritted his teeth when the man known as Caesar turned towards him, and despite the mask he could feel the confident smile arriving on the man's lips. "You see, old friend, I brought more soldiers than you," said Cesare proudly. "Have we met before?" asked Orochimaru suspiciously, and literally froze when Cesare unveiled his mask a little. "You," said Orochimaru in horror, "how was this possible?" This. Naruto Uchiha, pleased to meet you," introduced Naruto confidently, as Orochimaru laughed madly. "Interesting developments. I never could have guessed in my wildest dreams that you could be a descendant of the elite Uchiha clan. You are not even worthy of having a sharingan, your skills are moderate at best. Tell me, where did you got those eyes from?" asked Orochimaru bemusedly, but Naruto simply shrugged nonchalantly. "Your pride and overconfidence in your skills will spell your end today, but don't worry, I'll accomplish your little wish of destroying a certain village," said Naruto confidently. "Oh, so you are an enemy of Konoha. Then why not join me? I'm sure we can use those eyes of yours." Slam! He spat a mouthful of blood as a devastating kick was planted straight on his chest, crushing each and every one of his lungs while sending him sailing straight through the roof, creating a giant hole in the ceiling. As he crashed on the barren grass above his base, he tried to digest what just hit him. It was a bright flash. A dark black-colored flash. His attacker also emerged from the ceiling and was now standing in front of him. The murderous death mask now did manage to send a threatening message to the injured Sannin. "I'm disappointed, Orochimaru. You truly do not live up to your reputation, or does your frail body not support you any longer?" taunted Naruto, and for a moment he saw the man flinching. He focused his eyes more closely and what he saw made him want to throw up instantly. A creepy smile came on the scientist's face as he got back on his feet. His previously twisted torso slowly realigned itself, the broken bones mending at an unnatural speed. "You freak!" cursed Naruto furiously, making the Sannin laugh. "Now, you see the power of science. I underestimated you, boy. However, you're still far too young to defeat me. I'm a Sannin. I've already sent distress signals to all my nearby bases. My soldiers will be arriving any minute to crush your passionate army," said Orochimaru confidently, but frowned when Naruto laughed. "I wouldn't be so sure about that. Last I remember I unleashed a certain blonde monster on your bases. She has quite a nasty temper, plus she had quite a lot of sake before going on a rampage." "Those poor souls," said Naruto bemusedly, as Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock. "It can't be, not her. It's impossible," yelled Orochimaru defiantly. "I believe a Sannin is more than enough to deal with your useless pawns. As for you, I'll show you what a true master of the sharingan can do," said Naruto furiously. "Is that so?" asked Orochimaru sinisterly, as Ki started erupting from his body. "By the time I'm done with you, I'll make you experience every single agony you made your victims go through. This will be my tribute to Anko, whose life was ruined due to your heinous crimes," said Naruto bitterly. The mere thought of the pain this man made that woman go through boiled his blood. He was an enemy of Konoha now, but it didn't change the fact that he still cared about his friends and family. Especially his old Team 7 and Kakashi. Anko was like an elder sister to him all his life, taught him many things, and he always repaid his debts. The promise which he made to Anko was still alive in his heart, and regardless of their different paths he would free her from Orochimaru's curse once and for all. "I underestimated you, Naruto-kun," said Orochimaru honestly, making the young boy smile. "Story of my life, all my enemies make that mistake. Even veteran scientists like you are mere humans," taunted Naruto, as Orochimaru's eyebrows twitched. "You have quite a loud mouth. Naughty boys must be taught a lesson." An entire handful of poisonous snakes emerged from one of the Sannin's sleeves and leaped towards the blonde boy in front of him. The venomous creatures hissed angrily, their fangs eager to taste the blood of the enemy and fulfill their master's wishes. "You're annoying," said Naruto distastefully, as he flicked his hand. Slash! Showers of blood and gore flew across the entire area as every single snake was sliced to tiny pieces. The creatures cried in horror as their lives were stolen mercilessly. "A wind user, interesting," said Orochimaru curiously. In truth, he was now starting to consider his opponent seriously. His snakes were sliced up before they got even 10 feet near Naruto. The boy simply flicked his hand and the wind obeyed his command, as if he was a god. That kind of manipulation mastery takes years, and only a handful ninja around the world could claim such a feat. "It seems you're not taking things seriously. Then let's give you a glimpse of who you're truly up against," said Naruto furiously, and clasped his hands together. Crack, boom, slash. Grass splintered, trees were sliced apart, boulders crumbling to little stones, unfortunate birds and animals suffocating due to the monstrous pressure and collapsing dead to the ground like flies. The entire dense forest rumbled with the power radiating from the boy's body. Horrible cracking noises echoed in the area as he twisted his knuckles, his entire body shrouded in reddish-blue-colored chakra. His murderous eyes glaring at Orochimaru. "Today, I must start lifting the curse which was placed on Hachiman. As the true heir of the god of war, I must bring stability to this war-torn world," thought Naruto. Orochimaru crossed his hands in a familiar hand seal and 6 replicas of him appeared around him. All of them glaring at Naruto with their slithering tongues. "Very well," accepted Naruto. Surprisingly, the boy sheathed his sword and was now standing in front of 6 vicious clones of the snake Sannin. The first clone surged forward and attempted to give a roundhouse kick to the boy's chest, but he easily ducked and positioned himself beneath the clone's legs. Slash! A pair hidden blades emerged from Naruto's wrists which sliced the shadow clone apart from the groin. Talk about a painful way to die. 2 more clones surrounded the boy and launched twin kicks from both sides. Naruto quickly jumped in the air, overlapping the incoming strikes. He pointed one finger towards each clone. Futen Kazakiri, wind release, wind cutter jutsu. Sharp blades of wind circled around the 2 surprised Orochimaru clones. The shock in their eyes had not even registered properly before their bodies were sliced up to tiny little pieces, as they finally blew up in smoke. Orochimaru saw Naruto landing back on the ground, and in a dark black flash he appeared right in between the remaining 3 shadow clones. Everything after that would have been a blur for even a Junin-level ninja, but the Sannin had fought many powerful warriors in his life. He had even fought alongside Minato Namikaze on a few occasions, and as scary as it was to admit, his son was equally fast. His taijutsu lacks power, but totally relies on speed and quick reflexes. "It's my hubby's style, curse you Anko," thought Orochimaru bitterly, as he understood why Anko was so close to this boy's heart. His ex-student had helped in covering this boy's weakness. He doubted Naruto could survive a pure taijutsu battle with Jiraiya or Guy. But what good was the physical power of those 2 ninja if they barely even saw this blonde monster? His own eyes could barely keep up with the boy's speed. The poor shadow clones didn't even realize the numerous strikes they suffered from Naruto's hidden blades, as they exploded in smoke. As the last clone got destroyed, Orochimaru saw Naruto's hidden blades retracting back beneath his wrists. This boy was a pure assassin, quick, clean and thorough. Minato's Hirishin allowed him to transport from one place to another through the seals on his 3-pronged kunai, but Naruto does not know it, nor does he display any ability of that jutsu. Yet, his speed is frightening. He seems to be making short transportation, instead of longer ones like his father. That's the only possible reason for his speed, thought Orochimaru smartly, as Naruto smiled. Is your observation complete now, Orochimaru? Shall we start? Asked Naruto patiently. If you knew I was gaining information on you through my clones, then why purposefully show it to me? Even for you it is a foolish move to show your hidden jutsu which is enhancing your speed, answered Orochimaru disappointedly. You think this was a jutsu? And here I thought you had good observation skills, taunted Naruto, as Orochimaru's eyes widened. That was pure speed. Maybe, maybe not, said Naruto mysteriously, a smirk etched on his lips. Without a warning, he performed a set of hand seals at blinding speed as Orochimaru did the same. The two warriors finally accepting the death match between them. Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu, Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu. Suiten Daibikufu no Jutsu, Water Release, Great Water Vortex Technique. Naruto fired a giant burning fireball as Orochimaru launched a swirling vortex of water. Both the attacks collided head-on with sheer force and started their efforts to overwhelm each other. The Sannin narrowed his eyes when a lone shuriken came clean through the fighting attacks. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The single weapon multiplied into 100 more shuriken as Naruto's voice echoed through the valley. Surprise clearly came on Orochimaru's face, as there was only one person in the world who had mastered this jutsu to this level. Sarutobi-sensei, you taught this brat one of your prized jutsu. Thought Orochimaru irritatedly, just how many more people had trained this boy in various ninja arts. He took out a kunai from his pouch and started deflecting the hail of shuriken with mesmerizing speed, proving his title of Sannin. Not even a single weapon was able to create a single scratch on his body. Orochimaru quickly ducked just as a sword swinged above his head, a clear decapitation strike from the back which would have cut his head off. Twisting his body, he swirled around and stabbed his kunai clean through a shocked Naruto's heart. Game over, Naruto-kun, said Orochimaru wickedly. The Otokage frowned when Naruto's body started dispersing in a flock of crows, and only then did the Sannin realize what was happening. Boom! The crows exploded themselves in a suicidal move, engulfing everything in a raging inferno in a 30-meter radius. Naruto calmly stood in the middle of a burnt field, his eyes focused on his right side. You can come out now, said Naruto patiently, and right on cue Orochimaru rose from the ground like a zombie. The Sannin was alive and was mostly unharmed, except for the burn marks on his right hand. They were quite nasty, and looked more disgusting when the freak licked some blood from that wound. You can make crow clones. And even make them explode on will. Maybe you're not that boring, jabbed Orochimaru. I was a student of Hitaki Kakashi and many more exceptional shinobi. From them I learned a lot of things, which I will use today to end your life, promised Naruto. Bold words. Naruto instantly brought his arms above his head to form an X, as Orochimaru appeared above him and tried to smash his skull with a powerful kick. When the first strike was blocked, the Sannin did a flip and tried to stab Naruto from behind, but a quick elbow from the boy sent him sailing into a nearby tree. He was not given any time to recover as Naruto attempted to give a roundhouse kick on his chest, but Orochimaru caught the boy's leg. He tightened his grip with the intention of breaking the limb, but coughed up blood when a hidden blade emerged from Naruto's combat boots and stabbed him clean in the stomach. With a quick kick to the face with his free leg, Naruto backed away from Orochimaru, who was now glaring murderously at him. The wound on the man's stomach was leaking blood profusely, but he knew it was not enough to silence his opponent. He nearly puked when Orochimaru summoned a sword from inside his body, and he sensed Kurama trying hard to form a connection. However, the genjutsu which he had placed on the fox prevented the fox achieving success. What is it, Kyuubi? I don't have time for your blabbering, said Naruto irritatedly. Fine, that sword is the Kusanagi. Try not to get a single cut from that sword or you'll die from the worst poison, you dolt, barked Kurama. How dare the brat insult him when he was trying to help. Understood. And just like that he cut off the connection, and he was sure a fox screamed angrily. Ignoring the beast inside of him, he took out his sword as Orochimaru charged towards him. Their swords clashed with a loud noise, as electric currents sparked when the two metals grinded against each other. Naruto's sensory powers realized the power radiating from his opponent's sword. The Kyuubi was right. There was something sinister about this sword, and he had to be careful during close-quarter attacks. After all, he had just survived a deadly virus. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's senses also started going haywire as he felt the power which was in Naruto's sword. To most ninja it would just appear as a normal weapon, but he was a proud sensor and could definitely understand the monstrous power in that weapon. It was a holy sword just like Kusanagi, one which was almost as deadly as a tailed beast. The Sannin pushed the blonde boy back, a small portion of dark air radiating from the Kusanagi which made Naruto cough. Poisonous gas, thought Naruto in alarm. Every ninja is beatable, that was what Danzo had taught him. That every man had a weakness, no matter how invincible he may appear to be. Even gods were not an exception to this divine law of nature. He felt the poison overwhelming his senses. He tried to put his gas mask back on, but Orochimaru was pushing him hard with Kusanagi. If he lessened his grip on his own sword, then he feared the Sannin would stab him clean through with Kusanagi and that would be his end. A sense of fear also started forming inside his heart. Ever since Danzo infected him with that virus, he knew how painful and slow a death from poison could be. And as ashamed he was to admit it, he feared poison. That was the reason the entire SS Guard had gas masks as a part of their gear. "Just a few more minutes, and this poison will overwhelm your body," said Orochimaru victoriously, and smiled when the boy started to get pushed back further. "Fight it, boy. Destroy your fear with my power." Naruto was surprised when he heard a voice say those encouraging words to him. He looked around to see if any other person had arrived, but only Orochimaru smiled at him. The scientist was thinking that he was probably hallucinating. Then he noticed the new source of power surging through his body like a tidal wave, overwhelming all his fears, the poison, the pain in his heart. "You carry my will. I have waited for your birth for thousands of years. Now fulfill your destiny as my true heir." His eyes shifted towards his sword, Ryujin Jaka. The blade was whispering to him, no, it was not the blade. He finally understood the reason behind everything: his pain, his ambition, his love, his fear, his monstrous power. Why he was always so different from others around him. Why nobody understood him completely. A faint smile came on his lips. The poison coming from Kusanagi didn't bother him. Nor did the fear of Kurenai hating him bother him right now. His heart was clear. He knew what he had to do. Now that he was blessed, there was no going back. He was a destroyer. Boom! Monstrous red-colored energy erupted from the sword in his hand. The light was so bright that it nearly blinded Orochimaru, making the Sannin quickly back away several feet. The red energy was full of malice, hatred, agony, love, warmth, ambition, blood. As he tightened his grip on the sword, the swirl of energy gathered around him, forming a protective cloak. The power inside his body exploded. He had never felt this much alive. He doubted even the Kyuubi's power could be greater than this, and the Biju was the strongest beast of the world. The cries of millions of dead flowed in his ears, the people that had been killed by this sword. He now understood why Shin. "You're right, Uchiha Naruto. Your best friend died for the greater good. Stop blaming yourself for his death. His sacrifice has finally made my sword reach its true wielder. Follow your path with conviction and courage. Bring the stability to humanity which was stolen. That is your destiny." The voice died, but the power radiating from the sword continued coursing through his body. And judging from the terrified expression on Orochimaru's face, the Sannin was now aware of the power in front of him. "Where did you get that?" asked Orochimaru murderously, as Naruto smiled. "A friend gave it to me," answered Naruto calmly. "Impossible. This weapon has been missing for thousands of years. Even people who claimed to find it could never master its power. You're not worthy of this power," insulted Orochimaru, making Naruto sigh. "You're not listening. I already told you. The talking is over," roared Naruto. Orochimaru was baffled when the boy removed his shirt and tossed it aside, leaving him bare-chested. The glow of his sword changed from bright red to bright yellow, and even more power erupted from it and was merging with the power inside Naruto's own body. As the sword encouraging him to get rid of all fears, to face Kusanagi without any hesitation, thought Orochimaru in alarm. "Reduce the whole creation to ashes, Ryujin Jaka," said Naruto darkly. In a bright yellow flash he emerged right in Orochimaru's face, as the Sannin used all his energy to sidestep away. Natagiri. Flash stirk. Naruto slashed his powerful weapon in a horizontal arc, and the shock wave that was generated shattered an entire column of trees. Orochimaru hissed in pain as even though he had avoided getting sliced in half, the edge of the sword had nicked him on the side. The entire portion of his body erupted with burn marks and blood spatters. Curse this, what the hell? Thought Orochimaru in pain. Naruto started attacking him relentlessly by launching a series of deadly strikes with his sword. Some Orochimaru parried, some he avoided, some grazed his skin destroying more parts of his body. Of all the powers in the world, why did this boy inherit the most powerful one? The Sannin heard the cries of his soldiers down in the base, which only meant Naruto's army was crushing his forces, and if those crazy soldiers surrounded him with Naruto in this state, then it was all over for him. One thing was made clear to him today: Naruto was a monster in every sense. A freak of nature possessing divine powers, and it would take more than tricks to defeat him. And if Tsunade was really destroying his bases, then it was really bad. Without his army, his dream of crushing Konoha would fail. He really needed a fresh, powerful vessel if he wanted to fight against this boy. Perhaps that boy would be the best candidate. Slash. The Sannin slipped and it was all Naruto needed to slice his right arm from the shoulder. Showers of blood erupted from the wound as Orochimaru flipped away trying to avoid further damage. Orochimaru gritted his teeth in pain and anger. His current vessel was extremely weak to fight against Naruto. Just when Naruto was about to attack again, a torrent of deadly bones rained down from the sky, making the boy raise his sword to deflect the incoming projectiles. "I will not allow you to harm Orochimaru-sama," yelled Kimimaro Kagaya defiantly. A horde of masked Oto shinobi surrounded Naruto from all sides, around 90 soldiers glaring murderous daggers at the boy as Kimimaro quickly supported his master who coughed up blood. Naruto quickly sensed what was happening and charged towards the white-haired boy, but was repeatedly halted as every Oto shinobi got in his way. "You're running away, coward!" yelled Naruto angrily, as Orochimaru smiled. "It's called tactical retreat. I underestimated you, which was a grave mistake on my part. The next time we meet I'll be strong enough to fight you, and I'll bring nasty surprises," promised Orochimaru sweetly. Kimimaro quickly sank into the ground and saw how badly his master was wounded from this fight. On the other side, Naruto was desperately trying to clear through the hordes of shinobi. He was slicing the Oto shinobi apart, but their numbers were greater. "You did good, Kimimaro," praised Orochimaru, while hissing in pain. "I'm sorry for failing you, Orochimaru-sama. Tsunade Senju raided my base. I would have tried to hold her, but when she said you were in trouble, I," said Kimimaro seriously, but Orochimaru shook his head. "Your cough decision probably saved my life. We were never prepared for such an invasion on our home turf," admitted Orochimaru bitterly. "Hang in there, I'll be taking you to our base." "No, Orochimaru-sama, Otogakure is not safe for us anymore. We can't be sure if Naruto's minions have not already attacked our other bases. We need to lay low for a while," explained Orochimaru seriously. "Where to then?" asked Kimimaro devotedly. "Fire Country. It seems I'm gonna need some new friends." Haku hastily emerged from the broken ceiling of the now destroyed base, hundreds of Reich soldiers behind her ready to support their leader. They certainly didn't expect Naruto to be standing alone in a destroyed battlefield, gazing intently at the sword in his hands. "Caesar?" asked Haku hesitantly. He didn't register her voice for a moment, but when she called again he came back to his senses. As he looked towards the eager looks in the eyes of his soldiers and Haku, he regained his posture and looked at them confidently. "Report," commanded Naruto. "All enemy forces neutralized. Unfortunately the enemy leader whom we identified as Kabuto slipped away in the cover of his men," said Haku bitterly. "Orochimaru?" asked one of the soldiers, but regretted asking that question. "I'm sorry, guys. The freak gave me the slip. But we'll get him next time," said Naruto sheepishly, as a few Reich soldiers chuckled. Haku couldn't help but smile. This was one of the reasons why she was willing to follow him. Why she was so madly in love with him. These soldiers were once captured men who Naruto subdued to his will. It was a crime. But Naruto never treated them as disposable pawns like Orochimaru or Kabuto. he made sure these soldiers felt at home and remained a family. He simply needed to command these men, but he went out of his way to keep them happy and alive. Both of them knew it was not much and would never make up for forcefully bending these people's wills for Valkyrie. What they could do was treat them as family, and Naruto was doing a good job at that. Kabuto. How could a leader abandon his men to die? Kabuto had just registered himself on Haku's shit list. We got what we came for, the other main base is also ours. I just received the message from Suand, declared Naruto, as the SS guard erupted into roars of victory but quickly shut their mouths when they saw Naruto was still standing in front of him. As the sunlight fell on his handsome face, the smile which came on his lips instantly lifted her spirits. The fatigue from the battle, the little anger she felt towards Kabuto all washed away in the shadow of that smile. Even her blood-stained uniform didn't bother her. She was so dazzled that she didn't realize when he came forward and placed one of his hands on her shoulder, and the other on one of the officers as the soldiers scuttled around them like a big group getting ready for a team discussion. You did well, everyone. Thank you for all the hard work. One day our children will thank us for our actions, said Naruto cheerfully, receiving quick salutes from his soldiers. Some of the younger ones nudged their leader, and gave him mischievous winks. Got any plans there, Caesar? I doubt Praetor Haku would mind having one or two little blonde devils with you, joked a young 18-year-old boy. Haku's face blushed even a deeper shade of red, as she quickly formed a small layer of ice on the mischievous soldier's lips. Shut up, Tamaki, muttered Haku, although the blush still remained on her cheeks. The others erupted into a roar of laughter, and Naruto didn't make any attempt to stop their cheerful banter. Haku saw him simply listening to the casual chats among the soldiers, talking a little when asked a question. But overall, he was just happy to be in the group. In battle, he was the leader and all these soldiers, including her, obeyed his command. But after the battle, Naruto removed all those restrictions. He was just a normal soldier standing beside his comrades, and Haku knew this was perhaps one of Naruto's deep wishes. The boy didn't want an army of slaves, he merely wanted a large group of comrades. After resting for an hour, Naruto assigned the task of burying the dead with full honors. Even those ugly monsters they had slayed below. The dead deserve rest, that was all he said, before walking away from the group as the soldiers got to work. Haku searched for him a while and found him standing on a small hilltop, his gaze fixed across the dense forest that spread for miles. She quickly slipped her hands around his chest and hugged him from behind, resting her head on his shoulder. Nuzzling into his neck. How many did we lose? Asked Naruto sadly. Kabuto killed 6 of our soldiers. I'm sorry, Naruto. I should have. He gently grasped her hand and raised it to his lips, leaving a tender kiss on her skin, reducing the guilt formed in her heart. You did good back there. Their deaths were not your fault. It lies on me. I wish I could avoid getting people involved in this war. But despite all my powers, I need the support of comrades. Even forced ones, admitted Naruto. Some guilt was definitely in his voice. Naruto, you treat them as family even when they hated you and tried to kill you in the past. That's more than a defeated soldier could ever hope for in this ninja world, said Haku frankly. I don't want Root to happen again. She was not sure, but the fear in his voice was evident. Her curious mind wanted to know what this root was. But her heart warned her that this was a dangerous topic. His voice was so fragile when he said that word. In this moment, he didn't look as the leader of a powerful force, but rather as a young frightened boy, whose heart was getting overwhelmed with guilt. And this was just the beginning. She turned him around and was not surprised when his eyes were moist with tears. Valkyrie was not just a one-time goal. It was a war which Naruto would have to fight every day. Against Konoha, against his friends and family, against the ninja world, against humanity, and finally against himself. She wanted nothing more than to go close and kiss him passionately, to take away all the burdens which he carried for everyone's sake. But she knew her boundaries. Kurenai ruled Naruto's heart. However, Haku knew that a small tiny part of his heart loved her too. He had even admitted it, but requested her not to push things between them. His fight was against the world. Her fight was supporting him through heaven or hell, and keep on loving him till the end. He blinked when she came forward and placed a loving kiss on his forehead, and he didn't push her away or show any discomfort. Haku leaned back and bumped her forehead against his, her shining eyes refilling his depressed gaze with happiness and hope. "There, all better," mimicked Haku, just as he had done the same for her. He smiled and embraced himself in a bear hug which she happily gave. He would not admit it aloud. But she had become an inseparable part of his life, just as Kurenai. "Thanks." 2 days later, Chiyuya grumbled irritatedly. Around her stood several more ninjas. Oto's elite officers, leaders of their militia force. The Sound Four, as Orochimaru had named them, currently stood in a long hall. There was nothing fancy in the room. Just a plain old throne, where the Otokage used to sit. Which rarely happened. Orochimaru usually preferred to send orders through his messengers, not a grand meeting. "I wonder why Orochimaru-sama brought all of us here?" asked Sakin curiously. "Like I care," mumbled Ukin, the evil twin. "Shut up, brats. The Otokage won't summon us unless he has something important," barked Gurren angrily. "Still, it's strange," said Jirubo hesitantly, and received a bop from Chiyuya on his giant head. "His Majesty will now enter," yelled a guard, and all officers stood in attention. Nobody dared to show any insubordination in front of Orochimaru, not unless they wanted to die in a painful way or becoming a test subject for their master's adventures. There was barely any light in the hall, except for the tube lights on the ceiling. Perfect creepy Orochimaru style. They were quite surprised when a teenage boy dressed in a strange but attractive uniform walked in. The mysterious person strode confidently through the hordes of Oto officers, and without another word he sat on the throne comfortably. He smiled on seeing the disbelief, shock, anger registering in the Oto shinobi's eyes. His action was simply beyond anything they could dare or even understand. "I am the Nadaime Otokage, Naruto Uchiha," announced the mysterious teenager, as Gurren's eyes widened on hearing that name. She was one of the few who was aware of Orochimaru's plans to recruit the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Perhaps the boy was drunk. It was her job to get him in line before Orochimaru arrived. As the commanding officer, it was her job to prevent Orochimaru from getting displeased. "Naruto, Uchiha, who the fuck are you?" Amidst the banter of question, Gurren stepped forward and spread her hands in a welcoming gesture. "I'm glad you joined us, Naruto. But that chair belongs to the Otokage," Orochimaru saw, said Gurren patiently, but he raised his hands. "The Shodaime Otokage, Orochimaru the Sannin, died at my hands," announced Naruto. Pin-drop silence prevailed in the entire hall, as the wide-eyed Oto shinobi could only gawk at him in disbelief. "I am the Nadaime Otokage, and your new leader," declared Naruto proudly. "Kill this idiot," yelled Chiyuya. "How dare you insult Orochimaru-sama?" said Gurren furiously, and charged towards him with almost every Oto shinobi. Boom! All of them were blown several feet away by a powerful shock wave. When they managed to regain their bearings, they saw a massive hole in the floor along with ice freezing their legs. Standing beside Naruto were two kunoichi, and one look on the blonde female's face sent a cold chill down the spine of every Oto shinobi. "Let me introduce Suon Senju and Yuki Haku, my praetors," said Naruto calmly, even as Tsunade's eyebrows twitched on that title. Gurren managed to break free from the ice and hesitantly stepped towards the new arrivals. Going up against a Sannin, especially Tsunade, would be suicide. She had to take the diplomatic route first. "This is not funny, Naruto, Tsunade-sama. You cannot play such pranks," said Gurren nervously, as Naruto rose from his seat. "As that's so, then I'll make this simple," said Naruto seriously, and Gurren froze when a pair of lightning bolt-shaped Mangekyo awakened in his eyes. He flayed his hand towards the shocked Oto shinobi, as the tomos started spinning. "Acknowledge me, this is your final warning," said Gurren, but could not finish the sentence. Suddenly her mind went blank, every thought disappearing instantly as she kneeled before him. "Yes, your majesty," said Gurren devotedly. Behind her the dazed Oto shinobi repeated the same action by kneeling over the ground, their mesmerized eyes glancing devotedly at their new leader. "All hail Naruto! All hail Naruto! All hail Naruto!" On that day, a true leader was born. Chapter 69. Homeland. 3 months later, Suon watched in surprise as hundreds of people dressed in prisoner garbs ran out of the dark corridors, their eyes heavy with tears as they ran to meet another group which was also coming out from a dark tunnel. Men, women, children, all with happy smiles on their faces. Their previously dead eyes now sparkling with renewed vigor. In a faraway corner, stood a blond boy dressed in his cage uniform. He was wearing his regular Reich clothes with the swastika symbol, with a dark blue jacket hugging his shoulder. His face covered by a red scarf, although the look in his pleased eyes was enough to show that he was smiling. The prisoners had tears in their eyes as they bowed before him, as he simply gave them a nod. As she stepped beside him, he saw him smiling as parents hugged their children, wives kissing their husbands, friends smiling on seeing each other again. On another side of the base, a firing squad was executing a group of scientists and guards. The soldiers were merciless as they tossed the dead bodies aside in a burning pit where several hundred more were burning. Rapists, torturers, Orochimaru's lackeys, and so many more who were previously plaguing the Sound Country. Within days of his ascension to the throne, the Nadaime Otokage has registered his name in the annals of history, for he has destroyed the culture of Otogakure, said Tsunade, her eyes shifting towards the young leader who smirked on her words. This is only the beginning. I will create more rivers of blood, enough to erase the tragedy of the Uchiha clan, promised Naruto, as she smiled. You sure you don't want these prisoners in your quest? Orochimaru did give them good abilities by experimenting on them, suggested Tsunade, receiving a sharp look in return. It's not just us who have suffered in this world, but them too. They deserve peace after years of torture, and I will make sure they get it. I already have a large army and more are joining me every day, said Naruto, a certain amount of pride visible in his voice. She gently rubbed his cheek affectionately, and was glad when he didn't back away from the contact. The past few weeks had certainly increased their trust in each other, and now that she looked back, joining him on this revolution was the best decision of her life. Haku should be finished with the executions, said Naruto, as a frown came on her face. I know those people you killed were worse than scum, but you could have used them as slaves. You know, subdue them with your genjutsu, suggested Tsunade, but he shook his head. I can cast that jutsu once a week, and it takes a lot of chakra. Koto Amatsukami is no joke. It has helped me subdue many warriors for my army. But those scum don't deserve it, not after what they did to the people of this country. They had to face punishment for their crimes, explained Naruto, getting a nod in return. Huh, now you're sounding like a cage, joked Tsunade. Well, I am a cage, said Naruto, judging from the pride in the boy's eyes he was happy with his job. A better one than his predecessor. When they first seized the reins of Sound Nation, it was a mess. The people were living under a tyrannical rule. The entire nation was a big research factory with the citizens being used as test subjects and to fuel Orochimaru's war machine. The Oto ninja exploited the civilians in every aspect. Women were raped, children were beaten for no apparent reason, men were turned to slaves or experimental test subjects. There was lack of basic amenities across the entire nation. People fought daily for survival even as the merchants and some noble families exploited them, in return for Orochimaru's protection. The entire country had been turned into a massive ghetto which was more like a prisoner's camp. But as a wise man said long ago, where there is darkness there also appears light. It was the ninja world and its policy of the strong suppressing the weak that made these people's lives miserable, and from the same world their savior was born. For Konoha and Fire Nation, Naruto Uchiha was a traitor, murderer, criminal, and one of the lowest human beings to be born in their world. On the other hand, for the people of Otogakure the boy was Kami, God reincarnated. They didn't know who he was as he had kept his identity secret, and made sure that his rise to the throne didn't get noticed by any other villages, especially his former home. The power of Koto Amatsukami had certainly helped in keeping all their activities a secret. Some even called Otogakure the new version of Omegakure, completely cut off from the world yet developing day by day on its own. The Nadaime, that name had become quite popular amongst the masses, and they were blindly loyal to their new leader without any genjutsu forcing them. Why? Freeing slaves, ridding the nation from criminals, extortionists, and every other scum. Development of basic amenities like homes, electricity, water supply, food, trade, schools for children. assigning jobs to people, thereby providing them an opportunity to earn their livelihoods, directly leading to development of a growing economy. Recruiting the young and patriotic in their army, the SS Guard had nearly received 4,000 applications in the past 2 months. This was just the tip of the iceberg of the miracles which the Nadaim had performed for the downtrodden people of Otogakure. Of course, she had helped him along with many others in making these changes. But it was Naruto's desire to help his new people that was the reason for their success. 3 months ago she would not have believed that one man could change anything, only to be proven terribly wrong. Uchiha Naruto, the man of miracles, had in her opinion created an ideal nation which was far just and better than the power-hungry ninja villages, and it was only growing more stronger and powerful with every passing day. Luck had also favored her adopted son. Orochimaru had tormented these people for years, and Naruto's simple act of kindness had made them his loyal subjects, ready to do anything for their eccentric leader. The boy had certainly become a target for hordes of fangirls, and many young men, boys saw him as an idol. Naruto, Yuya has requested funds for development in the western regions, informed Tsunade, receiving a nod from him. Granted. From where do you get so much money? Asked Tsunade. Her suspicion was getting worse with every passing day. To make so many developments, an unlimited supply of money and resources were required, and Naruto had miraculously been successful in this task. Sure, he had told her that he had hypnotized many wealthy merchants from Fire Nation, but it would still not be enough for supporting such a starved economy. He definitely had an extremely powerful supporter who had an endless supply of money and resources, someone who was not visible but was definitely playing this game from the shadows. Noticing her glare at him for the secret, Naruto simply stepped forward as his people stared at him. For long, the ninja world has suppressed our hopes and dreams. But it ends now, declared Naruto, his eyes burning with determination. The people roared with slogans of victory and praised their new leader, their applause deafening the executions that were carried in a corner. We must throw away our past conflicts and work together for a better world. It is with this intention that I declare the formation of the First Reich Empire, said Naruto, his thunderous voice surprising the thousands standing before him. For a few moments, the stunned people were speechless. Tsunade even wondered if Naruto would have to use his genjutsu, but was relieved when another greater round of applause echoed through the palace. Our war will be the decisive struggle to change this evil, corrupt world. We will defeat the warmongering 5 great nations. This tainted world will be destroyed with our crusade and created anew afterwards. The fatherland will be the dream for which we shall strive for, encouraged Naruto. Tsunade simply gawked as the once hopeless people got stars in their eyes. Orochimaru had hijacked their lives with fake promises and tormented them. But Naruto had given them everything they ever desired, and now he was giving them a dream to fight for. A future. The boy raised his sword and pointed it towards the now burning emblems of the 5 great ninja villages and their nations. Crush them. Destroy the enemy. There is nothing to fear. The future rests with my name. Finished Naruto. By the time he was finished, the crowd was burning with a new sense of determination, ambition, and she was definitely surprised when they faithfully kneeled before him. All hail Naruto! All hail Naruto! All hail Naruto! Tsunade felt a cold shiver run down her spine when an evil smile appeared on Naruto's face as he basked in the new glory. The first emperor was born. An hour later, he returned back to his chambers. There was not anything special in it, just a bed, a bathroom, a cupboard, and a mirror. Hardly a luxurious choice for the leader of a nation, soon to be an empire. Yet he preferred the simple things more. Quite a speech there. You'll make a good emperor, said a new voice. Turning around, he was not even surprised when he found Toby sitting on his window. The masked man's sharingan gleamed in the dark night. The Akatsuki member was after all an important member of his army. I need more funds, said Naruto, his voice lacking any discomfort at all. For the war effort? Asked Toby, but frowned when the boy shook his head. An exasperated sigh escaped from the Uchiha's lips as he hopped from the window and stepped inside the room. Walking forward, he stood in front of the boy and looked him straight in the eye. You need to prioritize. The army development should come first. Civilians can wait, advised Toby, disappointment evident in his eyes and voice. The people need something to fight for. Making fake promises won't do it. What I've done for the past 3 months has nearly tripled the applications for the army. People love my soldiers. They support them. No army can win a single victory if it is not backed by its people, said Naruto flatly. Spoken like a true Kage, joked Toby, as Naruto scoffed. I won't let this nation or the empire we are about to build be a copy of the ninja world. It will be better, said Naruto seriously, as Toby arched an eyebrow. You do remember the empire is just a front, our real aim. I'm aware of that, but the empire will be our legacy to the world when we finish Valkyrie, a system that shall help maintain order and continue the peace for which we are fighting so hard, explained Naruto, making Toby sigh. You're an idealist, but whatever. Just send me the list, I'll make sure you get what you want, answered Toby, getting a thankful nod in return. Where do you even get this much money and resources? What are you, a thief? Asked Naruto bemusedly, as a chuckle escaped from the older Uchiha's mouth. I'm a banker with a wide range of investments. I have deep pockets. If you want I can suggest you a few investment options, suggested Toby lightheartedly, as Naruto snorted. Thanks, but no thanks, replied the younger Uchiha flatly. How goes the invasion preparations? Asked Toby curiously, as a cruel smile came on Naruto's lips. Quite good, actually. The army is almost ready, and the morale is high. We still require 2 more weeks to sort out the logistical issues, explained Naruto. You're still set on going with the twin strike plan? Questioned Toby, and saw Naruto's gaze hardening. Yes, we'll hit the enemy where they think they're safe. I'll handle Konoha, you take care of Suna. The Kage would be attending the Chunin exams that started recently. Suna's armies plan to launch their strike during the finals, said Naruto, a smirk adoring his lips. The Sand Village would be weak since most of its fighters would be participating in the invasion. It'll be an easy task for me to take over the village, said Toby happily. Do you need support? I can send half of my SS guard if you want, offered Naruto, but Toby rebuffed him. It's not necessary. I'm more than enough for the task. Fine, I'll take Zetsu with me, said Toby in a childish voice, making Naruto roll his eyes. Zetsu? Really? What? My partner's hungry. Naruto simply smacked his forehead on his partner's antics. He did not trust the man yet. But Toby was definitely a funny guy, and sometimes Naruto did enjoy his company. Being around so many females could make a man go crazy at times, and Toby was the relief. I'll let Konoha's and Suna's armies fight each other. When they're tired I'll make a clean sweep with my army. The Kage still believes Otogaker will support him in this invasion. I'll make sure this is his last mistake, said Naruto darkly. You're a scary general, you know that, joked Toby, as Naruto shrugged. Sticks and stones, Toby. Seriously, I wouldn't want you as my opponent. Konoha made a big mistake by making you an enemy, said Toby frankly, as Naruto's eyes became sad. I really wish things hadn't gone the way they have, replied Naruto, regret visible in his voice. Will you be able to face your old comrades? The entire village is made up of old faces and people whom you know. Are you really ready, Naruto? Asked Toby seriously. Yes. Toby was not satisfied with the answer, but refrained from pushing further. Konoha was a sensitive subject, and he'll let the boy deal with it on his own terms. There could only be so much pushing possible with a person like Naruto, and Toby knew it. I've got some bad news, said Toby hesitantly. Aren't there always? Asked Naruto sarcastically, making his partner chuckle. Orochimaru is still staying underground. I've got Zetsu working overtime to find that Sannin, but he has simply vanished. You sure you didn't kill him during your battle? I expected this from him. He suffered quite grave wounds during our battle. He would need a new body if he ever wants to fight me again, and that takes time. He is waiting for his chance to strike. He is the only one who knows my secret, but I can't divide my resources in going after one ninja. We're already stretched thin, explained Naruto. Point taken. Hiruzen has also invited Princess Kallen for the finals. As soon as Toby said that, he saw Naruto's sharingan coming to life. The look in the boy's eyes screamed pure murder. She'll be attending it with her entire royal guard, thought you should know. Take out 3 enemies in one strike, suggested Toby, as Naruto took a deep breath. I see, replied Naruto curtly. Sensing the tense mood, Toby decided to change the subject before things got awkward between them. You did good by recruiting Tsunade for our cause. You will need her help against Jiraiya. Don't underestimate the Toad Sage, Naruto, warned Toby. He saw the tension arriving back on Naruto's face as his thoughts drifted towards that man. Jiraiya was said to be the strongest ninja of their world right now. His power surpassed the Cage's, not to forget Hiruzen would also be his opponent. While he did have a powerful army, except for Tsunade and Haku, he lacked powerful warriors who could go up against those two deadly ninja. Don't worry, I have 2 more allies who'll help in this task. I'll take care of it, promised Naruto, his thoughts shifting towards Gaara and Sasuke. I'll take your word for it. Well, I've gotta go, see you later, said Toby cheerfully. And just like that, the man jumped out of the room's window, and in a blink of an eye, the Uchiha vanished into the darkness of the night. Naruto merely shook his head and crashed on his bed. Being a Cage was so damn tiresome. Next morning. Get the fuck up, shithead. A pillow was thrown towards the howler monkey's face by a sleepy blonde. She ducked and stomped towards her leader. Why the fuck did she always receive the most crappy jobs? The blonde sleeping in front of her was a Cage, and yet he acted like a normal teenager like her. She raised her leg to kick him in the ass, but then got another bright idea. Naruto didn't know why his hand was touching something extremely soft, just like a woman's breasts. The fuck? Said Naruto in shock, as he shot up from his bed. Only to come face to face with a grinning Tayuya. He was about to blast out at her until he realized his hand was still on her chest. A smirk visible on the punk redhead's face. Trying to take advantage of me, Your Highness? Asked Tayuya mischievously, as Naruto's face blushed different colors of red. Quickly removing his hand from the sensitive spot, he regained his composure. He would be damned if he let her saw him getting so flustered. He had seen Tsunade's mounds and it didn't bother him. But this girl got on his nerves, in a friendly way. Koto Amatsukami had merely made her his comrade, letting her forget her previously loyalty to Orochimaru. But the jutsu didn't suppress her personality or personal memories, only the parts about him. Sometimes he wished he had done something about that. She kind of reminded him of Anko, less the foul mouth. Flick. Tayuya's face flushed red in anger when he flicked her forehead, a mischievous smile on his face. That bastard. Your girlfriend wants to see you. Damn the ice bitch for ordering me, said Tayuya irritatedly, muttering the last part barely above a whisper. Oh, Taiyu-chan, I'm hurt. I thought you were into me, mocked Naruto, feigning a hurt look in his eyes. Shut up, screeched Tayuya, her cheeks flushing a shade of pink. Damn, his well-toned shirtless chest that was in front of her. Naruto merely leaned towards her ear, and whispered in a husky tone. Wanna have a fling? Asked Naruto mischievously. Bam! A smack impacted with his head, and in a flash the flustered red head quickly exited from his room. Nobody can win against the Nadaime. Shaking his head, he merely sighed on her antics. It made his extremely hectic life more fun. In fact, he had become quite good friends with the Sound Four. Gurren trusted him immensely, and was a loyal soldier just like the other elite officers who were now a part of the SS Guard. Although, he got quite annoyed when they always teased him with Haku already complicating his strange relationship with the Yuki clan member. Haku was no better either. She didn't make any direct advances on him. But her attitude and constant teasing made it extremely hard for him to be loyal to his one true love. Just thinking about Kurenai made him sad. The Judgment Day was approaching fast, and he would have to ask her that deadly question. A part of him wanted her by his side, while another didn't. His heart was torn with different opinions, and only after Kurenai's answer his agony could end. But before that, he had someone else to aid. Karen got a small smile on her face when she felt a familiar chakra signature approaching towards her. She had the ability to read people's emotions and their inner power by sensing their chakra, and the person coming towards her had a mixture of both good and bad chakras. On the surface, it was so warm like the sunlight which enlightened the entire world through its power, while burning itself in fire the entire time. And deep beneath was a sea of hatred, pain, and regret. It was hard for her to accept that at a mere age of 15 Naruto Uchiha had ascended to the prestigious position of a Kage, and if the rumors was true soon to be an emperor. She was one of the few shinobi from Orochimaru's forces who joined him willingly. Sure, she liked Orochimaru in the beginning as he offered an orphan like her a home. But the things that pedophile did to her still sent shivers down her spine. The redhead winced when she saw the bite marks on her body, evidence of the experiments done on her. Never had she thought that being an Uzumaki could actually be a curse in this world. During Orochimaru's reign, she had seen how everyone viewed her as a freak. Nobody considered her a human. She still regretted torturing the prisoners on the Sannin's orders. But there was no other way for her to survive. Her only wish now was to get her revenge against Orochimaru for everything he put her through. She could still not believe she had found a lost member of her clan in Naruto, although the boy was oblivious to her true lineage. Plus, those sexy sharingan eyes. She had nearly wet herself when she got a glimpse of those dazzling eyes and that handsome face. The cold look which he had given her while scanning through her past records made her blush different shades of red. She was definitely into bad boys, and Naruto Uchiha was a prime candidate of her affections. The fact that he had pardoned her crimes was another reason as to why she liked him. He even permitted her to help in taking revenge against Orochimaru. Looking at the vial in her hand brought a cruel smile on her face. Oh, the look on Orochimaru's face would be priceless when his most prized possession was stolen from him. "Karen, have you finished it?" asked Naruto calmly, snapping her out of her daze. Naruto merely rolled his eyes when she blushed on seeing his face. Only now did he realize how annoyed Sasuke would have felt in the academy when those fangirls bugged him every day. Karen was a perfect fangirl, unfortunately of him for reasons unknown to him. And ones he didn't even want to know. On seeing her past actions with Orochimaru, he wanted nothing more than to send her to the gallows. And only her skills in a certain lost art, and the special powers in her body saved her life from him. The powers which he needed for Valkyrie. As such he inherited the misfortune of tolerating her. "Hi, Naruto-kun, see I told you I can do anything for you," said Karen flirtatiously, giving him a small wink. "Are you sure? It's very important that this works, or else I'll put your head on a spike," lied Naruto coldly, as she adjusted her glasses. "Trust me, it'll work, Nadime. I was the one who helped him develop this in the first place," boasted Karen. The very next second she wished she hadn't said that, as Naruto's cold eyes glared daggers at her. If looks could kill, Karen would have been blasted to oblivion. The pressure leaking from his body made the floors crack. She collapsed on her knees and her body started trembling in fear. Fortunately he stopped himself from going all out. "Karen, you're an asset, nothing more. I've accepted you into my army and spared your life. Don't test the limits of my mercy," warned Naruto. "Hi, Nadime," replied Karen quickly, as he walked out of the room. Although he completely missed the stars in her eyes as he watched his ass, while muttering a perfect 10 out of 10. Haku adjusted her long dark hair that were falling over her eyes. Wild winds floated her Reich uniform as her eyes marveled at the scenery in front of her. It was so beautiful. Everywhere there were deep forests surrounding the small civilization. 4 large human faces were carved upon a mountain. The village beneath her so full of life and was stacked with all luxurious facilities which she had never even seen in Kiri due to the Civil War. There were hot springs, lavish restaurants, tall buildings, beautiful homes, and a large tower in the center of the village with the fire emblem on it. Konoha was truly worth of the title of the most beautiful village. It hasn't changed a bit," said Naruto bemusedly. It had been almost a year since he fled from this place. He had left vowing to protect it till his last breath. And now he's back to destroy it. Oh, the irony. Destiny was a cruel bitch. "Kami, there are thousands of ninja here. I can hardly see any weakness in this village's armed forces," said Haku worriedly, and saw a cruel smirk arriving on Naruto's lips. "Everything has a weakness. Konoha's weakness is my existence." His sharp red eyes spotted several familiar faces as a faint smile arrived on his lips. It's time for one last reunion. Chapter 70. Finding Yourself. When Haku had first seen the Leaf Village, she had imagined Naruto taking her on a few tourist spots or meet some of his old friends like Kurenai. Not once had she imagined to be standing with him in a graveyard as he stared at the 2 graves that were buried beside each other. Minato Namikaze, a hero and true leader. Kushina Uzumaki, a proud kunoichi and good friend. She did know that someone named Minato was the fourth Hokage of Konoha, and if this Kushina woman was buried beside such an important leader, then she must have been someone important to the fourth Hokage. They were my parents. His confession hit her worse than a meteor strike. Her legs felt weak and the ground beneath her suddenly felt cracked. Her eyes glanced at the image of the fourth on the mountain and then at Naruto's face, to find it exactly identical. "You," said Haku in shock, her trembling hands pointing a finger at him. "I know how much you love me, Haku. And it is because I respect your love, I will show you my true story. Who I was to who I became, then perhaps you'll see what kind of evil man I am," said Naruto frankly. She stepped in front of him and looked at him, as his dead eyes still gazed at the graves of his parents. "Why are we here, Naruto? Konoha is the last place you want to be. If they catch you now they'll kill you," warned Haku. "We are here to kill the people known as Naruto Hatake and Naruto Uzumaki. After tonight they shall vanish from this world, and only Naruto Uchiha shall remain," said Naruto seriously, making her frown. "You want to strengthen your resolve by visiting the past?" asked Haku curiously. "It's never easy to turn your back on everything you once stood for. This place was my home. I grew up amongst these people, have friends and family here, and there is nothing I can say or do which can change that. It's an inseparable part of my life. There was a time when I would have died willingly for this village," explained Naruto patiently, as she looked at him in disbelief. "I can't believe you loved this village, after how they treated you for being a Jinchuriki," said Haku bitterly. Tsunade had told her about this truth, and after that day she could easily understand why Naruto hated Konoha. She had herself been a victim of a similar abuse, and could clearly understand his pain better than anyone in his life. "The worst villains in history were once great heroes. My story is just the same. By turning against the village, I have become a hypocrite and a traitor for everything I once stood for," said Naruto honestly. "Then why did you do everything you did till now?" asked Haku flatly, discomfort visible in her eyes. "What do you see around you, Haku?" questioned Naruto calmly, as she looked around the numerous graves. "They are ninja who died in the line of duty, heroes according to the people of Konoha. The fourth was considered the greatest of all," answered Haku, and flinched when a betrayed look appeared in his eyes. Grabbing her by the waist, he made them shunshun rapidly to another area. When her vision cleared, she found herself standing on a barren field. There was nothing but dirt and stones, with a few trees surrounding the area. It seemed like an abandoned area of a forest. "Where are we?" asked Haku silently. "You're currently standing on top of the ashes of 419 heroes of Konoha. Ninja who fought, bled and died for the Leaf Village over the past decade. The best soldiers of this nation and my comrades," said Naruto sadly, and Haku saw how devastated he was. Whatever this place was, whoever these people were, they were quite important to Naruto. But the only ninjas who ever received such bad burials were Anbu, said Haku in shock, as his fists clenched tightly. "I am Naruto Uchiha, captain from 11th Division Route Anbu Special Forces," confessed Naruto, and saw the betrayed look in her eyes. "You," said Haku angrily, her voice quivering as her eyes became moist. How could he hide such a thing from her? He was a secret operative of this village. Then it hit her like a freight train, how Gato's rule over Wave ended weeks after Naruto arrived. It wasn't even a few days since his arrival when the Konoha forces came and captured Gato. His frequent escapes from the orphanage must have been for this mission. The entire matter with Orochimaru. You were sent to hunt Orochimaru or join him as a double agent, and report everything back to the village, said Haku coldly, as a smile came on his face. She was not just smoking hot but had the brains to back it up, just like Kurenai. "Just listen to my whole story, and then make your decision that whether you still want to love me and stay by my side or leave. If I wanted to betray you, then I would never tell you this," explained Naruto patiently, as she glared at him. "Why are you telling me this now?" asked Haku bitterly, as he glanced at the shining moon in the sky. "The power of kings makes me lonely. Today I have everything I ever desired. Power, money, respect, and love. But on the other side, the people whom I wanted to share these happiness with are dead or not by my side today. I'm all alone," said Naruto regretfully, as her anger reduced a little. He sounded so weak and fragile, his words made her realize that from the outside he seemed fine but deep down he was completely broken. A dead man. She slowly extended her hand as he took a step forward, her calm light blue-colored eyes looked into his darker ones. Her long, dark beautiful hair flowed wildly in the air as a cold breeze of wind passed by their side. "Show me," Haku whispered, as time seemed to slow down. The distance between them closed as he came even more closer. First there was the touch of soft skin hitting her lips and slowly it turned into the most pleasant sensation she had ever felt, as she returned the kiss. The world around her changed and she felt herself floating in the endless time, image after image flickered inside her mind. Memories of his past. She felt every emotion which he experienced, every joy, every sadness, every ounce of anger, every betrayal, every single tear. It was something out of the world, she could not feel herself anymore. Her identity vanishing and merging with his, becoming one single soul. She watched years pass through his life, the most painful life a man could ever have. She felt her soul connecting to his, her heart saw what he truly was beneath all the masks, what he truly desired. Glancing around she found herself standing in a dark space, where everything was dark except for the ray of light that was on the far horizon. He stood all alone in a corner, torn between the two sides of nature. To anyone else, these colors would hold no meaning but she could see what they truly were. There was the kind and gentle part of him on one side, and a dark, sinister one on the other. And watching him stand in between made her realize why they were here, the reason behind her existence, the reason for everything that had ever happened. She blinked in surprise as the trance ended, and she found herself standing in the same barren field again. It hardly felt like a minute had passed, but she felt herself aging many years and lived through an entire new life. One which was so dark and full of sadness. He stood inches away from her lips, his dazzling Mangekyo eyes looked in her eyes and only then did she realize that everything she had seen and felt was an illusion. Her fingers touched her lips trying to regain that warm feeling, it was so real that she could hardly believe that it was just an illusion which he had created. As she looked at him now, she didn't feel that uncertainty anymore. She knew everything about him, she knew Naruto. Not Naruto Uzumaki, not Naruto Hatake, not Naruto Uchiha. But Naruto. She knew him. "Get some rest, think about it. I'll be back in a while," said Naruto softly, and laid a true kiss on her forehead affectionately. Haku couldn't say a word, her throat felt parched, her tongue struggling to form a single word as he vanished from the area in a swirl of leaves. Hiruzen Sarutobi slowly stepped inside his office. He was a war veteran and one of the strongest ninja of the world. And yet even he could not escape from the effects of old age, and wondered just how many times at night would he have to answer the call of nature again. "Damn balls," muttered Hiruzen. "Getting old, aren't you, Gramps?" The Hokage's eyes snapped in shock, his muscles tensed as only now did he feel a new presence inside his office. He had never felt anyone inside when he entered. Were his senses getting dull? Even if that was the case, he wouldn't be this careless. It only meant the unknown person was a dangerous shinobi. The Kage's hand slowly crept towards the kunai pouch hidden in his robes, as the person who was sitting in a far dark corner of the room, hidden in the shadows, flashed him a gaze which sent chills down his spine. It was a pair of sharingan eyes. "Naruto," said Hiruzen in shock. A cold breeze swept across the room as the two people inside just lay frozen in their spots. Hiruzen had by now recognized the face of his adoptive grandson, but those eyes were not the ones which he had seen when the boy had fled from the village barely a year ago. Those eyes had aged an entire lifetime, endured horrors which only a handful ninja had undergone during their entire lives. Gone was the little innocence in Naruto's eyes, only to be replaced by a cold, stoic gaze devoid of life. Hiruzen had seen that look before, the look that always resided in the eyes of every root Anbu. The gaze of a dead man. "What have I done?" thought Hiruzen in despair. Was this really the same little boy whom he had saved from a mob all those years ago? "It's been a while, Hokage-sama," said Naruto stoically, his eyes never betraying the anger that was burning in his heart. He had trusted this old man, revealed every dark secret to him, did all of his dirty work, and in the end even Hiruzen made him feel like a used tool. Just like Danzo. Any normal person would have expected him to burst into a fit of rage, his heart should be screaming for Hiruzen's blood. And yet all Naruto could feel was sadness and a hole in his heart, a hole which Hiruzen and Konoha had created. Hiruzen tried to walk towards the boy, but was stopped when a firm hand was raised by his adoptive grandson. "Naruto?" asked Hiruzen curiously. "I'm dying," said Naruto seriously, as Hiruzen felt his heart break. "But I sent Tsunade to find a cure for you, the virus," said Hiruzen in a broken voice. "As far too spread inside me, she couldn't find me a cure. I'm here to complete my mission and fulfill one last promise," answered Naruto frankly, as the old man shook his head. "We'll get you some help. I can't let you die, not after everything you've done for this village," said Hiruzen stubbornly, and Naruto's fists clenched tightly. "If the best doctor in the world couldn't save me, then you must accept that this is the end for me. I'm the last of my kind, let me join my brothers," requested Naruto gently. Tears came in Hiruzen's eyes as he realized Naruto wanted to join his fallen root comrades. The boy's eyes showed how tired he was, how broken his heart was. "Orochimaru was ousted by the people of Otogakur and the Nadaime Otokage," said Naruto cunningly. "A cage?" asked Hiruzen in surprise. Orochimaru tried to resist at first, but even a Sannin is not strong enough to face the wrath of an entire nation. "The things that freak did, the atrocities he committed, you should have killed him when you had the chance," said Naruto bitterly, as Hiruzen averted his eyes. "I wish I could change this," said Hiruzen silently, as Naruto's gaze hardened. "Well, let's just hope you learned your lesson from the past. Every Hokage made mistakes, but the sad part is that you never had to suffer for that. Because that curse always falls on people like me, my root brothers, the Uchiha clan, Itachi Uchiha, and the people of Otogakur," stated Naruto bitterly. Orochimaru has also started using people's bodies as vessels. When he fled from Oto he ran straight into Fire Nation and is hiding somewhere. I can't follow him since I'm wanted in this nation, you'll have to use your Anbus to sniff him out," advised Naruto sagely. "He's here, and he," said Hiruzen in disbelief, his tongue struggling to form words. "He plans to attack Konoha and has quite an army hidden all around our borders. His objective is to assassinate you by any means necessary. There is also a spy under him by the name of Yakushi Kabuto whom Orochimaru might send to gather information, since he's a registered ninja of this village. But in truth, Kabuto is a double agent," said Naruto seriously, and saw the shock in Hiruzen's eyes. "Kabuto? How could?" said Hiruzen depressingly. "That boy was merely a genin and was so friendly. To think even he was tainted by Orochimaru. I still have a few weeks left, I'll continue to keep my eyes and ears open. Orochimaru trusts me, this might just help me gather more information to help you guys." "Is the village ready for an attack?" asked Naruto seriously, and narrowed his eyes. "No, we're not. Hosting the Chunin exams has stretched our resources to the maximum. Jiraiya is still around so we're not completely vulnerable. Naruto, I want you to come back, your mission is over," said Hiruzen quickly, and saw the boy looking at him with those sad eyes. "You and I both know that I can never return home, not unless you have to reveal every dirty little secret which might very well destroy this village and make the sacrifices of my comrades pointless," said Naruto in a resigned voice. "That's not," said Hiruzen but was cut off. "It's all right, Gramps, I know I'm just an expendable asset, ever since my birth. When my own parents didn't hesitate to sacrifice my life for this village, you shouldn't have a problem at all. I've made my peace," said Naruto sadly. "Minato and Kushina loved you, and wanted you to be seen as a true hero. A hero which you truly are," said Hiruzen sympathetically. "And was I viewed as a hero?" asked Naruto flatly. Silence. Naruto smiled wistfully, when Hiruzen didn't have an answer for his question. But the silence was all the answer he needed to hear. "It's quite ironic my parents are remembered as the greatest heroes of this village, and yet I was never even acknowledged as their child. I've worked in the shadows my entire life for this village, without expecting anything in return. I shall continue to do so till my end. Give Konohamaru and Amiko my regards, goodbye." A lone tear slipped from Hiruzen's eyes as he watched Naruto disappear from in front of his eyes. The boy knew what awaited him in the end. Kakashi was aimlessly walking through the street that led to his home, his famous Ika Ika book in his hand. It was just another normal night in Konoha. Everything seemed in order and ordinary until he smelled something. A scent. An aroma he thought he'd never feel again. Snapping his book shut, he channeled chakra to his feet, and started hopping from rooftop to rooftop. His speed would have given even Anbu a run for their money, but the situation demanded it. If there was even a minute chance of his guess being right, then he felt another person arriving beside him, running towards his home at a little slower pace. It was Anko, so he was not wrong. "Kakashi, do you feel it?" asked Anko in a trembling voice. "Yes," replied Kakashi curtly. In a matter of 2 minutes they reached their destination, and saw a scroll laid down on their home's doorstep. A young blonde-haired boy dressed in a strange uniform was walking over towards the edge of the roof. "You shouldn't have come here," Anko faltered when she heard his voice, so it was really him. She looked towards Kakashi only to find a stoic look in the man's eyes. Whatever the copy ninja was feeling right now was concealed in his heart. She could only imagine how Kakashi would be feeling. He raised this boy as if he was his own son. Naruto had been like a little brother to her, annoying yet gentle at the same time. "I could tell you the same thing, but I won't." "Turn around," said Kakashi calmly, as the boy obeyed the request. One glance at his face made them gasp in shock. For Anko he seemed so different, so mature. And for Kakashi it was as if he was glancing at the clone of his deceased teacher, one which was more handsome and kind. He didn't interfere when Anko rushed forward and grabbed Naruto in a fierce hug, and Naruto hugged her back with equal love and passion. Neither of them cared what had happened in the past, or what they had done. All they cared and remembered was the fact that they were family. "I missed you," said Naruto solemnly, as tears spilled from Anko's eyes. Kakashi bent down and picked up the scroll that was placed on his doorstep. There was nothing special or intriguing about it. But if Naruto had risked so much to give it to them, then there must be something vital in it. "What's in it?" asked Kakashi curiously, as he gave a light hug to the boy. Anko slammed him on the head, making him wince, as a short chuckle escaped from Naruto's lips. The boy's eyes shifted towards the woman as he gave her a serene smile. "I told you I would one day free you from your curse," said Naruto kindly. Anko froze in her spot, her hand unconsciously reaching out to the back area of her neck. Kakashi looked at the scroll in his hand, and then towards Naruto. "Did he really do it? Inside you'll find a sealing jutsu that cancels the curse seal which Orochimaru placed on her. The reason we failed to remove that mark all these years because we didn't have the key that was needed to trigger the removal process," explained Naruto patiently. "And what is it?" asked Kakashi in surprise. "Orochimaru's blood and a part of his DNA," said Naruto darkly, as the two Konoha Junin flinched on hearing that name again. Anko nervously glanced at the simple scroll in Kakashi's hands. Her chest felt heavy, her eyes brimming with tears. 10 years she had suffered from this curse. After countless attempts to remove it from her body, she now finally had a true cure. She looked into Naruto's eyes, and remembered the innocent promise he had made to her all those years ago while eating dango in a restaurant. She had always thought he had made that promise as a gesture of compassion and sympathy, but today he actually proved that he truly meant it. "I have to go," said Naruto quietly, as Anko was just about to speak to him. "No, you can't. I won't let you," replied Anko emotionally, as she grabbed the boy's arm forcefully. "Anko, he can't stay. If not for your sake he would have never stepped inside this village, am I right?" asked Kakashi cryptically. He was the only one except Kurenai who knew whom Naruto truly was and why he had done all of this. But Anko couldn't know that, and Naruto knew it. Unfortunately his fiancée looked at him with a betrayed look in her eyes, as Naruto gently removed her hand from his arm and turned around. "Wait, Naruto," shouted Anko, as he glanced at her once more. "Forget I ever existed. Goodbye." Kakashi painfully watched as Anko tried to grab Naruto, who vanished in a swirl of leaves. There were so many things he wanted to say. And he was sure Naruto wanted to do the same, but both of them knew this was not the place, nor the time. He made Anko stand back on her feet but was unable to stop her tears, as she looked at the scroll Naruto had left them. With this last promise being fulfilled, Naruto Hatake had severed all his bonds and died. Wild, Cold winds freely flowed across the skies of Konoha as the bright midnight moon illuminated the landscapes with its grace. On one of the rooftops Naruto stood all alone, his sad eyes glancing at the image of his father that was carved on the mountain. He remembered the streets where he used to play with his academy friends. He could clearly see Choji eating in one of the nearby restaurants. Ino and Shikamaru were with him. He felt Sakura's chakra signature inside the hospital, so the news that Shizuna Kato had taken her as an apprentice were apparently true. He could not sense any of Team 8's members around, either they were away on a mission or something else. Sasuke was still holed up inside his clan territory, doing Kami knew what. He still had to visit his old friend, preparations had to be made. He imagined himself living an entire different life if he had never met Danzo or joined Root. Perhaps he would have been a loudmouth who have screamed from the mountains that he would become Hokage someday. Perhaps he could have been the child who got back up again and again despite the repeated rejections and abuses from the villagers. Life would have been so simple, then. But he didn't want that. Whatever had happened to him, he didn't want to change it. He was glad that he joined Root as it made him meet his true friends Shin and Sai. Happy that he was adopted by Kakashi and found a sister in Anko. Glad to meet Kurenai. He had already surveyed the defenses of the village. Hiruzen was right. Konoha was not fully prepared for an invasion, and he had effectively put Orochimaru and Kabuto in more trouble by telling Hiruzen that the Sannin was in Fire Country. Hiruzen's paranoia with his wayward student would force him to send Jiraiya to eliminate the traitorous Sannin. Despite his crimes, Orochimaru was a powerhouse and only someone of Jiraiya's caliber could eliminate him or someone like himself. With two Sannin out of the way, all that would remain would be eliminating Hiruzen. And after the fall of their leader, the village would crumble soon enough. Not only had he fulfilled his promise to Anko, but also further advanced his moves in his war against Konoha. He had created confusion by spreading incorrect information, and would strike from the shadows like a true Anbu. But now came the hardest part. His eyes shifted towards an apartment inside which Kurenai Yuhi was currently staying. As he started walking towards his final destination, his legs felt heavy. Could he really go through with it? Could he truly tell her the entire truth? What he was, what he had become, and what he wanted to do? Guess, there was only one way to find out. Stepping in front of the door, he raised his hand and steeled his heart. Knock knock. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, comment and subscribe, as well as checking out the author on fanfiction.net.